Volume 9, Chapter 400, Part 1, Find Me. Helmut's reaction was a beat slow. What? There are 12 of them, try to find me among them. It was a riddle. Helmut raised an eyebrow. If you find me, you win. If you don't, you lose. Aaliyah flashed a meaningful smile but offered no further explanation. Left with nothing but questions, Helmut waited. A moment later, the match finally began. Instinctively, he moved. I don't understand what she means, but if I subdue her, it's over. Mages were easier opponents for Helmut. Their movements were sluggish when reacting to attacks. Aaliyah wasn't far away. For him, she was within striking distance in half a breath. No matter how fast her spellcasting was, if he restrained her before the magic activated, she'd have no recourse. Although Helmut hadn't agreed to play along with her game, if he completely ignored her challenge, Aaliyah would likely be furious. Aaliyah in a rage. It felt as if someone were holding his legs back. They felt heavy. Yet in that moment, Helmut felt a twinge of suspicion. Is she just trying to win by messing with my head? In matters like this, Helmut didn't trust Aaliyah. Regardless, he ended his brief deliberation and lunged. This was a martial tournament, a fight he had to win. His sword remained sheathed at his waist. If he fought barehanded, even in the worst-case scenario, he wouldn't seriously injure her. But before his fingers could even graze her, Aaliyah's figure melted into the air as if vanishing. His hand swept through empty space. Suddenly, darkness draped over his vision. It wasn't a spell blinding him. The darkness enveloped the entire stage like nightfall, a magic more refined and potent than Sion's dark spirits. Even if my vision is blocked, his other senses were still intact until they weren't. This magic wasn't simply limiting his sight. It was robbing his hearing and even dulling his sense of touch as though all sensation had been paralyzed. Pure pitch-black darkness. If the opponent moved in close, he'd know. But he sensed no approach aimed at him. Helmut reached for his sword. If this darkness was magic, he could cut through it. But at that moment, a white light flickered before his eyes. 12. At last, he understood Aaliyah's words. Within the darkness stood 12 humanoid figures of radiant white light. Exactly 12. One of them was the real Aaliyah. Her voice echoed from somewhere. Guess wrong and you lose. Understood. An offer he couldn't refuse. In this darkness, unless he was prepared to destroy the entire stage, Helmut wouldn't find Aaliyah. Slashing wildly wasn't an option to begin with. Slowly, he lowered his sword. 12 lights. Astonishingly, each felt identical. No matter how intricate the illusion magic, there should be flaws, especially against a swordsman of Helmut's caliber. Had these 12 Aaliyahs stood before him without the darkness, he would have easily identified her true body. But with his senses numbed, how could he tell which was real? It was quite the puzzle. Whenever he moved within a certain distance, the glowing figures flitted away in an instant. I can't get within 5 steps, huh? Helmut slowly surveyed the 12 figures. Find the real one without attacking or touching within a bounded field. To most swordsmen, this would seem impossible. But there must be a way. Surely there was a clue hidden somewhere. Among these 12 illusions, one was the real Aaliyah while the others were mere phantoms. There had to be a difference. The scene was surreal, only darkness and light existed. External sounds faded, with only intermittent murmurs from the audience reaching him. To them, the stage was swallowed in darkness, the events within a mystery. This match would undoubtedly be a dull spectacle. As Helmut studied the 12 figures, frustration gnawed at him. If they had substance, he'd sense it, but in this windless space, all 12 presences were indistinct. He couldn't distinguish real from fake. Him frowning, Helmut suddenly froze. Something had registered, not sight, hearing, or touch, smell. A faint, crisp scent like lemon tickled his nose, familiar. He recognized it, the fragrance of Aaliyah's hair. She likely hadn't accounted for scent. No, his sense of smell was simply too sharp. Aaliyah probably assumed her body was nearly odorless, but Helmut, raised in the forest, was sensitive to foreign scents. He could detect even the faintest trace. In this vast space, a singular aroma stood out. Could even scent be fabricated by illusion magic? His doubt was swiftly answered. No, if that were the case, all 12 would carry the same scent. It seemed Aaliyah hadn't masked smell. Tracking the source, Helmut pointed decisively. Aaliyah. His finger singled out the third figure from the left. A question echoed from the void. Are you sure? I'm sure. Then let's see the answer. Chapter 400, Part 2. One by one, the white lights dimmed, the figures vanishing until only one remained. The one Helmut had chosen. The light cloaking her dissolved, revealing a face sculpted from radiance. Amethyst eyes gleamed like transparent jewels. Her voice whispered into his ear, "Correct." The darkness lifted completely. On the stage, the two stood facing each other. Aaliyah wore an expression of slight frustration and bewilderment. Her narrowed eyes seemed to ask, "How did you know?" Helmut pointed to his nose. "Smell." He felt a surge of satisfaction at having found her. Aaliyah grimaced, "I see. Didn't expect that." Her tone implied, "I didn't know you had a dog's nose." Helmut declared triumphantly, "I won." "Fine, I admit it. I never thought you'd find me so easily, though." Aaliyah knit her brows, displeased, then turned away. The tournament organizers hurried onto the stage to assess the situation. Aaliyah raised a hand toward them. I lost. Huh, are you sure? Neither Aaliyah nor Helmut had a single scratch, hardly a battle by any measure. Aaliyah nodded. He broke my magic, that means he wins. Understood, confirmed. Dark wins. A moment later, bewildered applause erupted. The match had ended without any visible action. For a semifinal, it was neither flashy nor fierce. Congratulations! Aaliyah, who had seemed disgruntled earlier, now smiled with surprising grace. Despite never having lost before, she didn't appear upset. She shook her head lightly. Strange. Losing to you doesn't feel bad. That's a relief. Helmut inwardly sighed in relief. If she were in a foul mood, he'd be the one suffering. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Aaliyah repeated finals. The words suddenly felt real. He hadn't expected the path here to be difficult. Helmut knew his own strength. But now, standing at the threshold, an indescribable emotion surged, deep sentiment, regret, something hot and cold fluttering in his chest. The finals loomed ahead. That was the summit. Would he face radiant light or would lightning strike him down? Yet he had reached it. I hope the skies are clear on the day of the finals. Helmut's gaze lifted. The weather was dull, a hazy sky thick with clouds. Though a little rain wouldn't hurt. Aaliyah gave him a puzzled look, but Helmut simply stared upward. The day he'd cast off this stifling mask wasn't far. It's been a while, my daughter, Charlotte. A voice neither stiff nor soft, yet carrying undeniable authority. Charlotte felt the weight of power in those words. She bowed willingly. The man before her wasn't her father, he was the Grand Duke of Renosa. From birth until now, she had always felt the latter more keenly. Your Grace, I hope you've been well. A face eerily unchanged, yet strangely reminiscent of someone she knew. Helmut resembled the Grand Duke. The realization struck Charlotte painfully. Familiar features now weathered with time and the dignity of a ruler, this was the face of the Grand Duke of Renosa. A faint smile touched his lips. Indeed, you've grown as beautiful as they say. Charlotte, I've heard of your exploits in the Empire. As a father, I'm both proud and regretful that I couldn't witness your growth. The Emperor's personal letter had been sent to Renosa in response to the Grand Duke's daughter's visit. It was filled with praise for Charlotte, deeming her a worthy match for imperial royalty. While Grand Duke Farnese had sought a marriage alliance with his son, the Empire's proposal lacked a specified candidate. There was no rule that the match had to be between the Farnese heir and her. What mattered was the union between the imperial family and the House of Renosa. The Emperor had even hinted at pairing her with his own son. I've been remiss in neglecting my homeland due to my studies. I apologize. Charlotte, who had deliberately avoided facing her family, had no excuse. Moreover, the Grand Duke had nearly lost his life and had been in prolonged recovery. I've heard of your outstanding achievements at the Academy. Each time I missed you more. Charlotte lowered her eyes, flustered. This was the first time her stoic father had spoken like this. Just as their mother's affection leaned toward Michael, the Grand Duke, without overt favoritism, had always been more pleased with Charlotte. She had been closer to his vision of Renosa's successor, until he learned of his existence. Chapter 401 Part 1. After what happened to Helmut, she had been deeply disappointed by the conduct of the Grand Duchess and Michael and had left Renosa. Even if her actions seemed wrong, she had her reasons why she had no other choice. As Charlotte trailed off, the Grand Duke spoke again. You are the Duchess of Renosa, and you are also my daughter, Charlotte. Leaving Renosa to attend Greta Academy, I thought you would inevitably face confusion someday. Charlotte's sense of right as a swordsman could not always align with her sense of right as the Duchess of Renosa. But what if a situation arose where, for someone as principled and upright as her, the two identities clashed irreconcilably? It was something that might happen, or might not. Charlotte had never imagined such a scenario. Yet when it actually happened, she simply knew. Having always walked a path without deviation, she understood what she must do to correct the misalignment. And she had resolved herself. If she made the wrong choice, she would pay the price for it. To walk the path you believe is right without losing balance, you need unwavering resolve and just as much effort. The weight of his voice struck her. Charlotte, you have done splendidly, well done. It wasn't merely praise for successfully overseeing the martial arts tournament. The Grand Duke of Renosa was acknowledging that neither her choice nor the path she believed in was wrong. As her father, no, as the ruler of Renosa. Charlotte blinked slowly. She didn't think she had done anything praiseworthy. It was only natural, as a human, as a swordsman, as Charlotte, and as a member of Renosa. She alone had to shoulder the responsibility that none of the guilty members of the Grand Ducal House of Renosa would bear. Yet hearing those words made her chest burn, her eyes stung. To keep from crying, Charlotte clenched her teeth. She couldn't sob like a child before the Grand Duke, her liege. She was an adult, a swordsman. Moreover, the Grand Duke was making it clear, her faith in him had not been misplaced. While injustice and betrayal might preserve Renosa, its honor could not be saved that way. Charlotte recalled Renosa's fallen honor, and the thought pained her unbearably. and surely the Grand Duke felt it even more keenly than she did. Realizing that made her heart swell. Wetting her parched lips, Charlotte spoke. "What does your grace intend to do now?" The Grand Duke swallowed his silence. His eyes were dark as the abyss, like Helmut's, yet different. Though he had not suffered more than Helmut, the trials he had endured and the anguish he carried were far from ordinary, nor were they light. The fathomless gaze of a ruler who bore Renosa on his shoulders. He changed the subject. Michael did not attend the tournament. It wasn't the Grand Duke's intention. Michael was simply reliving the same struggles he always had. The reason he lay bedridden was none other than his own heart. His frail body could not endure the brilliance of Charlotte's moments. Amid the tournament's success, Michael couldn't bear the sight of Charlotte and the Crown Prince standing side by side, representing their nations. His deep-rooted jealousy and inferiority toward Charlotte, his wariness of the one rival who could strip him of everything in an instant. For him, trapped helplessly in Renosa, those feelings became poison. It's better he didn't come. After all, he wouldn't have been able to graciously accept even the moment Charlotte greeted him as the tournament's organizer. Charlotte tilted her head and asked, "Did Her Grace the Grand Duchess not accompany you?" This was a critical meeting between the Emperor and the Grand Duke of Renosa. If Michael had been only moderately ill, he would have tried to attend. His absence meant it was more than just moderate. As a mother who doted on Michael, the Grand Duchess would have wanted to stay and care for him. The fact that the Grand Duke had come to meet her alone might have meant her mother hadn't come either, but the Grand Duke shook his head. "Your mother said she wished to look around the tournament grounds. Alonso is accompanying her." Charlotte's expression shifted subtly. Margaret was a quiet noblewoman who disliked openly wandering unfamiliar places. Does she know something? Had she somehow learned about Helmut? She would surely never wish for Helmut to return alive. If she knew of his existence, she might try to ruin his plans. Yet despite Charlotte's suspicious gaze, the Grand Duke remained impassive. "There will be a dinner soon. Since Alonso is with her, she will likely be back by then." "I see." Just as Charlotte sighed in relief, the Grand Duke's gaze turned to her. "So how was he, pardon, the Crown Prince? Though I don't care whether you choose him or the Grand Duke Farnese's son." The sudden remark caught her off guard. Chapter 401 Part 2. "Didn't you say there was no need to decide on marriage proposals immediately?" The moment he saw how splendidly his daughter had grown, the Grand Duke understood why the Emperor had been so eager about the marriage talks. By tradition, there were no ugly ducklings in Renosa's bloodline. Charlotte was its finest product, not only beautiful but intelligent, righteous, skilled with a sword, dignified, and the Duchess of Renosa. It's not just through a father's eyes, she's more than qualified for the position of Empress. The Grand Duke of Renosa thought, seemingly objectively. From Charlotte's perspective too, men of suitable status for her were rare. When a marriage proposal arrived, especially if it was from the best possible candidate, it was right for their side to consider it positively. The Grand Duke had no intention of lowering his standards. If Asuka had been a commoner seeking Charlotte's hand, the Grand Duke would never have allowed it. The Grand Duke asked insinuatingly, "You've been with the Crown Prince all this time, it's natural that feelings might develop." Charlotte blinked. They had mostly been buried in paperwork. Though they saw each other nearly every day, their conversations revolved almost entirely around the tournament. "He is the Crown Prince. I may have grown somewhat familiar with him, but I hold no other feelings toward him." Charlotte's walls were steel. Unlike Asuka, the Crown Prince was a figure who could twist her life even if she refused. She never forgot that. A pity for the Crown Prince who had tried to approach her subtly all this time. Reading her expression, the Grand Duke pressed, Then what about the other one? The Grand Duke Farnese's son, your senior in the swordsmanship department at the academy, wasn't he? You've spent much more time with him." Charlotte sensed that the Grand Duke wasn't speaking as the ruler of Renosa, but out of personal curiosity. This attitude was unfamiliar and awkward. Even the Grand Duke of Renosa wasn't immune to prying into his daughter's love life, just like any father. The problem was, Charlotte found it uncomfortable. Her expression hardened and she cut him off curtly. "Your Grace, the final match is about to begin. Let's discuss this another time." Dismissing the matter as trivial, Charlotte made it clear she had no energy for such distractions. With a sigh, the Grand Duke had no choice but to swallow his questions. Meanwhile, the Grand Duchess of Renosa, Margaret, walked with a shawl draped over her shoulders. Though she had claimed to want to see the tournament grounds, in truth she sought solace from her worries in the stroll. Will Michael be all right? She couldn't help but worry about her sickly son, left behind in Renosa. Yet she had chosen to accompany the Grand Duke here. If trouble arose from Renosa's entanglement with the temple, she was not without responsibility. By showing her presence in strengthening ties with the Empire, she needed to prove she stood with the Grand Duke, not the temple. No matter how tensions between the temple and the Empire escalated, Margaret would act as the Grand Duchess of Renosa, regardless of her faith. "I feel strangely stifled," Margaret sighed. Lately she kept sinking into anguish. She too had her balance, but unlike Charlotte's, as the Grand Duchess of Renosa, a devout follower of Lumen and a mother. But lately, Margaret felt that the roles she believed she had faithfully performed for decades were not being properly fulfilled. A vague sense that something somewhere had gone askew. The Grand Duke neither blamed her nor demanded anything. Reading his will and acting accordingly was second nature to her, a couple who flowed together like water. Yet sometimes she felt a faint wall between them, since the moment he died and came back to life. I don't regret what happened then. Margaret clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly she looked around as if to confirm where she was. The tournament arena where the final match would be held was quiet. Following the Grand Ducal family of Renosa, the Emperor of the Empire would also visit this place. Because of this, the tournament grounds were under iron-tight security and perfectly controlled. Margaret asked Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, who was following behind her. Who are the favorites to win? They are not well-known individuals. Since they are not knights, you likely wouldn't recognize their names even if you heard them. Margaret did not know what the Grand Duke had uncovered, that one of them was a holy knight sent by the temple. Just then a man approached them directly from afar. Alonso narrowed his eyes warily and stepped in front of Margaret. That man is one of the finalists, a participant called Servant. Strangely, the moment Margaret saw him, she vaguely sensed his identity. Despite never having met or heard of him before. Does he belong to the temple? The man bowed respectfully to Margaret. It is an honor to meet Her Grace, the Grand Duchess of Renosa. His tone carried certainty. He hadn't guessed from Alonso, he knew exactly who she was. Chapter 402 Part 1. Though she had been keeping a low profile recently, Margaret was still under suspicion for her ties to the temple. Approaching her like this when she was trying to distance herself from them was problematic. A report would surely reach the Grand Duke. Margaret handled the situation deftly. How does a participant of the martial arts tournament know of me? I have had the occasion to see your face from afar before. Even Margaret, who rarely ventured out, had occasionally visited the temple. It wasn't strange for him to recognize her. The man's golden eyes deepened. What are your Grace, the Grand Duchess of Renosa's thoughts on the will of Lumen? Why in this place, in this way? Was he testing her faith as a believer? A headache pulsed. Margaret answered like a sigh. How could I dare presume to know the will of a god? If it was Lumen's will that she became the Grand Duchess of Renosa, then following the Grand Duke's will and living for Renosa must also be Lumen's will. That was what she had always believed. Then, if there is someone here who carries out the will of the god, would you pray for his victory? Margaret's eyes wavered. Praying for his victory meant praying for the Grand Duke's defeat. It would mean ruining the very moment Renosa and the Empire joined hands, but Margaret had other calculations. There must be a reason for his confidence. The Empire had turned its back on the temple, but Renosa had not. Officially, they still maintained neutrality. If the temple achieved their plans, shouldn't Renosa leave itself some room to maneuver? Perhaps the temple also wanted to confirm that Renosa hadn't fully sided with the Empire. Moreover, as a believer, she was reluctant to refuse a holy knight's request. Margaret offered a gentle smile and gave him the answer he wanted. May the will of the god be fulfilled through your sword. If that is Lumen's will, then may you prevail. Margaret's words were exquisitely ambiguous. Servant bowed in satisfaction before leaving. The Grand Duchess of Renosa still leaned toward their side, it seemed. Margaret quietly watched his retreating figure. If he won, she believed it would unfold in a way that benefited Renosa. That too must be Lumen's will. She didn't realize that until the very end she had chosen someone other than Helmut. Her choices were astonishingly consistent. Once he disappeared, Margaret turned to Alonso and asked, "Does His Grace the Grand Duke know that man is a holy knight?" She immediately distanced herself from the temple, probing the Grand Duke's intentions. Margaret was every bit the noblewoman. Alonso's eyebrow twitched. Gauging the Grand Duchess's true thoughts wasn't his role as a knight, yet whenever he faced her he couldn't shake an inexplicable discomfort. He had never grown accustomed to her deliberate mannerisms and speech, different from the Grand Duke's, yet eerily similar to Michael's. Yes, he is aware. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he were to win? The temple wouldn't have sent just any holy knight. Margaret frowned, as if genuinely concerned. His opponent in the final match is also not someone to be taken lightly. So you believe he has the upper hand? Margaret's gaze sharpened. Alonso, commander of the Black Wing Knights, swallowed his words. The Grand Duke's firstborn, Helmut's existence was foreign even to him. Back when he didn't know Helmut's identity, Alonso had been the one to say that if they couldn't eliminate such a dangerous individual, they should send him away. Only recently learning the truth, Alonso felt dizzy with disbelief. How dare I? As a knight sworn to protect the Grand Duke's household, he had judged the Grand Duke's own blood as a threat to Renosa. His opinion must have heavily influenced the Grand Duchess's choice. Given the unimaginable circumstances, Alonso's judgment hadn't been reckless or wrong. He had only spoken as a knight commander should. But he couldn't help feeling responsible for the consequences, for the secrets revealed too late. Now silence was demanded of him. With the Grand Duke's household divided for their own reasons, he had to guard the secrets as a knight loyal to the Grand Duke. Do you perhaps know anything about that man? I heard that one of the finalists wears an iron mask. He's not a member of the Black Wing Knights, nor is he from the Empire as far as I know. He's believed to be from a distant land. A hidden master, a mercenary perhaps, I don't know the details. Well, the tournament's prize is substantial. We'll see his true face in the final match, I suppose. Margaret readily accepted Alonso's curt reply. The luncheon will begin soon, won't it? Let's go to the Grand Duke. It's been a while since I've seen Charlotte. With smooth strides, Margaret walked ahead. Alonso followed silently, his face stiff. The final is approaching. At last, everything would shed its veil and reveal itself clearly. Chapter 402, Part 2. The next afternoon, the Emperor's procession arrived from the Empire the day before the final match. Imperial knights in gleaming armor surrounded the Emperor's carriage, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Since the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince, security for the Imperial family had tightened further. With both the Crown Prince and the Emperor gathered here, no mishap could be allowed. Tension hung thick in the air around the tournament grounds. Asuka called out to one of the Imperial knights inspecting the venue. "Hey, long time no see. How have you been?" The knight scowled at the greeting. It was Ganon, who had once served alongside him in the Imperial Knights. Although he knew the other was royalty, Ganon, having endured all sorts of tyranny from Asuka, couldn't suppress his animosity. "You look well, sir." Dressed smartly, Asuka now looked quite like royalty. "I've always been handsome, you on the other hand haven't improved at all." Ganon struck back at the grinning Asuka. "I heard you participated in the tournament." His words ended there, but his smug expression made it clear. "The one who eliminated you made it to the finals, didn't he?" Asuka's eyes narrowed. He rubbed his nose and sneered. "So I did. Though you probably wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries." He delighted in watching Ganon's face harden. "Word is you Imperial Knights are all high and mighty. How about working on your expressions? Can you really be so emotional? Anyway, where's Ralph?" Asuka glanced around. He had spotted both Ganon and Ralph earlier when the Emperor's procession entered. "You seem fond of Ralph," Ganon replied, grinding his teeth. "He's a commoner, so I was worried you guys might bully him, just concerned. Since he was royalty now, shouldn't he look out for commoners facing discrimination, especially since the Imperial Knights were practically his backyard? Who was the one pretending to be a commoner and begging to be bullied?" After the identity of the man who had briefly joined and then left the Imperial Knights was revealed, rumors abounded. Among those rumors were tales of Asuka's past deeds. The Mad Dog of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. A commoner, but with skills brilliant enough to be the top student, untouchable by anyone. To think he was actually royalty. It was a rumor worth circulating widely. "Stop talking nonsense and just tell me where he is, why don't you?" Asuka's eyes glinted dangerously. Ganon reluctantly answered. "He is at the location where the banquet is being prepared. He will be standing guard there during the meal." "Huh, banquet?" Asuka blinked as if hearing it for the first time. Ganon, sensing something, lifted the corners of his mouth. "Yes, the banquet attended by His Majesty the Emperor, the Imperial family, and the members of the Grand Ducal House of Renosa. I understand Grand Duke Farnese is also attending, but it seems you were not invited." Asuka's face twisted. He wasn't any better at controlling his expressions. Although Asuka was scheduled to sit with Grand Duke Farnese during the final match tomorrow, he had heard nothing about today's banquet. Come to think of it, he hadn't even met the Emperor yet. Grand Duke Farnese had probably excluded Asuka, fearing he might cause trouble. Wasn't it a crucial occasion with the entire Renosa Grand Ducal family? It was too much to expect Asuka, who had barely completed his etiquette training, to behave appropriately there. Grand Duke Farnese was realistic and never took unnecessary risks. "Well, it hasn't been long since you returned to your rightful place, so perhaps you're not yet ready to attend such important national events." The tone dripped with ridicule, implying that he was royalty in name only, unable to fulfill his duties properly. Asuka had never tolerated insolence in his life, and he knew no one would blame him for punching Ganon here, but there was a more important issue. Wait, isn't Charlotte attending that too? He didn't feel any sense of alienation, but that was the most concerning issue for Asuka. Asuka had been keeping an eye on the relationship between her and the Crown Prince. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had been extremely busy, and Charlotte too had been fully focused on the martial arts tournament, so no particular atmosphere had developed between them. However, Asuka hadn't made any progress with Charlotte either. He couldn't care less about missing some stuffy event, but the guest list bothered him. The Crown Prince would be there, wouldn't he? Moreover, Charlotte and her parents too. That gathering could potentially become the place where the political marriage between the Crown Prince and Charlotte was formally discussed. Grand Duke Farnese was definitely not on his side. To him, the emperor's will took precedence over Asuka's. This can't be happening. Imagination ran wild in his head. His face flushing red and pale, Asuka immediately turned on his heel and ran off. Left behind where Asuka had departed, seemingly ready to cause trouble, Ganon alone wore a flustered expression, realizing his mistake. Oh dear, had he inadvertently revealed something he shouldn't have? Oh no, what should I do? However, he soon rationalized it in his favor. He had only answered because Asuka asked. He was not at fault. Lying to royalty was an act of lèse-majesté after all, but Ganon, left alone, couldn't help but tremble with anxiety. Chapter 403 Part 1. Father, how could you leave me out like this? Asuka barged into Grand Duke Farnese's quarters, fuming, yet the Grand Duke received him with unshaken composure. Asuka, you've finally arrived. I was just about to call for you. Huh, the Grand Duke's reaction left Asuka momentarily stunned. Prepare yourself, you must attend the banquet today. It's a formal occasion in His Majesty the Emperor's presence, so mind your manners. Weren't you planning to go without me? Asuka's eyes narrowed. He suspected his father had already heard about his impending outburst and prepared this response, but Grand Duke Farnese remained unruffled. I had considered it. I thought your presence might only cause discomfort. You decided that without even asking me. Or is it that you're the one embarrassed by me? Of course, Asuka despised formal gatherings and the Grand Duke had rarely consulted him on such matters before, so he was just nitpicking out of habit. Grand Duke Farnese ignored his complaint. However, the Grand Duke of Renosa expressed curiosity about you. He asked if you'd be attending the banquet. I replied that you likely would. Grand Duke of Renosa? Asuka stiffened, his expression flickering. His mind raced. The man who might one day become his father-in-law had singled him out. The thought alone made anticipation bubble up inside him. His irritation melted away almost instantly. The Grand Duke and his wife will be attending. You'll want to leave a good impression. All right. The Crown Prince could charm anyone befitting his status. The problem was Asuka himself. Prepare yourself. With those words, Asuka left without another complaint. His demeanor had completely reversed from when he'd stormed in, but just as he was about to step out, he froze mid-stride, realizing something. Wait. If the Grand Duke and his wife are attending, that meant she would be there too. Margaret Irene, the woman who had betrayed Helmut, the same woman he'd cursed in his heart countless times. Now he was about to meet Charlotte's mother. Asuka's face twisted in discomfort. He had no idea how to face her. I'll figure it out when I get there. With that half-hearted resolve, he resumed walking. What could have been a major incident was quietly settled just like that. Charlotte, you look pale. Are you tired? I heard you've been working hard to prepare for the martial tournament. I'm fine. At the gentle words, Charlotte bowed her head slightly, avoiding eye contact. It was just before their departure for the banquet. While the Grand Duke was briefly absent, having received urgent news from Renosa, mother and daughter found themselves alone. For Charlotte, it was a moment she'd wanted to avoid. She still felt uneasy around her mother, Margaret. Even after all these years, she couldn't forget their last conversation. Her mother had been an icy shield, and Charlotte had no choice but to turn away after crashing into it. Something inside her had shattered violently that day. The shards left scars that hadn't fully healed. A dull ache rose from the unhealed wound. Was it disappointment, despair? If this was what love had warped into, then no trace of its original form remained in Charlotte. After all, her feelings had long been worn down by Margaret's favoritism. Margaret still wore the same elegant, composed smile, the face Charlotte had once admired so much. No matter how they had parted, it seemed effortless for Margaret to speak to her daughter after so long. You seem to have been doing well. Yes. Once you graduate from the academy, there will be much to do in Renosa. The Knight Commander has been quietly hoping for your return. If Charlotte returned to Renosa, she would take up duties within the Knight Order. Her outstanding performance in Greta Academy's swordsmanship department was proof enough of her qualifications. Even if she joined the Black Wing Knights directly, she would be recognized as an exceptional young knight. I'm not sure what will happen yet. Charlotte gave an ambiguous answer, unwilling to commit. Her family's sins weighed on her, leaving her with little freedom of choice. But Charlotte would continue making choices for Helmut's sake. That was her atonement, her way of repaying her debt. Do you still resent me? Margaret finally asked, her tone gentle. Charlotte's gaze lifted. Her mother's blue eyes were warm, as if ready to embrace her. But Charlotte knew how ruthless those same eyes could be. Even if she wasn't Helmut, she was no different in her mother's eyes, a sore finger, but not one that couldn't be cut off. You were separated from me at such a young age. Greta Academy is a fine institution, but looking back now, I wonder if sending you there was the right decision. Had they stayed together, would they have ended up so opposed? Would they have understood each other better? Margaret seemed to be reflecting on this. Michael, who had grown up in Renosa, understood Margaret well. Charlotte had been a somewhat rigid child, but their relationship had once been harmonious. Chapter 403, Part 2. Charlotte's expression hardened instantly. No, mother, even if I hadn't gone to Greta Academy, I would still be Charlotte. Her voice was stiff and resolute. She made it clear the distance between them wasn't the issue. The problem had always been her mother's choices. Indeed, you're very different from me. Margaret smiled as if it didn't matter, as if she understood Charlotte perfectly. A sword could not bend. Charlotte was a sword. But Margaret was silk, flexible, flowing with the currents of life. As long as the fabric of Renosa remained unbroken, any means were acceptable. That was why Margaret remained unshaken. I did what I believed was best, fulfilling the duties placed upon me. One day you'll understand why I acted as I did. Silk could not sheath a sword, but it could wrap around one. Margaret did not blame Charlotte. No one, not even the Grand Duke, could deny that Margaret had performed her role as Grand Duchess flawlessly. Her life had aligned perfectly with Renosa. That alone was proof she had been right. Someday Charlotte, who resembled the Grand Duke, would understand. Though it saddened her to be hated by her own daughter, Margaret could accept even that. To her, the rift between them was insignificant. Charlotte shook her head. She too felt sorrow. Mother, betrayal is never the best choice. It's something you should never have chosen. There are things in this world that cannot be helped. No words were as feeble or as convenient for evading responsibility as it couldn't be helped. You could have let him escape. Are you saying I should have smuggled someone wielding the power of darkness away, defying the temple while the Grand Duke was absent? Yes. Because that would have been the right thing to do. In that case, I would have gladly stood by your side, mother. Margaret sighed regretfully at Charlotte's rebuttal. You were too young back then. You wouldn't have been of much help, Charlotte. Let us end this discussion here. Margaret glanced toward the door, smoothing her expression. Moments later, the Grand Duke appeared before them. The air in the room was eerily calm, as if no tension had ever existed. Soon, under the pretense of the Grand Duke's entourage, they departed for the banquet hall together. In the banquet hall where the Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Grand Duke of Renosa, and Grand Duke Farnese had gathered, Asuka felt an unbearable discomfort unlike anything he'd experienced in recent memory. One misstep and he'd be thrown back into etiquette lessons. Did I make a mistake coming? Still, he managed to behave appropriately enough. Dressed more impeccably than he had been in years, enough that the Crown Prince remarked on his changed appearance, Asuka finally came face to face with her. The Grand Duchess of Renosa, who effortlessly maintained an air of refinement, was the last person he'd expected to address him so kindly. I've heard much about you. You're Charlotte's senior at the Academy, correct? Ah, yes. I'm 1 year her senior. His reply was stiff, and he frowned slightly in confusion. Margaret, like Michael, was a noblewoman so beautiful and kind that it was hard to believe she had ever abandoned her own child. People were easily swayed by appearances. Asuka, simple-minded as he was, felt strangely disoriented. What's this? She's Helmut's mother, not what I expected. He had imagined a cold, sharp-faced witch, but the elegant woman before him bore no resemblance to that image. He'd expected her kindness to feel hypocritical, but it didn't. If anything, Aaliyah's prickly demeanor matched his imagination better. Noticing his discomfort, the Grand Duchess smiled. Am I that unfamiliar? Though I suppose Charlotte and I don't look much alike. Ah, no, it's just that you look so young and beautiful, I was surprised. The words slipped out before he could think, not an attempt to flatter, but an honest impression. My, it's been so long since I've received such direct praise. Thank you. Watching the Grand Duchess laugh softly, Asuka stole a glance at Charlotte beside her. For some reason, her expression was stiff. She had barely touched her food. Is she in a bad mood? She did say she wasn't close with her mother. The Crown Prince, ever attentive, called her name warmly. Charlotte, you should eat something. You've been pushing yourself too hard lately. I'm enjoying my meal just fine, Your Highness. Is the food not to your liking? Asuka was the one who cut in, annoyed by the Crown Prince's persistence. If she says she's not feeling well, stop bothering her. Seriously, no tact at all. Asuka. The Crown Prince and Asuka exchanged sharp glares. Charlotte flusteredly tried to mediate while the Grand Duchess watched them with amusement. Meanwhile, the Emperor and the Grand Dukes continued their own formal conversation. Whatever hidden emotions and unspoken tensions lay beneath the surface, the banquet, where the representatives of the Empire and Renosa had gathered, proceeded harmoniously and successfully. And somewhere far from the banquet's light, unseen by any, they existed. Chapter 404, Part 1. It was a private training ground assigned to the finalists of the martial arts tournament. Today, just like yesterday, Helmut was there. It wasn't because he was tense about facing the holy knight sent by the temple and had suddenly thrown himself into training. For him, this was simply routine. He had long surpassed the limits that talent alone could take him. The opportunity to learn the sword, bone-grinding effort, and adversities that had knocked him down to the very bottom, all of it had combined to shape the person standing here now. As a swordsman, Helmut had reached a realm that few in history had ever achieved, and at an age far younger than most. How much further he could climb he didn't know. There was no one left to teach him. No one could help him now. Only a solitary, lonely path remained, yet even if no visible progress lay ahead, he was accustomed to pouring endless effort into his craft. Every day of his life had been like this. But today, Helmut's sword had been still for a while now. In the distance, the flickering lights of the banquet hall shimmered, a maddeningly distracting glow. Faint sounds seemed to drift toward him, indistinct voices impossible to identify. Yet for some reason they grated on his nerves, enough that for a moment he couldn't focus on his blade. "How do you feel?" At the softly spoken question, Helmut turned his gaze. Beneath the moonlight, silver hair glimmered like snow in his vision. "Aaliyah, it's the night before the final." Mysterious violet eyes studied him, perhaps with a hint of concern. There was no need to hide anything from her. Yes, he knew exactly what was bothering him. His gaze shifted again toward the banquet hall. "My mother is there." She was undoubtedly among those flickering lights. Asuka had informed Helmut that she would be attending a banquet hosted by the Empire's representatives and those of Renosa. That alone was enough for him to realize one thing. Helmut spat out the words tersely. "My enemy." Aaliyah blinked. She knew just how much time it had taken for Helmut to finally define his mother as such. Not because any affection remained, but because despite her betrayal, she had still been his mother. The one who bore him, gave him his name, the owner of the voice that had led him out of the forest of roots. That alone held meaning. A smile played at her lips. "Seems you've steeled yourself. I was worried you might waver. She's no longer someone I can afford to be weak against." "Good, you're thinking clearly now." A white cat slinked out from the direction Aaliyah had come from as if it had followed her. "Half-hearted resolve won't cut it. This is just the beginning. You have no idea how vile those temple bastards can be." Helmut raised an eyebrow. "Alaga, you've never even fought the temple's people. They're the bastards who locked me in the forest of roots for nearly 1,000 years. Think about it, how merciless is that? What a barren hellhole that place is. They tell us to live out there, fighting and clawing at each other while they enjoy the outside world." Though Alaga himself rarely thought about being confined, having risen early on to dominate the forest of roots. In the world of demonic beasts, where survival depended on eating or being eaten, his words carried little weight. How much of that barrenness had Alaga truly experienced? If anything, his life had been leisurely and dull enough that he took in a human child to raise. It's animal abuse if you think about it. Aaliyah nodded in agreement, though for entirely different reasons. Alaga huffed. "Anyway, Helmut, make sure you teach that bastard a lesson tomorrow. Kill him or at least make him tremble at the mere sight of your shadow. That's the plan. If you mess up, I'll jump onto the stage myself. That won't be necessary, so just sit back and watch quietly." Dealing with Alaga always made Helmut's emotions fluctuate. That damn nagging, he'd never get used to it. Helmut frowned. At the very least, Alaga's complaints had forcefully seized his attention, enough that his irritation drowned out everything else. "You talk big. Well, confidence is good. But about that temple guy, he's got something weird on him. Did you approach him?" Hadn't he told Alaga to be careful not to reveal himself? Helmut's gaze sharpened, but Alaga shook his head. "No, I was hiding in the bushes when he happened to pass by. I kept myself low so he wouldn't notice, but his sword, it gave off a nasty vibe." "His sword," Aaliyah explained. "Lumen's holy knights wield specially forged blades. They're said to be blessed by the temple. Since they're imbued with holy power, it's only natural Alaga would sense it." Is that so?" It felt odd. Almost like it was alive. Alaga tilted his head. When the holy knight had passed by, he had sensed a flickering sacred energy, like a live fish twitching in response. As if the sword itself, as a living entity, had detected Alaga's massive concentration of demonic energy nearby. But the holy knight hadn't noticed his sword's reaction. His attention had been elsewhere. "Truth be told, I was there to see that woman." Chapter 404, Part 2. Coincidentally, the holy knight's goal had been the same as Alaga's, the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Alaga had seen Helmut return from the Forest of Roots, drowning in despair, lying half-dead on the ground. He had been curious just what kind of woman could inflict such a devastating blow on Helmut, but the holy knight had beaten him to it. Too focused on approaching her, the knight had missed Alaga entirely. A stroke of luck for both of them. Even with that holy sword nonsense, a holy knight stood no chance against Alaga. Shortly after the knight approached, Helmut's mother had left. Alaga's plan to stealthily approach Margaret under the guise of a cat and witness firsthand her wicked nature, since villains always hated cute animals by his logic, had been ruined. Temple scum really are the worst. Still, from a distance, Alaga had seen her, the woman who bore no resemblance to Helmut, golden hair that even a Grell would admire, a beautiful and elegant human woman. She looked nothing like Helmut. And worse, she seemed perfectly fine. Her radiant face, youthful for her age, showed no trace of past anguish or pain. Even demonic beasts cared for their young. To abandon her own child twice and still appear so composed. She had to be a monster among monsters, a creature like Naho. By Alaga's standards, Helmut was soft and weak, so it made sense he'd been so thoroughly crushed. Nothing beats the bond of raising someone yourself. Privately, Alaga felt smug. Helmut, the fool who had rejected his care and run off to find his birth mother, had been an idiot of unparalleled proportions. Meanwhile, Alaga was the devoted, exemplary guardian. His thoughts inevitably circled back to praising himself, not just for his strength but for his impeccable character. Aaliyah glanced at Alaga and offered a different perspective. A holy knight's sword can pierce even the toughest demonic beasts. It's natural you'd feel threatened. Who said anything about feeling threatened? By mere humans. By your own admission, they're the ones who locked you in the Forest of Roots for nearly a millennium using Lumen's power. We've never even seen the temple's true strength. You hear that, Helmut? Don't let your guard down. When Aaliyah pressed, Alaga casually shifted the burden onto Helmut. For a moment, Helmut just stared at him, dumbfounded. Right, Helmut's gaze lifted from the banquet lights to the sky, now completely devoid of red hues, a starry night. The pinpricks of light in the dark expanse seemed to shine even brighter, while the shadows grew deeper as midnight approached. Tonight, it seemed, would be a long one. Only one step remained. As dawn broke on the day of the final match, a massive bird cut through the sky at blinding speed, as though splitting the heavens in two. Its vividly colored feathers were dazzling enough to be seen from afar, but beneath it lay a cushion of soft clouds, so high that no one below could spot it. For an ordinary bird, flying at such an altitude would be impossible. But Igrel was no ordinary creature. As one of the world's most powerful winged beasts, the rules didn't apply to her. I have no idea where I am. Igrel muttered to herself after carelessly flying around and losing her bearings. At this height, far beyond human sight, she had traveled across the world. The world beyond the Forest of Roots barrier was new and beautiful, and Igrel reveled in it all as she soared through the skies. From up here, the landscapes below unfolded before her like a painting. What fueled her wings was her immense demonic energy. The high altitudes were rich with pure energy, which Igrel naturally absorbed. As a result, her demonic energy replenished steadily, enough that she could fly indefinitely without ever needing to land. That was how she could roam unseen by human eyes. I'd like to land and rest for a bit. Even Igrel needed breaks sometimes, but to avoid detection she had to descend only in secluded places. The problem was she had no idea where she was. Should I just go down? As she gradually descended, something caught her eye. An unpleasant energy brushed against her feathers first. Then in her line of sight, a curved, glowing white barrier below. Don't tell me I've wandered back to the Forest of Roots. Igrel shuddered at the terrifying thought of her instincts leading her back. After risking her life to escape, returning to that prison was unthinkable. But soon she relaxed. Well, since I'm here, maybe I'll follow the barrier for a bit. Once she passed the Forest of Roots, she could gauge her location. She could land somewhere nearby since no humans lived in the area. Wouldn't it be interesting to see the place she was born and raised from the outside? Following the gradually rising barrier, Igrel flew in a leisurely upward arc. She maintained a safe distance to avoid the sacred energy's influence. But when she reached the center of the Forest of Roots, the very place she had fought so hard to escape, something made her freeze. What is that? A black stain spreading at the very top of the sacred barrier's core. The grotesque blotch writhed as though alive. Like a caterpillar gnawing at a leaf, the stain slowly, sickeningly eroded the barrier. What in the? For the first time in her life, Igrel was seized by an indescribable sense of dread. Chapter 405, Part 1. Helmut gazed out the window where sunlight streamed in. The sky on the day of the final match was astonishingly clear, a refreshing morning. From head to toe, every sensation in his body was alive, in peak condition, as if he had honed both body and mind solely for this day. Early in the morning, someone from the martial arts tournament staff knocked on his door and spoke to him. It's almost time to depart, you should finish your preparations. The final was set to begin past noon, at the hour when the sun hung highest in the sky. A tournament attended by the imperial family of the Empire and the Grand Duke of Reynosa and his wife. Since high-ranking figures would be observing, participants had to arrive early for safety inspections. There was no need to don armor, so there wasn't much to prepare. Once dressed, Helmut reached for the iron mask. Though Aaliyah's magic had made it surprisingly comfortable to wear, few people enjoyed hiding their faces. Since entering the tournament, Helmut had made it a rule to wear this mask whenever he went out. Especially recently, with the iron-masked contestant rising as a strong favorite for victory, curiosity about the face beneath had grown rampant. Some had even attempted to infiltrate his lodgings. My real face feels unfamiliar now. Today would likely be the last day he wore this mask. Helmut pressed it firmly onto his face. It fit snugly as if tailored for him. Sword in hand, he stepped out of his room in the same attire as always. It was time to depart. The comprehensive martial arts tournament, co-hosted by the Empire and the Principality of Reynosa, had drawn more attention than any previous event. The city where the tournament was held teemed with people who had flocked from all over. A competition where the strongest proved their might, where perhaps a commoner could rise to nobility. Ticket prices had skyrocketed, and despite strict bans on scalping, the black market thrived. Naturally, the hardest tickets to obtain were for the finals. Even though the finalists, Helmut and Servant, were unknown figures, neither famous knights nor mercenaries, anticipation ran high. Everyone buzzed with excitement, eager to see who would emerge victorious from this fierce battle. That guy with the iron mask, Dark, was it? Anyone here seen his matches? No. But I heard he's never dragged out a single fight until the final, well, except for the semi-final. They say his matches give you the least bang for your buck, shortest fights in the tournament. Ah, what a shame. I was rooting for Violet. I think most people who watched that match felt the same. But after defeating Violet, the iron-masked man Dark had instantly become the undisputed favorite to win, surpassing even the golden-eyed Servant. Who'd you bet on? I put my money on Dark. Isn't it the warrior of light who triumphs over darkness? I'm with Servant. The quiet ones are always stronger. I heard that Dark guy wears the mask because his face is disfigured from burns. Goodness, how tragic. The arena buzzed with unfounded rumors and whispers. They say the Emperor himself will attend today's final, along with the Grand Duke of Reynosa and his family. Heavens, to have such esteemed figures gathered in one place. When will we ever see a tournament like this again? Exactly. Good thing I didn't resell my ticket. Commoners and nobles alike, those who had secured seats for the final match, were all satisfied. Though the general stands and the noble exclusive VIP sections were separated, it wasn't absolute. Wealthier nobles snatched up as many tickets as they could, even in the general seating. Separately, a lavish, shaded seating area had been prepared at the very top of the stands for the imperial family and the Grand Duke's household. A large contingent of imperial knights and mages stood guard around them, ensuring no unsavory incidents befell the distinguished guests. Since the day before, they had scoured the arena and its surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Today, entry was strictly controlled under heavy surveillance. If spectators didn't arrive before the imperial family was seated, they would be barred from entering until the match ended. Thus, from early morning, the arena was packed. Aaliyah, Cyan, and Asuka, eliminated contestants, arrived fashionably late. The moment Aaliyah appeared, cheers erupted around her. Good heavens, it's Violet. Aaliyah still maintained Violet's signature purple hair. Even if she reverted to her original appearance, her face remained the same. People would still recognize her as Violet. It was more convenient to maintain Violet's identity. Wow, nice seats. As Aaliyah took her seat, Cyan followed, whistling as he glanced around. They had front-row seats with a perfect view of the stage. Aaliyah had pulled some strings to secure tickets for Cyan and Asuka as well. After all, wasn't it better for friends to cheer on her boyfriend together? Cyan ribbed Asuka. Hey, you could have just watched from the noble seats. What a waste of a ticket. Isn't it an honor for you to watch with me? Don't be so stingy. Asuka had barely survived last night's dinner with the high-ranking guests. His father had been uncomfortable enough, but the Emperor was there too. The Emperor had looked down at Asuka with an amused glint in his eye. I've heard your swordsmanship is excellent, though I've also heard you're rather hot-blooded. The implication stung. Had his constant clashes with the Crown Prince reached the Emperor's ears, but Asuka couldn't help himself. He hadn't been outright disrespectful, but he'd needled the Crown Prince at every opportunity. Had the Grand Duke and Duchess of Reynosa not been present, the Crown Prince might have slapped him. Chapter 405, Part 2. Later, Grand Duke Farnese reprimanded Asuka and forbade him from attending the final as part of the imperial retinue. Asuka had readily agreed. The Crown Prince wouldn't dare cause trouble there, and Charlotte would be too focused on the tournament anyway. He'd rather avoid the discomfort. But I still need a ticket, it's the final after all. Fortunately, Aaliyah, ever resourceful, had secured one, allowing him to tag along. Otherwise, he might have had to resort to buying a black market ticket. A member of the imperial family reduced to scalping, what a thought. It's the day of revenge, no way I'm missing the final. Not like there's any doubt who'll win. They were all certain of Helmut's victory. Meow, Ilaga, who had followed them, chimed in. The leopard demonic beast promptly leaped onto Aaliyah's lap. Cats didn't need tickets. Aaliyah frowned but eventually rested a hand on Ilaga's head. A contented purr rumbled out. Ilaga had claimed the best seat in the house, Aaliyah's lap. Oh my, hello there, Violet, your cat is adorable. Just then someone approached Aaliyah from the adjacent seat. A noble lady of striking beauty, dressed elegantly and fan in hand. My, oh my, does it understand speech? This one has sharp eyes. Hello. Whether Ilaga was smug or not, Aaliyah acknowledged the greeting. This was, after all, the woman who had provided their tickets. Being a semi-finalist didn't guarantee access to the finals. The noblewoman, who hadn't given her family name, hailed from one of the empire's most prominent houses. She had appeared out of nowhere when Aaliyah was turned away at the ticket counter, declaring herself a fan of Violet and generously offering tickets. Thanks to her, Aaliyah had easily secured seats for Cyan and Asuka too. I overheard your group earlier. Do you think the Iron-Masked one will win? Yes. You faced him in the semifinals, didn't you? I heard Violet and he are acquainted. Given that Violet had occasionally been seen with him before her rise to fame, rumors weren't surprising. Aaliyah studied the eager noblewoman before bluntly stating, "He's my boyfriend." Cyan and Asuka whipped their heads around at the sheer directness. What? The noblewoman's shriek was muffled as she snapped her fan over her face. Her wide eyes betrayed her shock. "So please cheer for him." Oh, of course," flustered, the noblewoman turned away. Soon the news that the iron-masked man was Violet's boyfriend would spread like wildfire, but it didn't matter. The tournament would soon be over and Aaliyah would leave this place. Wow, just wow. Cyan's delayed gasp was met with Asuka's dry response. She's not even hiding it anymore. A heavy silence fell between them as if they'd just heard something scandalous. Only Alaga continued purring, happily awaiting the start of the final. Not long after, the imperial family and the Grand Duke's household took their seats in the high gallery. The crowd rose to pay their respects, though most couldn't even see the distinguished guests properly. "Charlotte, you seem tense." The Grand Duchess of Reynosa addressed Charlotte, whose expression was visibly stiff. She hadn't slept a wink last night. She had been the one to urge Helmut to join the tournament, and he had fought his way to this moment. Despite all her meticulous preparations, even Charlotte couldn't suppress her nerves now. Margaret Irene, oblivious, looked as flawless as ever, radiant in her role as the Grand Duchess. If anything, the arena's electrifying atmosphere seemed to have lifted her spirits. Charlotte glanced at her mother's face, then lowered her gaze. Once the final ended and his identity was revealed, she couldn't imagine what expression her mother would wear. In a voice barely above a whisper, Charlotte replied, "I'm a little nervous. This is the end after all." Yes. The end, her end and Charlotte's end held vastly different meanings, but Margaret didn't know that. Soon, Charlotte's opening address followed. Chapter 406, Part 1. The opening address, delivered in a clear and resonant voice, came to an end, followed by the scheduled festivities. It made no sense for such a grand-scale martial arts tournament to conclude with just a single match. Thus began a period that was delightful to some, boring to others. Aaliyah rested her chin on her hand, Asuka was half asleep, and Charlotte stared at the stage with a stiff expression. In contrast, Alaga, who had quietly relocated, and Cyan, who now held him in his arms, were swaying side to side, thoroughly enjoying the performances on stage. It was just around the time that Asuka's head dropped in sleep and he suddenly jolted awake. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the two finalists were about to face off. We will now proceed with the entrance of both finalists. As the participants walked onto the stage, murmurs rippled through the audience. "No way is that. Did they dress him like that on purpose?" "Surely not." The swordsman in the iron mask dark. He wore the same outfit as before. Completely unadorned, his attire emphasized functionality, black clothes devoid of ornamentation. The only items that stood out were the sword at his waist and the iron mask on his face. That alone made him seem less like a human, more like a walking harbinger of death, and he was powerful. Powerful enough to instill in his opponents an inescapable fear of death. His presence, potent yet quiet as night. The iron-masked man, like nightfall chasing away the sun, overwhelmed with absolute dominance. Whether it was his opponent or the crowd, all felt it, but that wasn't why the audience was in turmoil. Opposite him stood a man with golden eyes. Unlike his counterpart, he wore dazzling white attire. A holy knight's simplified battle robe, gleaming white like eyes reflecting light. The moment the audience recognized the significance of his garb, confusion erupted. What? He's a holy knight? I thought the Empire and the Temple were at odds. Even with His Majesty the Emperor present, why would a holy knight participate in a martial arts tournament? Maybe he's just wearing the uniform. That makes even less sense. The noble holy knights who served Lumen did not concern themselves with worldly honors. The temple's authority was not something proven through flashy accomplishments, which is why the holy knights had never participated in external events. That was the unspoken rule, one that had never been broken, yet here stood a holy knight. Pretending to be a holy knight was a grave crime. This man was a holy knight, there was no doubt about it. And yet a holy knight, wearing the holy knight's robes, was participating in a martial arts tournament before the very emperor who had rejected them. It was an unfathomable act. How had the organizers allowed this? Such a thing was surely enough to incur the emperor's wrath. The audience's gaze drifted upward. The emperor's high seat was strangely still. But that didn't mean everyone present remained unfazed upon seeing the man with golden eyes. Even Margaret, who had spoken with him just yesterday, was shocked by his audacity. How could he? In fact, the topic of his participation had already been brought up during the banquet the night before. At that time, the emperor had declared, This tournament is a place for contestants to prove themselves through skill. Even if he is a holy knight, as long as he has proven himself by fair means, we cannot revoke his eligibility. I agree. The Grand Duke of Reynosa had responded in kind. With the tacit approval of both rulers, servants' entry into the final proceeded unimpeded. But no one had expected him to appear so brazenly dressed in full holy knight attire. It wasn't that the organizers hadn't tried to stop him, but forcing a finalist to change clothes by force wasn't an option either, and canceling the final outright wasn't feasible. Though he'd been briefed on the matter, the emperor couldn't help but show signs of unease upon seeing it with his own eyes. He rubbed his jaw and muttered with a grim expression. "Arrogant bastard," Grand Duke Farnese responded calmly. "If he wins, it will bring great prestige to the temple, but if he loses, it would bring disgrace to the temple, already estranged from the empire." The emperor let out a short laugh. "Look at him. He exudes the confidence of someone who doesn't even consider the possibility of defeat." Whether the man on stage was aware of the chaos he had caused or not, there wasn't a hint of disturbance in his bearing. From his upright stance radiated a confidence forged in certainty. The emperor asked lightly, "What do you think, Grand Duke? Do you think the result will go as expected?" "I don't bet on the losing hand." The Grand Duke answered plainly, his eyes flashing sharply. The emperor laughed aloud. "Ah yes, that's just like you, brother, then I suppose I'll bet on your choice as well." A faint smile formed on the Grand Duke's lips. "Are you sure about that?" "I can't guarantee anything after all." "Now that's unlike you, sounding uncertain." Chiding him gently, the emperor turned his gaze back to the stage. This time his eyes fell not on the paladin but his opponent. "I'm looking forward to seeing those haughty faces twist. Aren't they the ones who claim results speak for themselves? If he wins, it's Lumen's will. If he loses, that too must be part of Lumen's greater plan. Either way, they will learn humility." The Grand Duke's expression turned cold. The emperor, who had ascended to the throne after a fierce struggle against another brother backed by the temple, and the Grand Duke who had stood by his side through those trials, they were united in their views on the temple. Grudges do not fade easily. If the temple claimed this was all in Lumen's name, then so be it. Let Lumen's will be realized again, right here on this stage. Chapter 406, Part 2. The surroundings were chaotic, a cacophony of voices spreading in disarray. Had the tournament grounds ever been this restless, from the preliminaries to the final, and yet the sky above the stage looked impossibly clear. "A fine day." Helmut ascended the stage calmly, unhurried. The air around him felt detached from the surrounding atmosphere, utterly still. About 10 paces ahead stood his opponent, a holy knight. Of all things, his fated final adversary turned out to be the Sword of Lumen. Lumen, the one who had twisted Helmut's fate and trapped him in the Forest of Roots. And now, it was as if that very Lumen had sent forth his sharpest, strongest sword. It felt like standing before the final barrier. "Then all I have to do is overcome this, that's all." Suddenly, a voice called out, "I've heard much about you, they say you're quite the skilled one." Though the man seemed to be offering praise, his tone lacked admiration. If anything, there was an air of detached judgment, as if he were assessing Helmut from above. Helmut slowly studied the man's face. A chiseled visage, golden eyes that blazed like the sun. He recognized that look. People like that believed themselves right, unwavering as they pursued their path. Whether born of arrogance or flawed conviction, it didn't matter once it was set. They rejected all opposition as if shaking off raindrops. That unshakable faith would destroy anything that stood against it. "But is yours truly that unshakable?" Helmut questioned. "Were those neatly cultivated beliefs truly strong enough to withstand any shock?" No, he already had the answer. Because he had a clear standard of comparison. This man's life had been like that of a greenhouse flower. There was no way his foundations were as solid as Helmut's. He had never experienced true hardship. That's why he clung to his convictions so confidently, his inevitable victory, Helmut's inevitable loss. Disgusting. A cold smirk flickered across Helmut's lips. For someone raised in the Forest of Roots, there was nothing more infuriating than being looked down upon by someone weaker. He knew instantly, this man was strong, stronger than Luke Yeager, stronger than the former commander of the Palma Knights. Among all the people Helmut had met since leaving the forest, the strongest. Someone the temple could proudly claim as their trump card, a once-in-a-generation prodigy with the sword, but he was still weaker than Darien, and someone weaker than Darien could never defeat Helmut. That much was beyond question. And when it comes to talent, I'm not inferior either. Hadn't he never once met a true rival since entering the human world? Helmut asked plainly, "Holy Knight, have you seen my sword?" "No, that's a shame." "If you had, you would have already known just how strong his opponent was and just how weak he himself was compared to him. If he had seen that, he wouldn't have dared show up today dressed like that. Misfortune, truly. Only now, at this moment, would he come to bitterly understand what he had never known before. Defeat is always a meaningful teacher. The man with golden eyes raised a brow, seemingly irked by Helmut's provocation. Confidence is fine. But unfortunately, I do not lose. His voice deepened with emphasis. I am Lumen's first sword. Defeat is not permitted to me. It was the first time he had revealed his identity, Lumen's first sword. Helmut didn't know, but the Holy Knight Commander was known as Lumen's second sword. The first sword position had remained vacant for ages. Only one chosen by the sacred sword could claim the title. And this man was both Lumen's first sword and wielder of the sacred sword. The temple's most powerful sacred relic would surely deliver him victory. The sacred sword's power, said to burn away all evil, was terrifying. It pushed his skill to the very limit. Though he sensed his opponent would not be easy, Servant was unshaken. Even if he's the Sword Saint, he won't beat me. Even the high priest had said so. Determination like stone filled his eyes. What a pity I've never lost either. A fierce grin formed on Helmut's lips. There was no more need for words. Everything would be settled with the outcome. The moment of destiny ignited like a flame. Helmut had been burned by that fire, wounded by it, and forged within it. And so here he stood. No matter how strong Lumen's light was, it would not extinguish his darkness. For light was fleeting, but his darkness had grown long and deep. It's been a while, Mother. His gaze flickered briefly toward where she sat before his hand tightened around his sword's hilt. Finally, with a loud signal, the duel began. Chapter 407, Part 1. Helmut did not hesitate. What he had brought today was Darien's sword. Like the wind, he dashed forward, drew his blade, and thrust straight for the throat without pause. Kang. Darkness surged forth, swift as a shadow, yet Servant reacted. The moment he parried the blade flying toward him, his entire body prickled with shock. What? A single strike, both fierce and fast. That alone was enough to unsettle Servant. Until now, Helmut had never faced an opponent he would describe as troublesome, let alone difficult. Even Asuka, who had managed to wound him, was no exception. But this a pained groan slipped through his clenched teeth. Almost no time passed between that first sword strike and the second and third, which came pouring in immediately after. Kang, ka kang. The moment Servant tried to deflect, the blade twisted back, aiming for his vitals. A sudden, disorienting shift, like a calm breeze abruptly transforming into a raging storm. Servant's eyes widened. Kwang. The swords collided head-on, his blade slightly recoiling before darting forward again like a viper. Its trajectory was chilling, thrust from the right, blocked, then diagonal, upward, downward. The sword moved as if unbound by air resistance, each strike carrying enough force to pierce flesh like paper. Not because it was imbued with immense vis. It was simply a refined, serene, yet absolute blade. He had known his opponent was skilled, but Servant had underestimated him. If Servant had drawn the horizon, his opponent stood above it in the sky. The sacred sword did not merely enhance reflexes or physical strength, it also excelled as a weapon. It nullified the opponent's vis, mitigated incoming impacts, and amplified Servant's own strikes. Despite that, it was all he could do just to parry the weight of Helmut's sword. It felt like being struck by a huge mace. The precise concentration of vis honed to a single point was crushing. Something's wrong, a chill ran down his spine. In that moment, Helmut's sword vanished from sight. Acting on instinct, Servant slashed downward to his left. But he barely grazed the sword's path. Helmut deftly tapped the ground with his foot to shift his balance. The ashen sword bared its fangs and tore into the inner side of Servant's arm. Whack, blood sprayed. A long diagonal gash split the white fabric of the Holy Knight's attire. It was a pleasing sight. Helmut stepped back, eyeing the blood-soaked Holy Knight. A destructive impulse swelled within him, spreading like darkness. The enemy, one of Lumen's underlings, stood right there, someone he wanted to rip apart. His entire life, raised as a demonic beast, now bared its fangs at Lumen. Yet Helmut suppressed his desire to hack him to pieces and muttered under his breath, "You're even weaker than I expected." Deliberately killing him would violate the rules. Those who broke the rules could not claim victory. He had the self-control to remember that. So you're supposed to be Lumen's first sword, is that all you got? A predator gives its all, even when hunting a rabbit. Helmut did not let his guard down. However, compared to himself, Servant was weaker, and his experience was too limited to compensate for that gap. The straightforward, textbook sword style of a Holy Knight. Diligently honed effort and talent, that was all, therefore no surprises. It was easy to predict how he would move and react. For Helmut, this was an easy target. You said defeat wasn't permitted. But if I'd aimed for your neck just now, you'd be dead already. Servant gritted his teeth. The moment his opponent's blade had pierced his arm, he had sensed something vivid. He spat out his words like venom. I know what power you wield. The question is how you haven't lost control with that much darkness inside you, but rage burned in Servant's eyes. To borrow the power of the seed of darkness, how vile. He spoke with absolute conviction that Helmut's strength sprang wholly from the seed of darkness. What else but a wicked power could allow a mere human to threaten Lumen's chosen first sword? Indeed, on rare occasions, perhaps someone could, after a long period of anguish and countless experiences to temper them, achieve such completion as a swordsman. But the masked man before him, Servant, could sense he was still young, and the sacred sword of Lumen does not choose just anyone. Only humans with the greatest talent and potential can be chosen by the sacred sword. So there was no way a human of his age and standing could surpass Servant. A crooked grin crept onto Helmut's lips. He spat mockingly, if that's what you want to believe. But his words were both correct and incorrect. Helmut was indeed stronger thanks to the Seed of Darkness, yet not solely because of it. My mission is to eradicate all demons. White light flowed from Servant's wounded arm. In an instant, his injury was healed. That was the manifestation of divine power. A tingling sensation spread through Helmut's chest at the sight. Elia's magic had sealed his Seed of Darkness. So you've got some tricks up your sleeve. The moment he said that, a thought struck him that Servant's sword might be far from ordinary. A white blade that had withstood Helmut strikes directly when it should have shattered under such force. But Servant had endured not by his own skill alone, but thanks to that remarkably fine sword. Not only did it withstand impact, it even rebounded with force. Helmut's eyes narrowed. If he keeps reacting quickly, it'll be tough to penetrate that sword. He would have to strike a vital point in a single blow, rendering him unable to fight. Otherwise, he'd simply heal his wounds again. Chapter 407, Part 2, A Holy Knight possessed the combined advantages of both a mage and a swordsman. It was not that Helmut was going easy on him, he had paused mid-battle for fear of accidentally killing him. I won't hesitate this time. As long as he didn't deliver a mortal wound, the man could be kept alive. Helmut would keep his reason and fight to perfection, but just then Servant raised his sword while making a gesture akin to prayer. Lumen's sacred sword shall annihilate all darkness that exists. A stir ran through the crowd. His sword glowed so brightly that it flooded the entire stage in white. No one had expected Servant to unleash the sacred sword's power in such a manner, yet his enemy was someone who wielded the fearsome and evil Seed of Darkness. It was only natural to draw fully on the sacred sword. Divine radiance spread through Servant's entire body as though permeating every inch. Like suddenly sprouting wings, his body grew incredibly light, bursting with explosive power. The sword itself was sheathed in a massive surge of holy power, wrapping around it like vis. This is all I can manage at my current limit, Servant thought. A fierce gleam shone in his eyes. He had been the chosen wielder of Lumen's sacred sword for less than 3 years. With Servant's capabilities, he could not yet draw out the sword's full potential. Among Lumen's legacies, the sacred sword possessed the second greatest holy power, right after the sacred barrier in Forest of Roots. Even tapping into a fraction of that power was tremendous. A sacred sword, the entire thing is a mass of holy power. The intensity of that divine force momentarily halted Helmut in his tracks. Although the Seed of Darkness was sealed, he could still defend himself with vis against ordinary contact with holy power. But there were limits. If he were struck even once by that sword, the raging divine energy could infiltrate his body, break the seal, and incinerate the Seed of Darkness. The very nature of holy power was to repel demonic beasts. Then I just won't let him land a single blow. Whether it was possible or not was irrelevant. Hadn't he already achieved what others deemed impossible time and again? All that mattered was doing precisely what he set his mind to. This time Servant made the first move. Bang, the spot where Helmut had stood caved in. His movement was shockingly swift. The sacred sword, shining so brightly it dazzled the eye, closed in on Helmut. Even as Helmut tried to retreat, Servant pursued like a hawk. Helmut met the sword head-on and deflected it upward, kijijijing. Holy power traveled down Helmut's blade and burned his palm upon contact. It was scalding in that brief instant of clash. Helmut twisted his body and tried to thrust at Servant's flank, but Servant turned as well, meeting him with a counterattack. Not a single blow could get through. Helmut kicked off the ground, pulling away. After several exchanges of attack and defense, Helmut's palm and forearm stung as though scorched by fire. We'll get nowhere like this. Just brushing past Servant's sword was enough for the holy power to scorch him like flames. The only way to defend against that was with vis. Helmut drew upon his vis more deeply. The vis that had been entirely channeled into his sword now flared, wrapping him in ashen mist. Though the Seed of Darkness was sealed, some degree of demonic energy had already merged into his body. Servant shouted in a raw voice at the sight of Helmut cloaked in that dark aura. Such evil power, that damn evil nonsense again. There was no point in tiny, probing attacks or blocks. One decisive strike would determine the outcome. Servant, apparently swollen with pride from tapping into the sacred sword's power, needed to be taught a lesson. Whose swordsmanship stood above whose? A deadly gleam flickered in Helmut's eyes. Servant lowered his stance and charged, aiming at Helmut's legs. Helmut dodged that horizontal slash by leaping straight up. Servant immediately swung his blade upward from below. Helmut brought his sword down with all his weight. Kagagang. The two blades clashed, locked against each other. Neither man could afford to pull back or shift aside. They had both risked a head-on collision. Each had confidence in his own power. Their swords caught. Ashen Vis and brilliant holy power collided fiercely. Holy power greedily devoured the demonic energy it touched. The dark aura mingled with Helmut's Vis was scoured away so that the ashen hue began to fade. And what emerged was Helmut's pure Vis. Fully matured, his Vis was a soft, beautiful azure, a color Helmut himself had not seen since his early childhood. Even Servant flinched for a split second at the sight. In that moment, a savage smile tugged at Helmut's lips. He overwhelmed his enemy with the true power of his Vis. Vis surged explosively from Helmut's sword. It still held traces of that shift from ashen to blue, and with that his blade began pressing down upon the sacred sword. If this was the full extent of Servant's strength, Helmut would simply crush him with superior force. KRRGH. Servant resisted with every ounce of strength he possessed. He poured out everything he could muster. Yet his sword was being pushed back. The gap in power was undeniable. His god, his faith, his sword, everything was collapsing before him. He had never before tasted defeat, and now it loomed mere inches away. His heart went cold and his blood froze. It was like the chill of death killing. In one fleeting instant, the equilibrium was lost. Helmut's blade raked across the hollow of Servant's chest. Siojak. It carved a wound just above his heart. Blood spurted like a fountain, staining his white uniform entirely in red. Clatter. The sacred sword slipped from his grasp and clanged heavily to the ground. The holy knight dropped to his knees, eyes wide in shock. Overwhelmed by defeat, he could hardly feel the pain of his wound. Stripped of Lumen's blessing, he was nothing but a vanquished human. My victory? With that brief declaration, a profound silence fell over the stage, stunned by the unbelievable battle they had just witnessed. Then cheers and applause burst forth. Thunderous cries celebrating the victor's triumph. It mattered not to the crowd that darkness had beaten light, or that Lumen's holy knight had been toppled. What mattered was the electrifying battle that had just ended, and that the one standing before their eyes was the winner. The one who had claimed victory and would seize the colossal rewards of the martial arts tournament. Dark, 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 the crowd roared his alias, cheering until their voices cracked. Helmut lifted his chin proudly. His gaze fell upon the highest seats, where silence still reigned even in the midst of all this commotion. That was where the rulers of the Deus Empire and the Principality of Reynosa were seated. Helmut raised his sword high, its blade shimmering a pale blue as it caught the light, pointing it toward the air. Right there at the tip of Helmut's blade stood the Grand Duke of Reynosa. I have proven my worth. Now it is your turn to respond, and at last there was movement from that direction. Chapter 408 Part 1 Heavy footsteps descended from above. Helmut sheathed his sword. The moment the figure walking onto the podium came into view, the cheers died down, replaced by hushed murmurs. The one who appeared was not the Grand Duke of Reynosa. The emperor, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the empire. Merely by standing on the podium, the majesty radiating from his entire being imposed silence upon the crowd. As his sharp gaze swept downward, a deep voice resonated through the air. Now here stands the victor of this martial arts tournament. Do you have a wish to ask of me? Helmut raised his hand. The iron mask felt solid in his grasp. The moments when he had hidden his identity, concealed himself, flashed through his mind like arrows. But now he no longer needed it. Helmut cast it aside like a shackle. As the mask and his disguise fell away, his true appearance was revealed in full. Some gasped, others stifled their breaths, and a few cried out. A moment of absolute victory. The sky was dazzlingly clear, yet the darkness clinging to Helmut seemed to absorb the light pouring down upon him. Black eyes, black hair. His appearance, as if carved from the abyss, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Duke of Reynosa. Drawing in the gazes of the entire arena, Helmut made his declaration. My name is Helmut. I seek the rightful place that should have been mine. In this empire, this land, this light, no one would ever again drive him back into the forest of roots. The emperor slowly asked, and who might you be? One who carries the blood of Reynosa. I am the legitimate heir of the Grand Duke of Reynosa. At Helmut's unwavering answer, the audience erupted into chaos. Was it true, a hidden son of the Grand Duke, but who would dare lie before the emperor? And right there stood the Grand Duke himself. Above all, Helmut resembled him too closely. Anyone who had seen the Grand Duke even once couldn't deny it. Just as the emperor was about to speak again, a loud shout rang out from behind. Do not listen to him, he wields a wicked power. Servant, having recovered from his wounds, staggered to his feet. Desperation filled his voice as he cried out. As a holy knight, I testify this man carries the seed of darkness. His face twisted with hostility. What had pulled him from the shock of defeat was the undeniable truth before him, a man bearing the seed of darkness. What scheme was this, claiming to be of Renosa's bloodline, a wanted enemy of the temple? He must be eradicated. If the temple was watching, they would surely dispatch forces to eliminate him immediately. Amidst the growing unrest, the emperor dismissed him with indifference. This is the victor's time. The defeated have no right to speak. Servant's eyes widened in disbelief. He glared at the emperor, fury boiling over. He carries the seed of darkness. To spare him is treason against the temple. A cold smile curled on the emperor's lips. In this empire none stand above me. To speak of treason is absurd. Even the emperor cannot possibly. Servant's words were cut short. Knights had already ascended the stage, subduing the holy knight. The emperor watched as he was dragged away like a dog, his neck gripped and arms bound, before turning his attention back. By now another ruler had stepped forward to stand beside him, the Grand Duke of Renosa. His presence on the podium extinguished any lingering doubts, for the victor bore too striking a resemblance to him. The Grand Duke's face remained impassive as he looked down at the one claiming to be his son. Yet his eyes burned with an odd intensity. Grand Duke of Renosa, what say you to this man's claim? The emperor's question, amplified by the podium's magic, echoed throughout the arena. Helmut met his father's gaze squarely. Their eyes locked. For the first time, Helmut saw a face that eerily mirrored his own future. Perhaps the Grand Duke, too, saw his past reflected in Helmut. Cold, dry, nearly colorless, yet in this moment heat radiated between them. Not warmth, but a simmering intensity, unseen yet seething from within. This was no tender reunion, but it was a promise and the certainty of that promise. Helmut felt its unshakable presence, solid as stone. The Grand Duke was a man who kept his word, and Helmut had proven his worth. Moving a boulder was no easy task, but once set in motion it could not be stopped. Helmut had moved a mountain. The Grand Duke spoke. He is my legitimate heir and the successor of Renosa. No objections will be entertained on this matter. A wave of shock rippled through the audience. One astonishment piled upon another, leaving mouths agape in speechless paralysis. The emperor's lips curved. The victor shall receive the tournament's rewards and whatever else he desires. The emperor's decree was law in this empire, and with that the comprehensive martial arts tournament came to an end. Chapter 408 Part 2. This can't be. Margaret repeated the words as if frozen. Her face, which had worn a faint smile at the start of the final, had paled. Her entire body trembled like a leaf. The moment she saw the victor's unmasked face, she instinctively lurched to her feet, only to stagger and collapse back into her seat. The sin she had buried in the forest of roots was now alive and breathing before her. It was as though she were witnessing the dead walk. Horrifying, terrifying. That the sight of her son returned from the brink of death brought not joy but fear. It felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath her. Suddenly Margaret realized what she had truly feared all along. She had clung desperately to what she possessed, and thus she could tolerate no threat to it. But now she faced her greatest nightmare. Grand Duke, she shot to her feet, staring at her husband as he returned from the podium. His profile was as unyielding as a statue. Her husband, who had known everything and prepared for this moment. For the first time, Margaret felt an iron wall of separation between them. Why? Her voice was strained. Why had he not told her? Why had he acknowledged him? Without turning to her, the Grand Duke replied calmly, Margaret Irene, did I ever ask you 4 years ago why you did what you did? You did not, Your Grace. If she had been wrong, he could have reprimanded her, but to act without a word, resentment swelled in her eyes. I merely made the best choice for the present your actions created. Is this what you mean? It is the path for Renosa. And the ruler of Renosa was him, not her. Those words constricted her voice like shackles. Margaret covered her face and shut her eyes tightly. There was nothing left for her to do. It was no longer the role of the Grand Duchess. Your Grace. Charlotte rose from her seat and approached him. Her eyes were red. Her face flushed with uncontainable emotion. Amidst the storm of feelings too vast to voice, she spoke. Will you not regret this? The Grand Duke's gaze shifted to Charlotte. To his daughter who resembled him, to her who had been right until the end, his gaze was unusually soft. Had Charlotte aspired to become the Grand Duke, she would have had to forsake her own ambitions. But Helmut was the firstborn, a swordsman who had proven his strength before all. Now no one could strip him of what was his. Without hesitation, Charlotte nodded. A smile bloomed on her lips. I only wished for things to be set right. My greatest desire has been fulfilled. Even if it meant she might never hold what she once thought she would, she felt no regret, so long as it went to someone more deserving. From the beginning, shouldering Renosa had been her duty, not her dream. Perhaps the Grand Duke had known this, making his decision easier. A solemn air settled over his expression. Charlotte. Our path does not end here. Though the Empire had sided with Renosa, the Temple would never stand idle. They might even face a direct confrontation with the Temple. The Temple's mission was the eradication of all evil. They had never retreated from that cause. And now they had justification, the seed of darkness. Thus, countless trials remained before Helmut could be acknowledged as Renosa's heir. "Wherever your grace leads, I will gladly follow." Charlotte was his daughter, his vassal, and his knight. The decision lay with her lord. The Grand Duke patted her shoulder and turned. It was time to meet his son. Helmut, somehow his friends had made their way into the waiting room. Asuka, Cyan, and Aaliyah. Helmut took his time looking at each of them. This moment, the culmination of his goal, felt surreal, yet undeniably real. Helmut knew this was only the beginning. The allies he had secured so far would surely have been paying close attention to this martial arts tournament. They would have learned of this fact today. They too would soon be busy calculating their next moves. With the temple openly declaring hostility, their allegiance might waver, but for now it was time to savor victory. "You really worked hard to make this moment possible." Helmut took Aaliyah's hand as she stepped forward. He wanted to pull her into an embrace, but the desire to meet her violet eyes, unusually filled with emotion, was stronger. She had been with him every step of the way since leaving the Forest of Roots. Asuka rubbed his nose and muttered, "Congratulations on your victory." Truthfully, he had watched nervously as Helmut gained recognition from the Emperor and the Grand Duke and had nearly cried. Not that anyone needed to know. "Congratulations, Helmut," Cyan pumped his fist in the air. A white cat slinked between them, flicking its tail against Helmut's leg with a thud. "You did well. I'll try to refrain from calling you weak from now on." Being acknowledged by his most demanding critic felt strange. Chapter 409, Part 1. While they were sharing the joy of victory, someone entered the waiting room. The right-hand man of the Grand Duke of Renosa, clad in black armor, he bowed to Helmut without hesitation. "I am Alonso, commander of the Black Wing Knights. His Grace the Grand Duke awaits you." That sharp yet resolute face was familiar. However, the situation was entirely different from 4 years ago, when he had regarded Helmut with wariness. Now, Helmut was someone he was duty-bound to protect. A member of the Grand Duchy of Renosa and the heir destined to inherit its legacy. Aaliyah, smiling, gave his back a gentle push. "Go on. Your first meeting with your father, huh? Hope the Grand Duke of Renosa isn't as much of a stiff as my old man." Asuka grinned. "Talk it out well. Unlike me, you seem like the kind of son he'd take a liking to. Your father resembles you." "I liked him," the white cat nodded, muttering something oddly affectionate in tone. "All right then." With a nod to them, Helmut followed Alonso. Outside the door stood members of the Black Wing Knights who had accompanied Alonso. Upon seeing Helmut, they bowed respectfully. Their changed demeanor felt strikingly unfamiliar. 4 years ago, Helmut had been a guest in Renosa, but also an outsider, an object of suspicion. "Let us go." As he began to walk, Helmut felt an odd sensation. A mix of anticipation and tension, his heart pounding somewhere between the two. It was as if he were stepping into an unfamiliar world. The Grand Duke of Renosa, my father. Father, an unfamiliar word. From the moment of his birth, through his time in the Forest of Roots, and even when he sought out his mother, Helmut had never consciously thought of his father. Perhaps it was his tendency to fixate on one thing at a time. If his longing for his origins had centered on his mother, it was only natural that thoughts of his father would remain vague. Alaga had been there for Helmut, and since Alaga was male, he might have inadvertently filled the role of a father. No, if there's a reason. It was likely because his father had been so distant. Until this martial arts tournament, Helmut had never once heard his father's voice. In every moment of abandonment and betrayal, it had been his mother who was present. Even when Helmut was a newborn abandoned in the Forest of Roots, the Grand Duke of Renosa, who must have decided his fate then, did not look upon him. Was it fear that his resolve might waver, or had he deemed Helmut so worthless that there was no point in seeing him? That remained unknown. In any case, the Grand Duke of Renosa was a ruthlessly cold ruler. The reality that this man had chosen to support him still felt unreal. Helmut checked the sword at his waist. "If he tries anything foolish, I'll cut him down." As a figure so unfamiliar, deciding to commit such an act of defiance felt easy. While silently following Alonso, Helmut suddenly spoke. "What happened to that holy knight? He's been locked in a prison. His fate has yet to be decided." Though Alonso spoke of fate, whatever was decided would likely be trivial. The only applicable charges were insulting the heir of Renosa and raising his voice before the emperor. At best, they might stretch it to imperial defamation, but even if such charges were applied, actual punishment was unlikely. The Temple of Lumen held immunity privileges, and their authority still stood firm. Moreover, that man was said to be the first Sword of Lumen and a holy knight. Keeping him detained would provoke fierce protests from the temple. "It will be difficult to hold him for long," Helmut warned. It wasn't just because of the temple. The sacred sword was a weapon only the chosen could wield. When a soldier tried to touch the sacred sword Servant had sheathed at his waist, he was carried away injured. Bound in shackles and chains, Servant was locked in the prison with the sacred sword. In such a state, the moment his body recovered enough to wield the sword's power, he would escape. Though defeated by Helmut, that man was a formidable warrior, surpassing the Black Wing Knights before him. And with the sacred sword in his possession, the temple likely had ways to track his location. We are aware. By then they had reached their destination. The door opened and Helmut stepped into a room heavy with a solemn air. There the Grand Duke of Renosa awaited him, a man whose very silhouette exuded the majesty of a ruler. And she was there too, Mother, the Grand Duchess of Renosa, Margaret. The moment their eyes met, her pupils trembled faintly. Seated on a sofa, her face was as pale as lead. Always maintaining the refined demeanor of a Grand Duchess, she was no longer composed or calm. Margaret was more shaken than Helmut had ever seen her, as if dreading the punishment that awaited her. A fitting look for a sinner. "You summon me?" Helmut addressed the Grand Duke. Chapter 409 Part 2 The Grand Duke slowly turned. Their eyes, the same shade, met. Neither could be said to be lighter or darker, neither deeper nor shallower. Like two distinct oceans, their eyes were strikingly similar yet entirely different. The resemblance was twin-like, but the gap of years was unmistakable. Abruptly, the Grand Duke posed a question. "Are you prepared to bear the weight of Renosa?" There were no warm greetings or affectionate words for his son. What existed between them was a cold transaction. To Helmut, that was preferable. Affection could betray, but necessity did not. And since the moment called for a yes, Helmut answered, "Yes." Unlike Charlotte or Michael, Helmut had not lived a life groomed to carry Renosa. It was not a duty prepared for him, but what was there that he couldn't do? He had accomplished things far harder, things deemed near impossible. I was already prepared. Yet even for Helmut, that resolve had required anguish. He knew the burden would be far from light. But once decided, he had no intention of turning back. People adapt to the roles they take on. Just as he had learned to become human at the academy, Helmut would grow to fit the role of Renosa's heir. "You carry the seed of darkness within you, that is true, isn't it?" Helmut answered clearly. "Tell the temple that the seed of darkness no longer affects me. They were wrong, and what they did to me 20 years ago was in the end nothing but a slander against Renosa's bloodline." The Grand Duke's eyes narrowed as if weighing the truth of his words. Helmut intended to shatter the temple's justification. They had sent him to the Forest of Roots because he was a bearer of the seed of darkness, destined to go mad and wreak havoc. But if Helmut did not go mad, if the seed of darkness was merely a controllable factor, then the temple had sacrificed innocent lives based on the uncertain risk of potential madness. And if one of those innocents was meant to be the heir of a nation, that was a grave issue, a matter that would shake the temple's credibility to its core. Is there a way to prove it? There is. Instead of pressing for details, the Grand Duke changed the subject. "Unlike Charlotte or Michael, you were not raised in Renosa, nor educated as a member of the Grand Duchy. For you to be readily accepted, you'll need supporters. When you return to Renosa, I will arrange your betrothal. I will look for a suitable match." Helmut's eyebrow twitched. Surely the Grand Duke knew full well that Helmut had a lover, yet he spoke of a betrothal, a test. With a cold expression, Helmut said, "You seem to forget I saved you." Having saved the Grand Duke of Renosa's life, Helmut could leverage that to get his way. His expression and tone carried an unyielding resolve. It was a natural response, but also one given with the keen awareness that Aaliyah might be listening. A misstep here could spell trouble. That thought was somewhat daunting. The Grand Duke's voice lowered. "Your saving me is a debt Renosa can never repay. However, that is a separate matter from acting as a fitting heir to Renosa." Just as the Crown Prince had once implied to Asuka, the Grand Duke was telling him to use the opportunity to demand repayment for the favor in a different way. No, this was a warning. The declaration of Helmut as Renosa's heir was weighty but not irrevocable. If Helmut proved unsuitable, the Grand Duke would not hesitate to retract it. This was a reminder of that fact. The corner of Helmut's mouth curled fiercely. "Is betrayal the family motto of the Grand Duchy of Renosa?" The Grand Duchess, who had been silent, lifted her head. "Is betraying the lover who risked her life to rescue from the Forest of Roots the one abandoned even by his own blood the qualification of an heir?" Even facing such blatant criticism, the Grand Duke didn't bat an eyelid and maintained his stance. "You said you would bear the burden of Renosa. Bearing Renosa means upholding its honor. Honor lies in not betraying trust, just as your daughter, my sister Charlotte, has done." Helmut's gaze remained fixed on the Grand Duke, so he could not see what expression the Grand Duchess wore at those words. But he clearly saw the Grand Duke's eyes waver. Unable to deny Charlotte, the daughter he himself had praised, the Grand Duke faced a reprimand. "You insist on walking the difficult path, leaving the advantageous one behind. What matters is not advantage or disadvantage. There is only one path I can choose, so I will walk it." To begin with, weighing the position of Renosa's Grand Duke against Aaliyah was impossible. "If you thought I would meekly follow your will, you're gravely mistaken. The qualification isn't something you gave me, it's something I claimed." Helmut's dark eyes gleamed coldly. "Do not test me." Chapter 410 Part 1 The Grand Duke of Renosa abandoned Helmut when he was just a newborn baby. It was not some test. What had the Grand Duke of Renosa done while Helmut, forsaken twice, survived and stood here now? If anything, it was he who lacked the qualifications. To revel in tests was the arrogance of a ruler, but he had chosen the wrong opponent for such arrogance. Even facing Helmut's razor-sharp momentum, the Grand Duke of Renosa remained composed. If it becomes known that she is the granddaughter of Archmage Hike, the temple's public enemy, the temple gain a stronger cause. It was a piercing observation. Did he already know, Charlotte would not have spoken of it. Or rather, one could not assume she would have kept silent on a matter directly tied to Renosa's safety. If forced to choose between her father and Helmut, Charlotte would choose her father. Helmut declared in a clear tone. Becoming the heir to Renosa was to protect what I have, not to forsake it. Are you saying you intend to use Renosa to suit your own tastes? Do you think that will be permitted? A stern rebuke flew at him, and Helmut responded with arrogance. In return, Renosa will gain a Sword Saint. Such a claim was not easily believed. The Grand Duke of Renosa scanned Helmut up and down with a gaze tinged with suspicion. It was not disdain or underestimation. Even for a martial arts tournament champion, for a young man to dare speak of becoming a Sword Saint warranted such a look. I know you possess exceptional skill, but if you wish, I shall prove it by dueling Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights. His tone was bold and brimming with confidence, devoid of any bluff. The words of one who knew their own strength carried undeniable weight. Helmut could sense Alonso, who had been standing silently, becoming aware of him. Even as the Grand Ducal heir, such a challenge could be seen as belittling, yet Alonso showed no reaction. He too must think Helmut's words were not entirely baseless. The Grand Duke of Renosa sharply pressed further, yet even that Sword Saint was eliminated by the temple. I know, Helmut replied. For I am the Sword Saint's disciple. Dropping shocking revelations one after another, Helmut proclaimed to the Grand Duke, I will not meet such a fate. As expected, the Grand Duke seemed to know everything. His dignified, near-expressionless face showed no hint of change. He continued the tense confrontation. Your qualifications do not guarantee hers as the Grand Duchess of Renosa. She is a woman who will become the youngest archmage in history. An exceptional talent more than Renosa deserves. No nation had ever managed to get an archmage under its control until now. Archmages, each one believing themselves a nation unto themselves, did not seek to belong anywhere. With faint notions of homeland or birthplace, they dedicated their entire lives to magic. They were almost like priests. Just as priests devoted their lives to the Temple of Lumen, archmages did the same for magic. But if such an archmage became part of Renosa, she would be bound by a force stronger than any other. At the point where Renosa had already accepted Helmut and antagonized the temple, such a mage was a tremendous asset, both now and in the future as she continued to grow. Her grandmother may be a public enemy of the temple, but she was a granddaughter, not a daughter. Denying the relationship would suffice. Only then did something akin to understanding surface on the Grand Duke of Renosa's face. Even that displeased Helmut. It was never pleasant when someone arbitrarily appraised the value of the person most precious to him. It was bad enough that he himself was subject to such judgment, and to think the one making that judgment was none other than the Grand Duke of Renosa. You are truly shameless. Even Helmut, who had harbored no expectations, was taken aback by how overbearing and self-serving the Grand Duke was. He judged and spoke solely from the perspective of the Grand Duke of Renosa, as if the grievances between them had no bearing. Was this the behavior of a father who had abandoned his child? Moreover, the Grand Duke owed his life to Helmut. Was that a matter he could simply ignore for his own convenience? Did the Grand Duchy of Renosa know no such thing as guilt? Helmut himself had rarely felt guilt, but it grated on him to see those who ought to feel it act so brazenly. He was encountering the most inhuman people in the human world. He hadn't realized it would be so distasteful. The Grand Duke seemed to immediately grasp what Helmut meant. Instead of rebuking his insolence, the Grand Duke slowly closed and opened his eyes, then spoke candidly to Helmut. I cannot be a father to you, thus I can only ever be the Grand Duke of Renosa to you. It was less an atonement than an acknowledgement of his sin. He did not seek forgiveness. He had no right to, and what had happened could not be undone. The Grand Duke of Renosa would not regret it. He had done what he had to back then. As the Lord of Renosa, it was his duty, a lord's conviction. He had never once betrayed that which was everything to him. That was why he stood unashamed. It was also why he did not blame Margaret. Understanding sometimes covers wrongs. He knew she too must have acted for similar reasons. The Grand Duke and Duchess of Renosa thought alike, but because their values differed, they sometimes diverged. Chapter 410 Part 2. Moreover, to the Grand Duke of Renosa, nothing is more important than protecting and ruling Renosa. If that was his heart, forcing tears or showing newfound affection for Helmut out of feigned emotion would be nothing but lies and deception. However, this meant the Grand Duke knew it was futile to expect familial affection or bonds from Helmut, who would now be part of Renosa. This was the Grand Duke's version of an honest choice, an arrogance that did not look back. Instead of reflecting, he endured. Helmut, too, found the Grand Duke's unilaterally decided attitude displeasing, yet he had no desire to wring an apology from him, nor did he intend to accept one. What stood here were not a father and son, but the Grand Duke of Renosa and his heir. I understand clearly. Family games were not something Helmut desired now either. He already had parents, a lover, and friends. There was no place for the Grand Duke of Renosa to insert himself now. The only innocent one Helmut had accepted was Charlotte. A sudden question crossed Helmut's mind. If he had faced the Grand Duke of Renosa 4 years ago, would things have been different? That's something I can no longer know. He had no lingering attachment to things that hadn't happened. One day, Helmut would inherit everything and become the Grand Duke of Renosa. That was enough. At the end of the conversation, the Grand Duke turned away. Go and prepare. Tomorrow morning we return to Renosa. Standing with his back to the window, the Grand Duke's silhouette was resolute and cold. Helmut knew that he himself was inhuman, yet it seemed this was not because Helmut had grown up in the forest of roots, but rather due to the influence of his bloodline. He felt almost shabby before the Grand Ducal house of Renosa. Ilaga, the demonic beast, was more human than they were. Helmut turned. His gaze brushed past the Grand Duchess. Having listened to the entire conversation between the Grand Duke and Helmut, she wore a heavy expression. With her cold blood, she might be calculating what her relationship with Helmut would be moving forward. As Renosa's heir, Helmut could not immediately strike her down, and unless she made another hostile move against him, he likely would not harm her. But he would never again tolerate such a situation from someone he could place no trust in. At that moment, the Grand Duchess raised a hand as if to stop him, her lips trembling. She looked as though she wanted to ask something. Helmut spoke coldly. Your Grace, if you have business with me, speak. The icy tone, like a wall, made the Grand Duchess flinch. He would never again call her mother. She had chosen to be the Grand Duchess over a mother. Yet she hesitated to speak. Helmut knew what she was hesitating over. She wants to know what I'll do with Michael, but she can't ask because of guilt, can she? No, not guilt. She feared that provoking Helmut's wrath would harm Michael. Even now, her priorities remained unchanged. But a heart that had hit rock bottom and shattered into pieces could no longer make Helmut feel anything about that fact. If you have nothing to say, I'll take my leave. As he moved to leave coldly, Margaret urgently called out, Helmut, what will you do from now on? Helmut slowly turned to face her. Her lake-blue eyes shimmered with an imploring light. Those eyes, perfect for masking her cold, true intentions with affection and trust, had been impossible for a child not to fall for. That she still instinctively sought to appeal to emotion was what made her repulsive. Staring at Margaret's plaintive face, Helmut spoke impassively. You may look forward to what I will do, but I promise you this clearly. Everything will be done in a manner befitting Renosa's heir. Margaret's expression crumpled as if doused with cold water. Helmut's paused steps resumed. Margaret did not try to stop him again. Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, followed to escort Helmut. Helmut made a request. Please guide me to that man. The Holy Knight, he had something to say to him. Alonso readily agreed. Yes, as he walked under Alonso's guidance, cold thoughts gripped Helmut. His revenge would not be swift, not while the Grand Duke of Renosa stood firm. Helmut would gradually strip the Grand Duchess of her status and authority. Margaret would live in fear of the day Helmut ascended as Grand Duke, when the current Grand Duke's shadow faded, and she was no longer Grand Duchess. Then, as the mother of the Grand Duke, she could hope for no special treatment. If Helmut wished, her fate could be utterly wretched. That was Margaret's fear and the price of her sin. Chapter 411, Part 1. This is the place. Helmut stepped through the creaking iron gate. The prison facility, though requiring passage through 2 guarded gates to escape, could hardly be called heavily fortified. In this border city chosen for the martial arts tournament, the existence of an impressive prison would itself be surprising. Yet at the very least, the jailers guarding the prison were as formidable as escorts for a dignitary. Since the martial tournament was co-hosted with shared responsibility, the prison was guarded by both Imperial Knights and Black Wing Knights, each stationed at one of the gates. Even the temple wouldn't be able to extract him without a direct confrontation. That said, they wouldn't dare storm this place with an army. After all, they could never have imagined that the master of the sacred sword, said to be Lumen's first sword, would suffer defeat. Helmut peered through the iron bars. The man was seated on the floor, bound tightly with magic-infused handcuffs and chains. Above his head and beneath his feet glowed magical circles, devices designed to suppress holy power. Though he had healed his wounds instantly on the stage, holy power, once depleted, was not so easily restored. With magic blocking the flow of his holy power, his recovery would be painfully slow. Though it's only a temporary measure. At his waist hung the holy sword. It was said to incinerate anyone but its master who dared touch it. Unable to handle it carelessly, they had sealed it along with him. Yet because of this, the holy sword inevitably aided his recovery. Helmut could perceive the subtle flow of power as if he could grasp it. Who could have foreseen a holy knight of the temple imprisoned in such a state? They were beings who once reigned from a pedestal of reverence. The temple's high-ranking officials, no matter the country, were treated as near royalty. Their sanctity endowed them with a nobility that set them above humanity. But that nobility had long been tarnished, and now it had plummeted to the depths. Those depths were this very prison. As Helmut stood silently observing, the man spoke first. "What business do you have with me, wicked one?" Though he tried to sound composed, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable mix of humiliation and hostility. Helmut tilted his head. "I thought you might have died, but it seems not." A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. "For Lumen's first sword to be defeated by a vile one, shouldn't you bite your tongue and die of shame?" As always, Helmut found it intolerable when someone weaker dared to act arrogant. Judging by his ability to speak, it didn't seem he had attempted suicide either. Then again, knowing he'd be released in time, it would be odd for him to throw a tantrum and choose death over captivity. The Holy Knight's face twisted viciously. "I have a mission. So long as my life endures for that mission, I would never forsake the life Lumen has granted me over petty pride. And that mission involves crushing the bearer of the seed of darkness standing before you. I shall punish those who wield wicked power and all who aid them." It was a declaration of intent to take down both the Deus Empire and the Grand Duchy of Renosa. Helmut scoffed. "Unfortunately for you, that's a feat you won't achieve. No matter how deep the darkness, there is no day the sun does not rise. The dawn before daybreak is the darkest. Light is destined to illuminate the darkness." Watching the Holy Knight recite such grandiose words, as if facing immense tribulation while merely bound, Helmut found it absurd. The temple was indeed in its dark age, having already lost the support of Basser and now facing the opposition of the Empire and Renosa. "Fine, whatever, here's my business. When you're released, go to the temple and tell them." Dealing with fanatics only drained one's sanity. It would be easier to cut him down. Suppressing the temptation, Helmut declared, locking eyes with the man's questioning gaze. "When you're released, tell the temple this: I have conquered the seed of darkness and I can prove it as many times as needed." Clang, the Holy Knight shook his handcuffs and chains, vehemently denying it. "Lies. How is that any different from a dark mage claiming to control their dark energy? The temple deemed it impossible and cast those with the seed of darkness into the forest of roots, but the power of magic has made it possible." "No. It cannot be. If I had been dominated by the seed of darkness while facing you, you wouldn't be alive and imprisoned here." After a brief silence, the Holy Knight asserted in a resolute voice. "Given your wicked nature, it's hard to believe the seed of darkness has no hold over you." Who's judging whose character? Helmut was dumbfounded. He didn't exactly think his own personality was stellar, but a Holy Knight had no right to say such things. "That's unfortunate. From where I stand, your personality seems just as bad. By your logic, holy power and demonic energy must affect humans similarly." The Holy Knight clamped his mouth shut. Perhaps he had some conscience, aware of his own flawed character. Helmut concluded the conversation in a chilling tone. "Servant, was it? The next time you come at me, be prepared to die. The rules of the martial arts tournament won't protect you then." The Holy Knight's pupils trembled. Having vividly experienced Helmut's strength, the thrill of that moment still lingered. But he was Lumen's chosen sword. Weakness was unacceptable. He spoke as if making a vow. "Next time I will not lose." With a cold glance, Helmut left the prison without hesitation. Tomorrow, finally, he heads to Renosa. His life, now restarted, lay in Renosa. No matter the circumstances he faced, he would break through them all. As the heir of Renosa, compared to the trials he had overcome thus far, this was nothing difficult. The notion that the seed of darkness no longer held sway over him must have been a blatant lie, considering his inclination to cut down everything if things went awry. A chilling smile touched Helmut's lips. Even if a demon lurked within, his true task was to live while masquerading as human. Chapter 411, Part 2. While Helmut engaged in a less than peaceful conversation with the Grand Duke and his wife, Charlotte was handling the aftermath of the martial tournament. She too would return to Renosa with Helmut tomorrow, though the remaining tasks would be handled by the Crown Prince. Until then, she had work to do. The moment Charlotte had longed for had come to pass, but her worries lingered. Michael, what would become of her twin brother? A sigh escaped her lips. Michael stirred her sense of guilt. Twins grow together in their mother's womb. It was said that one's weakness stemmed from the other's strength, siphoning nutrients from the mother. If Michael's body hadn't been so frail, he might not have developed such a twisted personality. Charlotte couldn't shake the thought that the root of the problem was tied to her from the moment of their birth. What will become of Michael? What did Helmut intend to do with him? If he were spared, Michael, stripped of his position as Renosa's heir, would never remain docile. As Charlotte gazed at the empty tournament arena, lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Why the glum face, Charlotte? The tiresome martial arts tournament is over and your work is done, isn't it? It was Asuka sauntering over. Will you remain in the Empire, Senior? Well, yeah, I guess I have to. Science going along, but I can't exactly do that. As the heir of Grand Duke Farnese and a member of the imperial family, he couldn't freely decide his own path. Asuka seemed displeased that everyone else was heading to Renosa while he stayed behind. Don't get all perfectionist and overdo it. Just wrap things up haphazardly and hand it over. The Crown Prince will take care of the annoying, difficult stuff. Who decided that? A voice from the other side made Asuka and Charlotte turn simultaneously. There stood the Crown Prince, his expression one of displeasure. How dare you treat me like a servant doing cleanup? You've got some nerve. Asuka responded nonchalantly. Don't sulk like a petty eavesdropper. If you're going to show up, make your presence known first, Your Highness. Sulk, what a vulgar expression. The heir of Farnese needs to retake his etiquette lessons. Don't be cheap and keep bringing up those damn etiquette lessons. And isn't managing the tournament cleanup something you can handle? It's no big deal. To someone who got eliminated early and has been lounging around, this might seem trivial. Not that your help would have been useful anyway. The Crown Prince's sarcasm finally got under Asuka's skin. What did you say? You don't even have the skill to compete in the tournament. Your paltry swordsmanship was laid bare in this tournament. How does it feel to know your level? Hey, I got unlucky and faced a top contender, that's why I was eliminated, not because of my skill. You've got a long way to go. That holy knight seemed around your age, didn't he? You need to know how to wield a sword to judge skill. Does your highness even have the eye for it? Watching their bickering somehow brought a smile to Charlotte's face. Her eyes softened and a bright smile formed. Before she realized it, a soft laugh escaped her. Both Asuka and the Crown Prince froze upon witnessing it. Asuka, recovering first, narrowed his eyes. What's that look? Like you're watching kids. And no, it's not that. You two just seemed close. Close, the Duchess has an overly optimistic view. The Crown Prince cleared his throat, adding his own remark, but the urge to argue had dissipated. I heard you're leaving early tomorrow, he said. Yes, that's the plan, Charlotte replied. The Crown Prince flashed a dazzling smile toward her. I may have reason to visit Renosa soon. It's a pity, but I look forward to our meeting then. Asuka's eyes shot up fiercely. Who said you could visit Renosa? Charlotte, if the Crown Prince tries to come, refuse him. Even if we're Academy seniors and juniors, that's utterly disrespectful. Ordering the Duchess of Renosa around, Charlotte responded belatedly. That's not something I can decide, Asuka declared as if to intercept. If your highness visits Renosa, I'm coming too. On whose authority and for what reason? As an escort. You're weak and frail, so I'll have to protect you. A sharp exchange of glares passed between the Crown Prince and Asuka. Charlotte's expression turned wry, her earlier amusement gone. For her, it would be easier if only one of them visited, or better yet, neither. But Charlotte was a trained Duchess of Renosa. She replied with formal courtesy. Yes, if both of you visit Renosa, I will gladly welcome you. Charlotte remained entangled in this troublesome triangle to the very end. Chapter 412, Part 1, Knots and Turmoil. Michael opened his eyes. As always, it was a sleep akin to death. The few days it took for his consciousness, which had faded into darkness, to dimly resurface were to Michael as if they didn't exist at all. His body, wiped down with a towel every few hours, was damp with sweat. The healer's prediction that the fever would subside in a day or two was, as expected, wrong. It wasn't surprising anymore. Is it daytime? Bright light seeped through the gap in the curtains. It was a room that caught the sun during the day. Michael immediately sat up. A chill swept over him. The moment he regained consciousness, Michael, as was his habit, recalled the most important thing first. The martial tournament. What happened with it? Due to his fever spiking right after the abrupt cancellation of his visit to the martial arts tournament, he hadn't had the chance to receive a report on the situation. It was the first time in recent years that he had been this gravely ill. Each time he lost and regained consciousness, he felt a familiar yet distinct sense of unease. The unease of not knowing what might have happened during that time. Michael steadied his trembling body and lowered his feet to the floor beneath the bed. Clunk. At that moment the door opened and someone entered the room. Lord Michael. The low, tense voice was laced with urgency. Sinus, Michael called the name of his vassal. For Sinus to enter before being summoned meant that a matter of grave importance had arisen. There is something you must know, an unusual expression. Michael, looking at him, was gripped by an indescribable premonition. It was different from the nightmares he had always harbored, yet equally ominous. This time it was real. What is it? At the martial tournament. The heir of Renosa has appeared. That single sentence unleashed a whirlwind of thoughts that tore through Michael and then vanished. Past and future, cause and effect, all were inferred and crystallized in an instant, only for a sharp thorn to pierce through him. His already colorless face lost all trace of expression. He was far too pragmatic to cling to the possibility that it wasn't true. At that moment, the sound of a carriage and hooves echoed from outside the window. Michael approached the window and drew back the curtain. It was the carriage of the Grand Duke of Renosa, accompanied by an escort. Michael murmured softly, "It seems this time they intend to abandon me." His tone was strangely calm, almost eerily so. Sinus lowered his head. No words of comfort could suffice. It took only half a day to travel from the city hosting the martial arts tournament to Latona, the royal castle of Renosa. Using a magic circle set up on the city's outskirts, they first teleported to Renosa, then continued by carriage. An awkward situation where the Grand Duke and Duchess of Renosa traveled alongside Helmut's party was avoided. Under the escort of the Black Wing Knights, the group split into two. The Grand Duke and Duchess took one carriage ahead while the rest of the party rode in another. Helmut, Charlotte, Aaliyah, and Cyan, 4 graduates of Greta Academy, were gathered in one place. The spacious carriage, adorned with gold and jewels, was extravagantly luxurious. Alaga was also present, but he was napping on a shelf above the carriage seats out of sight. Somehow, I feel like I shouldn't be here. This is really awkward. Cyan, who had lived his entire life as a commoner, glanced around uneasily. He had felt the same when staying at the Farnese Grand Ducal Mansion or the Imperial Palace, but he could never quite get used to it. Riding in such a lavish carriage with royalty heading to their kingdom felt utterly alien to the life he had lived. How he ended up entangled with Helmut and Asuka, both hiding their true identities, was beyond him. But he wasn't the only commoner here. "Aaliyah, how are you so calm about this? Is there a reason I shouldn't be?" Far from feeling out of place, Aaliyah responded coolly, as if this were her natural environment. Come to think of it, her tastes, even back at the academy, had leaned towards luxury. "It's actually me who finds this kind of carriage unfamiliar." Ironically, it was Helmut who felt a touch of discomfort. Though he was a Grand Duke's son in name, he had never lived a life of corresponding luxury. After leaving the Forest of Roots, he had escaped poverty, but while he occasionally rode carriages, he mostly traveled on horseback or on foot. This opulent carriage was far removed from the life he knew. He felt more at home with the Black Wing Knights riding outside. "You'll get used to it." Charlotte, who had spent her entire life where riding horses or walking was more of a deviation, smiled softly. In that moment, she exuded the aura of royalty. Whatever, should I start calling him Lord Helmut now?" Lost in complicated thoughts, Cyan signed the documents prepared in the carriage. As promised, Helmut had secured a job for Cyan, a capable but unemployed mage. Now the heir of Renosa, Helmut could easily arrange such a position. However, Cyan had to sign a formal employment contract as a mage directly under Helmut's command in the Renosa royal household. Aaliyah, on the other hand, had no such obligations. After signing a contract laden with hefty penalties and clauses, but offering a generous salary, Cyan glanced at her. "Why aren't you signing anything?" "Because you're working for a salary while I'm just a guest." Aaliyah replied curtly, "A guest, though being the lover of Renosa's heir was hardly something to be dismissed as merely a guest. This girl is going to become the Grand Duchess of Renosa." To Cyan, who until recently had firmly believed Aaliyah was a man, the thought was not just unfamiliar but downright bizarre. "When are you two getting engaged?" Charlotte asked abruptly. Chapter 412 Part 2 Knots and Turmoil. Even the imperial crown prince remained unmarried these days, but at Helmut's age it was time to consider engagement. He was the heir of Renosa, after all. With nobles and royals often attending academies, marriages tended to happen later, but Helmut already had a clear partner with no need to look further. Though he had many challenges ahead to establish himself as Renosa's heir, a simple engagement seemed appropriate for now. For someone of a Grand Ducal family, immediate marriage was rare. Typically, an engagement period of at least 6 months preceded the wedding, as their marriage was a national event requiring time to invite distinguished guests. Given Aaliyah's ambiguous status in Renosa, an engagement would be prudent, at least from the perspective of Renosa's Grand Princess. It would also make it easier for Aaliyah to adjust to life in Latona than remaining in an undefined role. When neither responded immediately, Charlotte's eyes widened. "Is it too early for such a question? I thought you'd already discussed it." Their bond seemed strong enough to have warranted such discussions. She realized she had spoken of unplanned matters in front of the parties involved, a rare lapse in tact. Helmut and Aaliyah exchanged a brief glance. Aaliyah's look seemed to ask what he intended to do, but Helmut's mind grew tangled. Marriage or engagement, human rituals and ceremonies were unfamiliar to him. It felt as though an unexpected task had been thrust upon him out of nowhere. Though he knew such things existed, the concept had never truly applied to him. In the Forest of Roots, the word marriage was practically non-existent. But Helmut knew he couldn't respond carelessly here. Saying "I've never thought about it" or that it doesn't matter, neither seems right. He had learned through experience that answers closest to his true feelings were often far from correct. At that moment, a resolute voice cut through. "I haven't given my permission yet." It was Alaga. As if sensing Helmut's predicament, the napping beast had spoken. "I haven't approved." "Engagement, my foot. Why do I need your permission, Alaga? Doesn't someone's opposition make you want it more? Humans never listen otherwise." So he was taking on the role of the opposition. At the absurd logic, both Helmut and Aaliyah raised their eyebrows. "You two seem clueless, so I'll oppose it. That'll light a fire under you." It was bizarre reasoning, and it was equally strange that he openly admitted his intentions. Cyan, dumbfounded, asked, "Are you saying you want Helmut to get married, Alaga? Wouldn't their offspring be cute?" Offspring. It sounded almost like an insult. To Alaga, marriage wasn't the point, Helmut's offspring were. It was as if a master were eagerly awaiting their pet's litter. Charlotte pointed out, "That's a rather crude way to put it," but Helmut shot back without missing a beat. "I think Alaga's offspring would be cute too. A white leopard cub would be adorable." Given Alaga's size, feeding it would be costly, but still, Alaga grumbled sulkily, "Where am I supposed to find a mate? Bring me a beautiful female leopard my size." Though not as overtly aesthetic as a grell, Alaga had standards. If he was beautiful, his mate had to be as well. If we consider demonic beasts a single species, what about a grell? She's beautiful, you two would make a good pair. Kayak. A sharp cry rang out and a paw shot down from above, swiping at Helmut's forehead like lightning. Helmut tilted his head back just in time to dodge, but no sooner had he evaded than a second strike came. Shayak. The sound of the air being sliced was no joke, yet Helmut dodged this one too. Thankfully, a cat's legs are short or it might have drawn blood. Alaga growled fiercely. "You. One more word of that nonsense and you'll regret it." "All right, calm down. As for the engagement, dodging the issue entirely would be a problem too. I'll discuss it with Aaliyah." Aaliyah's expression remained unchanged. This answer seemed to pass muster, more or less. Amid the minor commotion, the carriage continued steadily toward its destination, and soon after they arrived in Latona. 4 years ago, Helmut had discovered his lineage in this city and had also been betrayed. Chapter 413, Part 1. The air of Latona, the royal castle, was as cold as it lingered in his memory. As Helmut stepped down from the carriage and stood in the towering shadow of the castle, a suffocating, distant sensation surged within him. For a fleeting moment, it was as if the death-like betrayal that had once engulfed him cast its shadow anew. There were wounds that never healed, moments he could never escape. Though time might dull the pain, as if healing a wound, Helmut would have to carry those scars for a long time. If he were a demonic beast, he could have forgotten this feeling by running wild with rage. But human emotions were far more subtle and complex. Controlling a sword was easy, but reining in his heart stirred unexpectedly was no simple task. "Helmut." Aaliyah grasped Helmut's arm. Her violet eyes, as if sensing his turmoil, gazed at him with concern. "It's nothing." Surprisingly, her touch steadied his heart, which had been plummeting toward a precipice in an instant. Her presence was a small salvation to Helmut. And he was no longer a mere guest here. He was the heir to Reynosa, declared by the Grand Duke himself. "Lady Charlotte, His Grace the Grand Duke summons you." At the knight's words, spoken the moment they disembarked from the carriage, Charlotte bowed her head toward Helmut without a hint of hesitation. "I'll go ahead, I shall see you again soon." Watching Charlotte's retreating figure as she left with words devoid of any doubt, Helmut's eyes darkened. He gently released Aaliyah's hand. "You all go in first." With that brief command, Helmut sent his companions ahead and turned to the commander of the Black Wing Knights. There was still unfinished business. His black eyes gleamed with an imposing light. "Where is Michael?" It was unlikely that Alonso failed to grasp the implication in that question, yet Alonso answered without hesitation, as if he had anticipated it. "He is confined in his chambers." Confinement. A loaded word to use for a grand prince said to be bedridden with illness. As expected, Helmut issued a curt order. "Lead the way." The Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Reynosa were together. This meant the Grand Duke was keeping the Grand Duchess at his side. The Grand Duchess likely believed Charlotte would protect Michael. Indeed, Charlotte would not allow Helmut to kill Michael. Because Michael was her blood, her twin born on the same day and hour. For that reason alone, she had endured Michael's malice her entire life. It was a realm she could not escape. As if he had foreseen even this, the Grand Duke promptly summoned Charlotte as well. And he left Alonso behind, ensuring Charlotte could depart with trust. Yesterday and today, the Grand Duke had not spoken a word to Helmut. By feigning ignorance and granting him this opportunity, he had entrusted Michael's fate to Helmut. If this was a test from the Grand Duke, so be it. The quality of a ruler lay in ruthless decisiveness. Could he be willingly cruel to his enemies? Michael had once driven Helmut to the brink of death. Even if Helmut killed Michael, the Grand Duke of Reynosa would not blame him. Unlike the Grand Duchess, Michael was a discarded card to the Grand Duke, and to Helmut, he was a potential spark for a future succession conflict. The Grand Duke would always measure Helmut's worthiness as Renosa's heir. Thus, while the possibility of using Michael was slim, it was not non-existent. To prevent that, eliminating Michael was the logical choice. As Helmut had spared the Grand Duchess of Renosa, sparing Michael would be proof of complacency. A complacency unfit for the one destined to rule Renosa. The Grand Duke is someone who could have abandoned me from the start. There was no reason he would hesitate to discard a child who displeased him, or a frail Michael who might die at any moment. Before long they arrived at Michael's chambers. The chambers, guarded vigilantly by members of the Black Wing Knights, were enveloped in serene silence. Alonso asked, "Where is Lord Michael?" "He has been awake since a short while ago." "Shall I inform Lord Michael that a guest has arrived?" At that moment the door creaked open and a man stepped out. Though Helmut had never met him, the man knew who Helmut was. "A guest has arrived." The man approached with gliding, silent movements, swift and agile. A glint flashed in his eyes, but before he could draw a weapon from his cloak, Alonso commanded sharply, "Seize him." Two Black Wing Knights swiftly lunged, restraining him. Chapter 413 Part 2 Crash. The man's body slammed into the floor with crushing force. Unable to resist the assault, the man gritted his teeth as he collapsed. His limbs pressed to the ground like a dog, he raised only his head, his eyes blazing with hostility. "He is Lord Michael's dog, a low-born mutt but a loyal one," Alonso said in a flat tone. Yet a flicker of vivid disdain passed through his eyes. A loyal knight would hardly feel fondness for a hound who carried out Michael's filthy deeds. Helmut approached the man wordlessly. The man's bound limbs trembled. In his eyes, fixed on Helmut, was not merely anger, but fear. He was a dog terrified of losing his master, but Helmut was not one to show mercy even to a dog. Crunch. The light stamp of his foot crushed the man's hand, the sound of breaking bones echoing. Immense pressure shattered the hand's structure. "Erg," to the screaming man, Helmut spat, "Know your place from now on." Lifting his foot, he strode forward. Alonso did not follow, as if he would turn a blind eye to whatever happened inside. Creak clank, the sound of the door opening and closing rang unusually loud in the quiet room. There, directly ahead in the center of the room, was Michael. Dressed in white, gazing out the window, the young man, still bearing traces of boyhood, seemed as light and fragile as a feather. Sunlight, delicate as if it might shatter, illuminated his pale, refined face, and his golden hair shimmered above it. He looked as though he might melt into the air and vanish. His appearance was such that harboring enmity toward him felt like it might stir guilt. Michael, cloaked in an angelic aura, turned his head toward Helmut. His vivid blue eyes met Helmut's. The moment their gazes locked, something inside Helmut snapped. Without hesitation, Helmut lunged forward and struck Michael's face. Thwack! It was a thread of rationality that kept him from drawing his sword. Crash! Michael flung back helplessly, collided with a table, blood streaming from his nose. His cheek swelled instantly. Helmut grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up. "Michael!" Before Michael could utter a word, Helmut slapped him. Slap. Slap, slap. The opponent was too frail to withstand a thorough beating. Having swung his hand explosively, Helmut released Michael midair. Michael collapsed limply onto the carpet, coughing and spitting blood. Bruises bloomed swiftly across his cheeks and face. Frowning, Michael spat with a twisted expression, "So you came back alive." Helmut kicked him in the stomach, thud. "Gurk!" Even as Michael curled up, groaning, Helmut felt no trace of pity. "Get up." Helmut's voice was cold. The rage that had flared momentarily subsided with his breath. Michael shakily rose, barely steadying himself. Yet strangely, he was smiling. "Why are you angry? You who survived the Forest of Roots, wouldn't you have lived just fine if you'd been sent back there? Seems like you haven't had enough, running your mouth like that." Helmut grabbed Michael's collar, pulling him close. At a distance where their breaths mingled, Michael whispered with a pale face, "I did nothing wrong. No one would call a monster their brother." A sneer spread across his angelic face. The only one before Helmut to witness Michael reveal his twisted nature so openly was Charlotte, and Michael always had a reason for doing so. He's not one to show his true colors without calculation. Raised as a precious Grand Duke's son, he'd likely never been struck like this, yet his defiance was commendable. Coughing, Michael spat out quickly, "Kill me. If you've won, I should die. I knew if you returned, I'd be the one to die." "No." Helmut gazed down at him, declaring coldly, "Michael, I won't kill you." Before the martial arts tournament, he had thought about what he would do upon returning to Renosa. Would he kill those who betrayed him and drove him to ruin? Or, after much deliberation, Helmut had arrived at this answer, the best choice balancing emotion and reason. Michael's expression wavered as if struck by shock. But he quickly composed himself. Why was being driven out to the Forest of Roots twice not enough? A mocking smile curled on Michael's face as if expecting brotherly affection. But Helmut's next words cut through him, sharp as if peering into his very soul. "What you want is death, not a life as a loser." Helmut raised the hand gripping Michael's collar, then released it with a thud. Falling to the floor, Michael coughed violently, yet glared at Helmut with bloodshot eyes, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Helmut knew why Michael hadn't fled, why he remained in this room. He knew what being Renosa's heir meant to Michael. Michael would rather die than lose it, so let him face a reality worse than death. If he couldn't bear it and took his own life, that too would be the ultimate humiliation for Michael. Helmut's black eyes, gazing down at Michael, were icy. "I'll make you live as a loser, serving me beneath me, forever looking up at the position you coveted." Michael would live his life drowning in defeat, floundering in shame. That was the punishment he deserved. Michael's face trembled. This time it was an irreparable collapse. Rage, murderous intent, hatred, a storm of indescribable emotions swirled within him. "If you don't kill me," Michael whispered, his distorted face trembling as if sobbing, "you'll regret it. Do you think I'll just back down, no matter the means, even if it meant rebelling against the Grand Duke?" He would reclaim what was rightfully his. Michael ground his teeth inwardly. Michael hadn't acted this way before because building his position slowly was more feasible, but with nothing left to lose, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Helmut looked down at him and said, "Of course I don't trust you. There's no way you'll stay quiet, that's why." A savage smile curled on Helmut's lips as he drew something from his cloak. "I prepared this for you." Chapter 414 Part 1. In Helmut's hand was a small pill. Through the translucent shell, something wriggled inside. It was a repulsive, spine-chilling sight. The moment Michael saw it, the blood drained from his face. His already pale complexion, save for the bruised patches, turned so white it seemed impossible for it to grow any paler. Helmut raised the pill toward Michael's face, which was now etched with shock and terror. "You know what this is, don't you?" It was the very same insect that Black Hawk had once intended to use on Helmut. The creature would take root in the heart, living there, requiring a specially concocted medicine to be swallowed once a month to survive. The formula for the medicine varied depending on what the larva had been fed since birth, making it unique to each insect. If the host failed to provide sustenance, the insect would gnaw at the heart. Sensitive to magic, the creature was difficult to remove even with spells. If it sensed a threat, it would devour the heart, severing the host's life. "To think you'd use such a vile method fit only for the lowliest assassins on me." Michael stumbled backward, assuming a defensive stance. "No need for further explanation then." Helmut lunged at Michael. "No." "Stop, ag!" Suppressing Michael's desperate screams, Helmut forced his mouth open. Michael, whose body lacked even a trace of muscle, had pitiful strength. Overpowering him was as simple as restraining a newborn. Helmut promptly shoved the pill down his throat. "Cough, cough," Michael thrashed violently, trying to spit out the foreign object, but it was futile. His Adam's apple bobbed as the pill slid past his throat. Only then did Helmut release him. "Thud hoorig!" Collapsing to the floor, Michael sobbed, retching uncontrollably. His face flushed red as he desperately shoved his fingers down his throat, trying to expel what he'd swallowed. It was a frantic, pitiful struggle. Keg. But what he coughed up wasn't the pill, only fragments of the shell soaked in gastric juices. The insect inside had already burrowed into his body. "You filthy insect, you monster!" Helmut watched Michael's flailing with cold, unyielding eyes. Michael let out incoherent screams, soon clawing at his chest. He must have heard the pain would persist until the parasite settled into its new home. Aaliyah worked on it, so there shouldn't be any issues. It wouldn't be fatal. Helmut had procured the worm through Black Hawk. It wasn't an absolute poison by any means. Someone of Michael's status, a Grand Prince of Renosa, could likely hire a mage from the Mages Association or a healer to undergo a complex procedure to remove the insect. But with Aaliyah's magic woven into it, the story changed. Unless an archmage intervened, no one would be able to extract the insect from Michael. Any reckless attempt would cost him his life. Not that I'd care if he died that way. As Michael's trembling subsided, signaling the insect had settled, Helmut regarded him with renewed interest. Michael, always impeccable and poised with a hypocritical smile, was a pathetic sight now. His face, smeared with saliva, tears, and snot, was both wretched and absurd. In contrast, Helmut remained composed, unshaken. To think that this haughty fool could be reduced to such a state so easily, a realization struck Helmut. Come to think of it, this guy was coddled his whole life. Michael only seemed strong because he was cunning enough to manipulate others and always held the upper hand in his environment. Having never faced humiliation, he lacked the resilience to endure being cornered. He was merely a spoiled young lord who'd lived recklessly, using his frail body as a weapon. For him, choosing death over a life of defeat was easier, not out of strong will but because of his weakness. Charlotte, so upright and just, could never retaliate against her frail brother, no matter how poorly he treated her, knowing he could die at any moment. Michael's demeanor had even worked on Helmut to some extent, but to think it would still sway him now, after Michael had betrayed him, was a grave miscalculation. In that one regard, he was strikingly like his mother, Margaret Irene. Michael, curled up like a frightened herbivore, wiped his mouth and muttered, "Disgusting, how dare you make me swallow a worm?" His plaintive tone might have evoked pity, but Helmut responded coldly. They say people unknowingly ingest bugs throughout their lives. This isn't your first time, so don't fuss over it. You call that comfort? Who said anything about comforting you? Helmut retorted, incredulous. To expect such a thing from one's aggressor, Michael's shamelessness was matched only by his childishness. At that rebuke, Michael's emotions erupted and he lunged at Helmut. Why are you keeping me alive like this? Why? Helmut gazed impassively at the face, screaming while clutching his arm. Did you think that by making an enemy of me you'd still get to dictate the outcome? You're wrong, you can't do this to me. Helmut could bear no more. Listening further would only fuel his urge to kill the fool, despite the trouble of procuring the costly insect. His eyebrow twitched. He moved to shove Michael away, but before he could, Michael shouted quickly. I spared your life. You spared me. Chapter 414 Part 2. Didn't he try to kill him? It was a natural question, yet the emotion raw in Michael's eyes was resentment. Yes, I could have told the temple. Told them what? That you're Darien de Firth's disciple. I knew. I saw your swordsmanship. If they'd known, they would never have let you live. Indeed, had the temple known, they wouldn't have merely followed the Grand Duchess's orders and sent Helmut to the Forest of Roots. Darien de Firth, that name alone was enough to make the temple paranoid. I kept it hidden, that was my choice. 4 years ago in Latona I could have had you eliminated, but instead I sent you to the Forest of Roots. The place where you'd lived. Using the temple's hand to cleanly dispose of his rival, a golden opportunity. Sending Helmut, who'd escaped the Forest of Roots once, back there was less certain than a more definitive method. That Michael hadn't chosen the latter stemmed from some inexplicable sentiment, but one thing was clear. Back then, Michael hadn't wanted Helmut to die there. He'd acted rationally all his life, yet he'd always pursued his desires. That time, he'd followed his heart. Helmut, closing and opening his eyes as if suppressing something, remarked icily, "You have a convenient way of tending to your conscience." It was surprising, though. Back then, the position of heir, meaningless to Helmut, had been everything to Michael. He wasn't the type to tolerate any variable that could cost him what he'd spent his life building. To Helmut, Michael was a rival before a brother. Even if he felt genuine affection, he'd eliminate any threat. That's what Helmut had thought of him. Yes, I did, but because of that you survived, you lived and came back here, so you. You can't do this to me, he declared it boldly as if Helmut owed him. Helmut stared at Michael's battered, bruised face, finding no more space to strike, and asked, "Why bring this up now?" "Because you did that, you want a merciful death, to have your life ended here." Michael fell silent, as if at a loss for words. His gaze dropped, embarrassment flickering across his face as though he'd realized his own contradiction. Helmut understood then. Michael didn't truly desire death. He'd likely assumed Helmut wouldn't actually kill him. That naive notion came from a life where his whims were always indulged. This was likely the first time he'd ever been struck. Who would dare harshly punish the Grand Prince of Renosa for a mere mistake? The idea that his choices could cost him his life was unconsciously dismissed. Having lived so close to death his whole life, the word itself held less weight for him. Helmut realized one more thing. The Grand Duke couldn't have been unaware of this side of Michael. Even if Helmut hadn't appeared, the Grand Duke wouldn't have named Michael his heir. Michael was driven by selfishness and desire, lacking the will and responsibility to uphold Renosa. That strength belonged to the unassuming Charlotte. Helmut spoke. "You are Charlotte's brother and a member of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. But that's not why I'm keeping you alive." Michael's gaze, fixed on his bitten lips, lifted. "You are useful." Michael was, in his own way, a capable individual. Intelligent and educated as a prince, he knew the inner workings of Renosa well. If kept from betraying again, he could be used effectively. Though Helmut had vented his anger, Michael wasn't the true target of his rage. He'd never trusted Michael, but he had trusted Margaret. Taking out his rage on her most beloved child was only fitting. Helmut warned, "Once a month you must take the medicine or that insect will burrow into your heart. If you want to live, prove your worth." If Michael proved useless, Helmut would withhold the medicine, and his death would be dismissed as a heart attack. It wouldn't be suspicious. Michael was known in Renosa as someone who could die at any moment. No reply came from Michael. Helmut left him and exited the room. To Alonso, who was waiting outside, he tossed a single remark. "He'll need treatment." Having only recently recovered, Michael, beaten to a pulp, was sure to fall ill again. Chapter 415, Part 1. Upon returning to his quarters, Aaliyah was waiting for him. Though she had lived her entire life as a commoner, there was an air of ease about her, as if she were in her own home. The attendant standing nearby, bowing respectfully, seemed to have already accepted Aaliyah's position. Well, being revered was an everyday occurrence for her at Greta Academy, so this was hardly anything special. Sion went inside to rest. Sion, ever so oblivious, could never have imagined that Helmut had gone straight to confront Michael upon his return. Even Michael, the Grand Prince of Renosa, would hardly expect such a matter to be settled privately. There's blood on you. Aaliyah stared intently at Helmut's wrist. Though he had roughly wiped the blood from his hands, faint traces of it lingered on his clothes. Ah, Aaliyah lifted her gaze. The light in her eyes, as if piercing through his very soul, struck deeply. They shimmered with a mystical violet hue. She asked softly, "Will that be enough for you?" As if she had already grasped everything. Helmut met her gaze silently before responding. "It's not entirely satisfying, but how about beating him every time I see him? Then wouldn't it be better to just kill him?" she said. A chilling smile flickered across Aaliyah's lips before vanishing. 4 years ago, Renosa's betrayal had enraged her to the point of wanting to burn Latona to ashes. The only reason she had held back was because rescuing Helmut from the Forest of Roots took precedence. Even now, if Helmut desired vengeance, she would willingly become his weapon. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mages were more than anyone a ruthless breed. Thus, Helmut's decision seemed far too lenient in her eyes. The despair Helmut had felt back then, Aaliyah too, had tasted that pain. It was a pain so great that she had poured her all into the reckless challenge of entering the Forest of Roots just to forget it. And this is all, even beneath a glacier-frozen earth deep within lies molten lava. Aaliyah was swallowing that fire. Seeing the cold heat in her eyes, Helmut spoke calmly. "I'm not sparing Michael out of some generous heart. This is to avoid giving the temple any pretext. To bring despair to Margaret, killing Michael would be a more fitting revenge, but Helmut had other considerations. Rather than being seen as a cold-blooded killer who slays his own kin without tears, this shows I'm controlling the seed of darkness." Even if it was pretense, the warm word forgiveness could sway people's hearts. Helmut needed to be seen as the rightful heir to Renosa. The mercy he showed would lend strength to his legitimacy. To forgive even the brother who drove him to ruin, would that not be proof he wasn't dominated by the seed of darkness? Helmut had calculated this as well. Even the temple won't be able to deny the fact that I am controlling the seed of darkness. In truth, it was neither mercy nor a naive choice that might leave embers for a future succession dispute. Helmut had chosen the optimal path, and he laid it bare before Aaliyah. Only then did a satisfied smile grace Aaliyah's lips. "You're right." Her eyes gleamed with the look of one acknowledging growth. There was a time when Helmut had struggled to pass Greta Academy's ethics exams under Aaliyah's teasing, but now he could weigh legitimacy and justification even beyond morality. It was a poignant moment. "Now we just wait to see how the temple reacts," Helmut replied in a relaxed tone. Somehow the way he tilted his chin as he spoke seemed almost arrogant. Aaliyah, narrowing her eyes at the sight, soon smiled and suggested, "Until then, Helmut, you should take some etiquette lessons. You'll need to get used to your position." At those words, Helmut's face stiffened involuntarily, recalling the ordeal Asuka had endured. It was a few hours later when Charlotte learned that Helmut had gone to see Michael. Having finished reporting to the Grand Duke about the martial tournament, Charlotte was overcome with a strange sense of nostalgia as she left the audience chamber. The royal castle. It had been so long since she'd returned. Not having visited even once in 4 years, the royal castle of Latona, her homeland, felt unfamiliar. Thus, as she wandered the castle grounds to reacquaint herself, she sensed a commotion from the direction of Michael's quarters. "Lord Michael has been gravely injured." When she stopped a hurrying maid, the girl stammered an explanation, adding that healers and mages had rushed to Michael's side. Even without the full context, Charlotte instantly understood what had happened. She immediately sought out Michael. The healers were just leaving his room as she arrived. Charlotte pushed open the closing door and stepped inside. Lying sprawled on a sofa, he had just finished receiving treatment. As a Grand Prince of Renosa, even a near-fatal wound could be healed as long as he still drew breath, thanks to the finest healing available. The pain was fleeting. Despite Helmut's relentless beating, Michael already appeared outwardly fine. Yet though the bruises had faded from his healed face, it was drained of color. Charlotte, upon seeing her, Michael frowned. Meeting his kin after 4 years, he felt not joy but irritation. In a state where he could collapse at any moment, his nerves were frayed. And now Charlotte had barged in unannounced. Perhaps out of worry for him, who might have died, she who had haughtily left for Greta Academy and hadn't returned in 4 years. As expected, she was weak and soft. Still, Michael sank into a scornful mood. Charlotte gazed at him silently and called his name. "Michael, Chapter 415, Part 2, what? Come to see me in this pathetic state. You must be satisfied now." It was absurd that their reunion happened this way. Michael responded with a defiant expression. Charlotte approached him, taking a deep breath. Then, with all her strength, she swung her fist. Thud. A trained swordmaster's strike was not something Michael could dodge. If only she had done this every time he provoked her. His head slammed against the sofa's headrest from the impact. His mouth bled and his cheeks swelled instantly. Michael stared at her in disbelief. Charlotte hitting him? It was a situation he'd never experienced. In his memory, Charlotte was not someone capable of striking him. Shock and confusion gave way to a delayed protest. W, what are you doing? Be grateful you survived today. A icy fury blazed across Charlotte's face. Had she ever looked at Michael with such a cold expression? Michael, from now on, I don't care whether you live or die, Michael shouted as if possessed. Where did you learn such barbaric behavior, at Greta or from your brother? You deserved it, I didn't realize that before. But now I do. Michael had ignored her, treated her cruelly, and tried to hurt her. For years, Charlotte had simply endured it, because Michael was her frail, sickly brother whose life could end at any moment. You're pathetically weak and I'm strong, but that doesn't mean what you did to me didn't affect me. Charlotte, don't ever speak to me so carelessly again. Whether you're bedridden or on the brink of death, I won't show you any mercy anymore. With those words, Charlotte turned sharply. Her fierce aura kept him from stopping her. For a while, Michael sat stunned, clutching his throbbing cheek. Twice in one day, he had been humiliated. Though he had steeled himself for death, all that remained was the disgrace of swallowing a vile insect and being beaten like an animal. And that disgrace would follow Michael until his dying day. Tears welled in his bloodshot blue eyes, not born of pretense or manipulation, but a pitiable sorrow emanated from him. With no choice, Michael had to summon the healers back. The only one who would comfort and console him was his mother, Margaret, the heir to Renosa. Naturally, this implied that Helmut could command the Black Wing Knights. However, few among the Black Wing Knights were willing to accept this new reality readily, even if it was the command of the Grand Duke of Renosa whom they served. Helmut, who had appeared out of nowhere, was an unfamiliar presence that sparked resistance among the knights. Most of them had lived their lives believing Michael would one day ascend to the Grand Duke's seat. Had the heir they were to serve been Charlotte, the Black Wing Knights might have grudgingly accepted it. Her mentor was the commander of the Black Wing Knights, and Charlotte had proven herself by graduating top of her class at Greta Academy with exceptional swordsmanship. But for the heir to be neither Michael nor Charlotte but someone else entirely, few Black Wing Knights had witnessed Helmut's skills firsthand. Though he had won the martial tournament, doubts lingered. An unknown figure whose face they had never even seen. Could Renosa be entrusted to such a person? Skepticism and suspicion fed into one another. Though frail, Michael had been involved in the Grand Duchy's internal affairs as a member of the family. He had already proven his competence. Unlike the straightforward Charlotte, Michael had charmed them with his human appeal. His delicate health evoked a protective instinct, amplified by his tragically beautiful appearance. Despite his critical limitations, he had devoted his life to Renosa as a member of the Grand Duchy. And now, the Grand Duke's eldest son had appeared out of nowhere to seize the heir's seat. Moreover, on his first visit to Latona, he had assaulted the frail Grand Prince. To them, Michael seemed like the tragic protagonist of a story. As the matter concerned the honor of the Grand Duchy, the details involving the Grand Duchess and Michael were hushed up and scarcely known. Pity and resentment combined, making it difficult for most Black Wing Knights to mentally accept that they must follow Helmut. It's up to your ability to bring them under your control. The Grand Duke of Renosa had thrown out the challenge. Helmut knew exactly what he needed to demonstrate in this situation. As he had done in Bassar, there was always an easy method available to him. Chapter 416, Part 1. Alonso, I've heard the atmosphere in the Knight Order isn't great. Before visiting the Knights, Helmut addressed the commander of the Black Wing Knights. Alonso nodded slowly. There's been some talk, as you may have heard. However, as you know, I cannot assist you. He drew a clear line. Alonso acknowledged Helmut's swordsmanship. He even admitted that this young man, who carried the blood of the Grand Duke, was stronger than him. It wasn't a pleasant realization for him, but that didn't mean he could vouch for Helmut's skills to the Black Wing Knights. Winning their hearts, regardless of skill, was Helmut's responsibility, and it was the Grand Duke's will. Moreover, if most of the Black Wing Knights were closer to Michael, Alonso leaned toward Charlotte. He had no intention of opposing the Grand Duke's decision, but neither did he feel compelled to actively support Helmut. He was merely an observer. The corner of Helmut's mouth curled slightly upward. I'll give you a choice, Commander. What choice do you mean? Will you duel me? If I defeat the Commander, they'll have no choice but to accept me. His abyss-black eyes pierced Alonso as if they could see through him. Helmut knew only one way to command submission, to show he was the stronger one and make them accept it. It was the same with Alonso. Only when someone realized another was stronger and felt fear would true loyalty emerge. That loyalty was far more powerful than anything soft and intangible like character or sentiment. Alonso was not on Helmut's side. But if Helmut could make him submit, Alonso would have no choice but to become his ally. Humans, in a way, were beasts, and beasts followed the strong. But wouldn't that damage the commander's reputation? Alonso's expression subtly twisted. His eyes gleamed sharply. The title of Black Wing Knight Commander was not one to be taken lightly. No one dared to look down on him, not even the Grand Duke of Renosa. The commander's position could only be claimed by the strongest swordsman in Renosa. Yet the person standing before him surpassed Alonso not only in status but in skill as well, the strongest swordsman in Reynosa. Now that Helmut had come to Reynosa, that title belonged to him. Alonso felt that truth vividly. He spoke, his lips taut with tension. "If it is your command, I will comply." No, on second thought, it'd be better for them to experience it themselves. Helmut, withdrawing his smile, strode forward. They were already nearing the training ground where the knights had been summoned. Upon arriving, Helmut surveyed the Black Wing Knights who bowed in greeting. Some knew him, others did not. Some were captivated by his exceptional swordsmanship, and some held goodwill toward him, but most felt the opposite. Young enough to be called boyish, his refined appearance was that of a nobleman. There was a certain coolness to him, but he wasn't overwhelmingly intimidating or exuding a fierce aura. Having not grown up in Reynosa, where could he have properly learned the sword? And to claim he was a swordsman on par with a sword saint, no less. Their initial shock at his striking resemblance to the Grand Duke quickly gave way to suspicion and hostility in their gazes, familiar looks, a familiar situation, and a familiar way to overcome it. Knights were as simple as demonic beasts. "You know who I am, so there's no need for introductions." Helmut gazed at them coldly and declared, "All of you draw your swords." He would show them exactly what a sword saint was. Soon a sword was drawn from Helmut's grip. A trajectory, swift as a flash of light, embroidered the air. It was a vivid, intense gold. At that moment, Aaliyah, summoned to an audience, stood before the Grand Duke of Reynosa. Sharing the same air as the Grand Duke, whose regal dignity was palpable, could have been uncomfortable, but Aaliyah was at ease. No, she was even pleased to see the Grand Duke of Reynosa so closely. It's like seeing Helmut's future self. That thought sparked a slight fondness for the Grand Duke. Though this meeting was meant for the Grand Duke to assess her, Aaliyah was observing him just as intently. It was the habit of a mage, and the attitude of a mage destined to become an archmage. To pursue the unknown through magic and transcend limits, one had to be detached from all that defined humanity. "Your name is Aaliyah, I recall." "Yes, Your Grace. I hear you're an exceptional mage." The word exceptional doesn't do me justice. The Grand Duke's eyes narrowed as he observed her, exuding confidence that bordered on arrogance without a trace of hesitation. He wanted to determine if Aaliyah was suitable to be the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. On the surface, Aaliyah was flawless. She was strikingly beautiful, with a refinement distinct from that of noblewomen. Not the soft, delicate elegance of a flower, but a commanding dignity. However, her demeanor was, frankly, ill-suited for a Grand Duchess. She seemed better fit to be a mage employed by the Reynosa family. Chapter 416, Part 2. The Grand Duke spoke bluntly. "And you're Helmut's lover, are you not?" He cut straight to the point. "The Grand Duchess of Reynosa bears many responsibilities. Most involve assisting the Grand Duke as the Lady of Reynosa, duties far removed from the life of a mage. Are you prepared to shoulder them?" A smile formed on Aaliyah's lips, but her response was far from what the Grand Duke hoped for. "Just because it's been that way until now doesn't mean it must continue." Had there ever been an archmage who became a Grand Duchess or held a comparable position in history? "I will remain a mage and nothing will take precedence over that. That is not the image of a lady that Reynosa desires. But Helmut desires me as I am. He doesn't wish for me to change." And if Helmut became the master of Reynosa, Aaliyah, as she was, would naturally become its lady. That was a fact even the Grand Duke could not prevent. Helmut wasn't exactly one to heed the Grand Duke's words, after all. "If the role of Reynosa's lady is merely to assist the Grand Duke, it feels too small a seat for me. But I'll endure it." Aaliyah spoke as if it were already decided, her words resolute. In truth, the role of Grand Duchess wasn't particularly appealing to her. In Reynosa, and indeed everywhere, a woman's life was divided into two paths: to work as a knight, mage, or official, or to marry and support a husband. Even if one chose the former, marriage often led to the latter. Women who could study as much as those at the academy typically came from high status or married men of high status. And in high society, a woman's life was usually tied to her husband. One could not be a Grand Duchess and a court mage, or a duchess and a knight. Naturally, personal achievements were sidelined, and focus shifted to the family and the children one was expected to bear. Heike, who had lived freely and wandered, was far from ordinary. That extraordinary nature had made her an archmage. Aaliyah had chosen the former path for her life. Born as Heike's granddaughter and becoming a mage, an ordinary life was never hers. Becoming the Grand Duchess of Reynosa was a complete career shift, a life she hadn't considered. But she was confident she could excel at anything, given her intelligence. Except for learning social dances, she had never struggled to master anything in her life, a thought befitting her, so she decided to try balancing both. An archmage and the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Aaliyah had saved Helmut from the forest of roots. She didn't expect repayment, but Helmut had a duty to support the life she wanted. After all, it was because of Helmut that Aaliyah was making this career shift. Even setting that aside, the open-minded Helmut wouldn't blame her for neglecting her duties as Grand Duchess to focus on her magical research. If Helmut and Aaliyah were in agreement, there was no issue. "I know you're brilliant, perhaps you'll manage better than expected." Aaliyah nodded as if it were obvious. She had graduated from Greta Academy with the highest honors in its history. To carelessly assume any task was beyond her was an egregious insult. "But I also know you're the granddaughter of Hike, the temple's public enemy." The Grand Duke's gaze was sharp. Was she planning to hide behind Helmut and burden Renosa with that? Aaliyah responded simply, "I am Aaliyah. The sins Hike bears are hers to carry. Are you denying your connection to Hike? They have no evidence." Only that Aaliyah bore a striking resemblance to Hike. As grandmother and granddaughter separated by a generation, that alone was insufficient as proof. If she insisted it was a coincidence, that was that. Those who knew the truth were opposed to the temple, and the dean of Greta Academy was not someone the temple could easily touch. The Grand Duke looked at Aaliyah anew as she responded confidently, her voice clear and articulate. "They say she's a genius, and she's certainly a unique one. Dangerous, yet resolute in her answers. She was too ambiguous to be deemed a pass or fail." Aaliyah existed on a plane where even the Grand Duke couldn't easily judge her. If Helmut had proven his worth as Renosa's heir, Aaliyah was much the same. "Very well. If it becomes an issue later, we'll address it then." With those brief words, the Grand Duke dismissed her. "You may go." Aaliyah left the room without protest. She had prepared in case the Grand Duke tried to eliminate her, but it was fortunate, if anything, that he only sought a conversation. "Attacking Helmut's father wouldn't sit well with me either." Likely, the Grand Duke also considered that Aaliyah, as a formidable mage, would be an asset to Renosa. "By the way, didn't he say he'd discuss it?" Aaliyah's eyes suddenly narrowed. Hadn't Helmut told Charlotte he'd discuss the engagement with Aaliyah? Perhaps he'd forgotten, preoccupied with the Black Wing Knights as he hadn't mentioned it at all. Did he really forget? For now, she decided to wait for the matter to resolve itself. She wasn't worried in the least, just as Helmut didn't worry about her. Chapter 417 Part 1. No one could defy the Grand Prince's command. Yet it was not loyalty that drove them to follow Helmut's orders, it was a sense of insult and wounded pride. To face so many knights at once, the impulse to crush that arrogance ignited a fierce resolve within the Black Wing Knights. This is the Black Wing Knights. This was no place for a young, impudent upstart, no matter how noble their lineage, to strut about relying solely on exceptional talent and skill. Even those who had witnessed Helmut's prowess at the martial tournament felt insulted by his words. Excluding the temple's holy knights, whose strength remained an enigma and whose reputation alone commanded high esteem, the Black Wing Knights of Renosa were considered among the mightiest on the continent, alongside Basser's Palma Knights and the Deus Empire's Imperial Knights. They would soon make him realize, they would show him what this place truly was. And that reckless bravado has no place here. But the Black Wing Knights, every single one of them, would soon come to understand that their resolve to teach Helmut a lesson was the true arrogance. From the outset, Vis surged through the sword he drew without hesitation. The moment he held his blade, they became his enemies. The instant they saw that sword, a chill ran through their bodies. With a smile that bordered on mockery curling at his lips, the heir of Renosa brandished his sword and lunged forward. His speed was dizzyingly fast, almost as if he had vanished. The thrust of his blade was simple and direct. Yet it was like a bolt of light. In an instant, the air split, and his blade flew forth with a sharpness that could sever anything in this world. Its lack of flourish was not a sign of weakness. The vis enveloping the sword's surface was steady and even. A blade honed to destroy enemies with minimal waste, no excess, only efficiency. That sword carried a terrifying power capable of overwhelming any opponent. Clang. The opposing sword shattered upon impact, and the vis of the one who met it scattered, some of it piercing inward. Gah! The recoiling vis penetrated deep, striking even the internal organs, a fearsome backlash. The fallen could not rise again to grasp their swords. No human could stand against a tidal wave crashing down like a mountain. The Black Wing Knights fell like leaves in the wind. Even among knights there were disparities in skill. A few managed to parry his strikes and resist for a moment, but their efforts did not last long. Had they treated this as a real battle against a single enemy from the start and formed a proper encirclement, things might have been different. In that case, even Helmut might have found it troublesome. But the Black Wing Knights, confident in their numbers, believed they held the advantage. They saw no need to coordinate their attacks or form a formation. They were the Black Wing Knights, after all. How could they fail to defeat a single opponent, even fighting haphazardly? But that single opponent was like an army unto himself. Helmut tore through their ranks, disrupting their rhythm and turning the battle into chaos. He created a combat environment that favored him. From the moment the Black Wing Knights were swept up in his pace, the battle became entirely his. Experience in fighting multiple opponents was irrelevant. Helmut operated on a more fundamental level. All I need to know is how to win. Guided by instinct and training, he moved, kicking off the ground, parting the air like a winged beast. His sword either broke his opponent's blades or shattered the ones wielding them. A swordsman's blade is crafted to optimize the use of vis. A sword imbued with vis becomes the strongest and most durable weapon in the world. To break such a sword requires an even more powerful vis-infused blade. No, power alone is not enough. It demands a blade refined to near perfection, balanced in strength and precision. Every swordsman strives toward that perfection. And here stood a swordsman who had come closest to achieving it. He was the heir of Renosa, destined to be their lord. When at last all had fallen, Helmut gazed down at them with a regal air. The soft, delicate fabric of his ceremonial robes remained untouched, not a single hem out of place. His voice, laden with authority, rang out. "The Black Wing Knights will henceforth obey my commands. If anyone has objections, speak now." But none could answer. The Black Wing Knights, their swords broken, stared at Helmut with a mix of awe and fear. To defeat an entire knight order single-handedly, this was the strength to destroy a nation alone. Helmut had proven it with little effort and only a modicum of trouble. What he had demonstrated was also the power of the Sword Saint Darien, a swordsman who, had he not been betrayed, would have been invincible. A swordsman's legacy lives on through their blade. What Helmut had inherited was Darien's sword and his swordsmanship. Darien would have been pleased to see the Black Wing Knights defeated. After all, renowned knight orders across the continent were rivals. Leaving the silent knights behind, Helmut turned away. As expected, the battle had ended in victory. Thus, he felt no particular thrill, only the satisfaction of a job well done. With such lackluster skill and complacency, the Black Wing Knights are nothing special. They'll need rigorous training. At Helmut's words, those who remained conscious trembled, humiliation, but once again none could protest. The result was undeniable. Chapter 417, Part 2, We'll Need Healers. Helmut cast a glance at Alonso, leaving the words hanging. Alonso, the only one who had not joined the fray, nodded heavily. Yes, even for someone like him, who had never flinched or fled from any opponent, the scene sent a shiver down his spine. Had he accepted Helmut's challenge, he would have been lying among the Black Wing Knights just as they were now. Alone, is this the power of the Seed of Darkness? No, the monster consumed by the Seed of Darkness 4 years ago was not like this. Though it had gained explosive power through demonic energy, its swordsmanship could hardly be called exceptional. This was Helmut's skill. Beyond talent and potential, it was the result of relentless refinement, achieving everything a swordsman could strive for. No one in history had reached such a level at so young an age. Alonso, commander of the Black Wing Knights, shuddered. A sword saint in Renosa. But such power would inspire fear in enemies, especially with the absolute justification of the Seed of Darkness hanging over him. The Grand Duke of Renosa would not have bet on a losing hand, but in the human world the Temple of Lumen was an unshakable mountain. How would they counter the blades the temple would soon raise? Anxiety gnawed at him. As the commander of the Black Wing Knights, he would need to prepare for the trials ahead. Rubbing his chin, Alonso looked at the Black Wing Knights writhing and groaning on the ground. Starting tomorrow, we begin intensive training. Honing the blades of Renosa, that was the duty of the Black Wing Knights commander. Immediately after the Grand Duke's return with his new heir, the atmosphere in the royal castle shifted dramatically. Michael had taken to his sickbed once more, and the Grand Duchess had secluded herself as if dead to the world. After defeating the Black Wing Knights, the Grand Duke of Renosa assigned Helmut a tutor. The formal education of the heir had begun, and a tutor was assigned to Aaliyah as well. What kind of lessons could I possibly need? As the head maid approached after dinner, informing her of the Grand Duke's command to attend lessons, Aaliyah, who prided herself on her proficiency in all matters, narrowed her eyes. She was well versed in Renosa's history and etiquette, but the head maid's next words left her speechless. Social dance lessons. It was only natural that Sion, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Though Aaliyah had taken lessons at the urging of the Grand Duchess Farnese, her dancing had not improved much. Any progress she might have made during the martial tournament had likely regressed by now. That the lessons Aaliyah was to receive pinpointed social dancing, her weakest skill, suggested the influence of the Grand Duchess Farnese. Could Asuka have schemed this? He was the type to go to great lengths to tease Aaliyah. What's so funny? And nothing, nothing at all. Noticing Aaliyah's irritation, Sion clamped his mouth shut and fled like a shot. 4 days later, a grand welcome banquet was held to introduce Helmut as Renosa's heir. Helmut, who had been forced to rapidly absorb the qualities befitting a grand prince in those few days, wore a stiff expression. It was not fatigue but boredom that colored his face. Thanks to his quick learning ability, he had swiftly met the Grand Duke's expectations. As a swordsman, he was so exceptional that the term outstanding felt inadequate. For other matters, it sufficed for him to be merely competent. Are you ready? Helmut extended his hand toward Aaliyah. Aaliyah with a regal air took it. She wore a dazzling white dress adorned with silver thread, pearls, and lace. It was a departure from her usual style, but as always, she was breathtakingly beautiful. At Helmut's debut banquet, their engagement would also be announced. While Helmut grappled with the unfamiliar concepts of marriage and engagement, as foreign to him as standing on his head to drink water, the Grand Duke had proposed it first. Wouldn't it be more convenient to announce it together? Helmut decided to follow the Grand Duke's decision for convenience. This also gave him something to say to Aaliyah, helping him navigate the situation smoothly. "You two look like different people." Cyan, observing Helmut and Aaliyah, wore a bemused expression, deep, intense eyes and refined features, tall with a lean, muscular frame free of excess. Clad in a navy blue ceremonial outfit crafted from the finest fabrics and adorned with lavish jewels, Helmut exuded the aura of a dangerous nobleman. And Aaliyah standing beside him. Together, they seemed to exist in a different reality, an almost painterly surreal pair. Snapping out of his trance, Cyan asked, "Aaliyah, have you improved your dancing at all?" Unlike Helmut or Aaliyah, he had led a relatively leisurely life. Employed as Helmut's personal mage, he had quickly adapted and found his place. Having been in Renosa for only a few days, his duties were light, assisting with the castle's magical defenses and occasionally crafting magical items. This left him with ample free time to use as he pleased. Leisurely, with time for magical research and a high salary, it was a dream job. He was thoroughly satisfied. "You'll find out if you dance with me." Aaliyah's icy glare made Cyan flinch. Helmut intervened. "No way, why not? Just know I don't like it." "Fine." It was a simple exchange devoid of explanation or reasoning. Yet Aaliyah complied with a faint smile. Watching them slip into their own world, Cyan scratched his arms with a grimace as if he'd bitten into something foul. I have to witness this." It's too much. A year ago, he couldn't have imagined these two acting like lovesick fools. It was painfully hard to adjust. Fortunately, the banquet was about to begin. Escorting them was his duty. With a curt tone, Cyan said, "Let's go." They departed immediately, stepping into the banquet hall. Chapter 418, Part 1. The banquet hall was abuzz with guests who had flocked from all corners of the land. This was the first time the next Grand Duke of Renosa would make an official appearance. The events of the martial arts tournament's final had already stirred fervent talk, reaching even foreign lands. Those who had regrettably missed that spectacle had eagerly awaited the day Helmut would once again step into the public eye, fueled by rampant rumors. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Those of sufficient status to attend the Grand Duke of Renosa's banquet had made time, no matter how scarce, to rush to the event. Among them were a significant number of high-ranking nobles from the Deus Empire. Ordinarily, the task of greeting them would fall to the Grand Duchess of Renosa, hailing from one of the empire's most prestigious marquess houses. However, she was absent from this banquet. She had cited poor health as an excuse, but people quietly speculated about the true reason. It was widely known that the Grand Duchess had supported Michael. In such a context, the sudden appearance of the eldest son claiming the position of heir must have been an unwelcome development for her. Of course, some argued that it shouldn't matter whether Helmut or Michael was the Grand Duchess's trueborn son, but not all children are close to their mother, especially if Helmut was the forsaken child. Though no one dared openly discuss the Grand Duke of Renosa's extramarital affairs, rumors were already spreading that Helmut might not be the Grand Duchess's biological son. The Grand Duchess's absence drove a wedge into those rumors. The banquet hall overflowed with hushed whispers about such matters. Even as they exchanged cautious words, some ventured to speculate deeply about the internal affairs of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. "Lord Michael seems to have completely lost his authority. I heard he's been confined to his quarters, perhaps due to failing health." What a pity. He was one who brightly lit up any banquet. Since Renosa sided with the imperial family against the temple, it's only natural that Lord Michael, who was close to the temple, would be sidelined with his missteps. And now a new heir emerging, it's rare for a younger son to outshine the eldest. Moreover, this martial tournament was said to surpass even the renowned Basser tournament in Caliber, and he won it. Didn't he? The Grand Duchy of Renosa holds swordsmen in high esteem. If he's the finest swordsman, his qualifications are as good as proven. Other matters are secondary. The ability to govern a nation was distinct from swordsmanship, but in some countries the latter was highly valued as a measure of an heir's worth. Renosa was one such place. In Renosa, swordsmanship was prized so highly among numerous qualities that it was believed to influence other aptitudes. Even lacking that most critical quality, Michael had distinguished himself through exceptional talent in other areas and truly relentless effort. Even now, as his standing crumbled entirely, he was spared the mockery of those who reveled in others' misfortune. Regardless of his true temperament, Michael had an effortless charm, easily winning people's favor and captivating their hearts. Not killing him was not only an act of revenge but also a prudent choice for Helmut. Had he killed Michael, Helmut would have been branded a ruthless and cruel tyrant stirring resentment, while Michael would have been enshrined as a tragic hero. That too had been Michael's intention, as he had been prepared to embrace death willingly. The topic quickly shifted. Someone more knowledgeable about Reynosa's affair spoke up. I hear even the Black Wing Knights follow Lord Helmut's commands now. Dividing military authority like that, doesn't it mean the Grand Duke has already made his decision? The Forest of Roots. Can it really be true that someone was abandoned there? I thought it was just a legend. They say it happens when a noblewoman gives birth but holds no celebration and the newborn dies. Well, in most noble houses, high-level healers and priests are assigned for childbirth. Yet even to those for whom the phrase, born with the seed of darkness and sent to the Forest of Roots sounded like a strange myth, there was unease. So is it really not a problem, this seed of darkness? Those born with the seed of darkness going berserk had only occurred in Reynosa over the past century, and even then it was barely spoken of. The Temple of Lumen had tightly controlled such matters from birth, which dulled the sense of alarm. The Grand Duke says there's no issue. Has the temple made any response yet? I heard they're protesting, demanding the release of the Holy Knight who caused a commotion at the martial tournament. They'll likely act once that's resolved. That knight seems to be someone important to the temple. Both the speaker and the listeners nodded slowly. There were no temple sympathizers here. Such individuals had been keeping a low profile since the Crown Prince's assassination attempt. Unbeknownst to them, the Holy Knight had been released and returned to the temple just a day prior. This was a few days after the martial arts tournament had concluded, and the Grand Duke of Reynosa's entourage had returned to Reynosa. The Crown Prince had delayed just long enough before releasing the Holy Knight. Despite the temple's vehement protests, he had held the knight under the pretext of investigation. Though the knight's actions were audacious, the crime was too minor to warrant punishment, so the intent was to let him suffer in a cramped, uncomfortable cell, a taste of hardship from the perspective of a crown prince accustomed to plush beds and spacious rooms, but also a warning. It signaled that the temple's blanket immunity would no longer hold full sway, and those affiliated with it could face punishment. Being detained was itself an unprecedented humiliation for a revered holy knight of the temple. Yet the knight did not resist with his sacred sword or attempt to escape. Rather than breaking out like a fugitive, he wished to walk out openly with all eyes upon him, and so it came to pass. For a swordsman who had endured rigorous training, a few restless days were bearable. Since then, no significant moves had yet come from the temple. It was widely expected that, with the Deus Empire and Reynosa solidifying their alliance, the temple would hesitate to brandish its sword against both. The banquet's attendees soon forgot their worries amid the music, indulging in food, drink, and socializing. In the midst of this, the Grand Duchy of Reynosa's family made their entrance, the Grand Duke, Helmut, and Charlotte. Chapter 418, Part 2. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed guests who have graced Latona's banquet, the Grand Duke began, his voice commanding the room as befitted Reynosa's ruler. Allow me to introduce my son and the heir of Reynosa, Helmut. Helmut stepped forward, giving a slight bow. It was less courteous and more a cursory tilt of the head, bordering on arrogance, yet it suited the heir of Reynosa perfectly. Beside him, Charlotte, who seemed to have been bearing the tension expected of the occasion, let out a sigh of relief. That's him, my goodness. He truly resembles His Grace the Grand Duke. Amid gasps and murmurs of awe, all eyes shifted from the Grand Duke to Helmut, the star of the banquet. Helmut stood impassively, unfazed by the countless gazes fixed upon him. Though the same unsavory remarks that had circulated earlier were now being repeated, his keen hearing caught them all, yet he paid them no mind. It seems the story of the Grand Duchess betraying me hasn't spread. It appeared no one in the banquet hall knew he had been abandoned by her not once, but twice, even though there might have been those who remembered him from 4 years ago when he had stayed at Latona's royal castle. The royal castle of Latona seemed to have perfectly sealed off information from the outside. Whatever dishonorable rumors swirled around the Grand Duchy of Reynosa, Helmut was indifferent. The Grand Duke, too, seemed unperturbed. New winds always brought fresh gossip. Even if the rumors were rife now, they would dissipate once Helmut solidified his position. And one more announcement, the Grand Duke said after a pause. His authoritative voice silenced the bustling hall once more. My heir's betrothed, the mage Aaliyah. The moment a silver-haired woman stepped forward, the crowd collectively drew in a breath. Aaliyah. Her presence was one that etched itself into the memories of all who beheld her. Though she found it bothersome, Aaliyah herself did not shy away from it. Rather, she took pride in her flawless self from head to toe. Clad in a white dress, she seemed to radiate a halo, illuminating the banquet hall. As she stood beside Helmut, the illusion of his darkness and her light melding into one flickered in the air. Neither darkness nor light overwhelmed the other. They existed in perfect harmony, each in its rightful place. a pair destined to become the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Renosa. Having lived hidden in the shadow of Archmage Hike after losing her parents, Aaliyah now smiled beneath the dazzling lights. Her unrestrained magic rippled through the air, and the gazes of noblewomen grew hazy. Whether it was admiration for her beauty or favor toward a figure of power, it mattered not. Even the smallest spark of affection was enough for Aaliyah's magic to fan it into a flame, enchanting even those of the same sex. Revealing the power she had concealed her entire life felt novel even to her. Aaliyah, a commoner, the mage Aaliyah, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. The banquet hall soon buzzed with murmurs. Even if no one present immediately recognized her name, those familiar with Greta Academy could not be ignorant of her. There would be no shortage of people in Renosa or the Deus Empire who knew her name. Wasn't Aaliyah a man? Why did she disguise herself as one? The inevitable rumors and suspicions would follow. There's no turning back now, I can only move forward. The faint tension that had arisen transformed into resolve. Helmut extended his hand toward her. Aaliyah took it. This royal castle of Latona was the place where she would take root by Helmut's side. As their eyes met, a ripple stirred in Helmut's otherwise tranquil heart. This moment begun in the distant past. Overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, Helmut's lips parted. Though he was not one for eloquence, he felt compelled to say something, wanted to say something. But at that moment the banquet hall's doors swung open, and a knight in black armor strode in. Pushing through the crowd, he swiftly approached the Grand Duke. It was Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights. Your Grace, forgive my intrusion, an urgent message has arrived. Chapter 419 Part 1 The Grand Duke of Renosa, with a cautious expression, accepted the letter handed to him by Alonso, his brows furrowed. To our distinguished guests, please enjoy the banquet. With those words, the Grand Duke left the banquet hall alongside Alonso. It was evident that something unusual had occurred, but since the Grand Duke had given no further indication, Helmut and Aaliyah remained in the banquet hall. After the two, the central figures of the evening, shared a dance, a servant approached. His Grace the Grand Duke summons you. It seemed the matter was not urgent enough to abruptly end the banquet. The aftermath was left to Charlotte's care. Helmut and Aaliyah immediately made their way to the Grand Duke's study. The Grand Duke sat at the desk, his face impassive. Standing by his side was Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights. Has the temple made a move? At Helmut's question, a glint of resolve flickered in the Grand Duke's eyes. His thoughts, which had been drifting through various strategies, converged on a single point. What did they say? Helmut pressed. It was Alonso, standing beside the Grand Duke, who spoke. The one who bears the seed of darkness will inevitably bring calamity. Such an existence cannot be tolerated in this world and must be dealt with accordingly. The laws of Lumen do not permit him, and it is unthinkable that he, Helmut, should become the heir of Renosa. If I emerged alive from the Forest of Roots, shouldn't that mean they have no right to punish me? At Helmut's query, Alonso shook his head. They said this: those who survive the Forest of Roots are absolved of all sins. However, this is because the sacred barrier, like death itself, purifies the sins of those who pass through it. Yet, one who still carries the seed of darkness after leaving the barrier bears an unwashed sin and continues to commit sins. The reason he could leave the Forest of Roots is that he possesses a dangerous darkness that even sacred power cannot dispel. Thus, the only way to cleanse his sin is annihilation, and destroying him is the will of Lumen. Renosa, too, is under Lumen's protection, so it must abide by this will. Helmut raised an eyebrow. Didn't they also say that my emergence from the Forest of Roots was the will of Lumen? The will of Lumen is whatever they choose to interpret and justify. Disillusionment twisted Alonso's brow. It was a doctrine prepared with counterarguments for every possible rebuttal. As expected, the Temple of Lumen would not tolerate Helmut's existence, those who would not yield before a holy war. Yet it was not for that reason alone. They likely saw this as an opportunity. A chance to mobilize their forces under a righteous pretext, to strike at the empire that sought to curb the temple and restore their divine authority. The empire would undoubtedly side with Renosa. They indulge in sloth and debauchery, but they never shy away from a fight. As Aaliyah muttered, Alonso responded, they must have confidence in their martial might. And enforcing their will through force is the easiest path for them. Even the slothful cling to power. A plausible cause or pretext was all they needed. They had the strength to back it up. That was how the temple had dominated the world. Not merely by preaching justice or raising their voices, but by suppressing with force when necessary. Of course, they had also beguiled the ignorant with divine justice, using them like chess pieces. All of it was the temple's power. There are many followers of Lumen in Renosa. Some of them may become our enemies. Whether to choose Renosa or the temple, at the moment of decision, even those hailing from Renosa might choose the latter. Faith often superseded patriotism. Yet the decision of the Grand Duke of Renosa is the law of Renosa. The Grand Duke's forehead creased as he entertained the unpleasant possibility. But isn't it said that the temple's laws stand above the laws of the land? Moreover, the laws of the land and the temple's rules were never entirely separate. In truth, the temple's laws took precedence over the customs or laws of any nation, akin to an absolute law. To avoid conflict with the temple or to mitigate existing disputes, most heeded the temple's asserted laws. Recently, the empire had begun establishing its own imperial laws, creating a system to enforce them rigorously. They saw it as the first step toward freedom from the temple's grasp. In Basser, Lumen's laws were already obsolete. If the empire solidified its stance, it would spread like wildfire: respect but do not obey. In the future, even that respect would be granted only when the temple fulfilled its role. 1,000 years had passed since the Forest of Roots was sealed. Over time, Lumen and the temple had gradually lost their authority. Now was the time to show that their authority was within the bounds of humanity. Chapter 419, Part 2. So what must be done to follow Lumen's will? Aaliyah asked, and Alonso answered. They demanded that Helmut be sent to the temple, an absurd notion, of course. They said they would send an army to Reynosa to take you. The Grand Duke spoke in a calm tone. From the moment you appeared, they were already preparing their forces. They were merely awaiting the day to march. Given the gravity of the situation, one might have expected the banquet to be halted, but the Grand Duke's decision not to do so suggested he did not feel an overwhelming sense of crisis. He had already been preparing inwardly. Do you know the temple's military strength? Helmut asked, and Alonso spoke. The power of the priests who wield sacred magic is impossible to gauge. Sacred magic is not developed for offensive purposes, but considering the sheer number of priests and high priests, if we regard them as mages, even the Mages Association would pale in comparison. And the Holy Knights? Alonso paused, choosing his words carefully. They use holy power in place of this and can even employ sacred magic. This means they can instantly heal injuries during combat. Even against knights of equal skill, they hold a significant advantage. Moreover, the temple gathers devout and talented individuals from across the world to train in swordsmanship. They have methods to identify those with talent for swordsmanship through physical structure, movement, and sacred magic. Though the Holy Knights have never engaged in large-scale battles against nations, the skill of such a group cannot be underestimated. Their numbers were their strength. Based on gathered intelligence, Alonso estimated the size of the Holy Knights. From what we know, even the combined forces of the Black Wing Knights and the Imperial Knights of the Empire would not suffice to repel their Holy Knights. Helmut listened with an air of indifference. That assessment applied only when discussing the forces excluding Helmut and his companions. The Empire would not commit its entire Imperial Knights, but the Temple could mobilize nearly all of its Holy Knights, making the situation far more disadvantageous for Reynosa. But their strength did not end there. What if Basser's Palma Knights were added? At Helmut's question, a spark lit in Alonso's eyes. If the Palma Knights joined, it would be a fight worth having. Their involvement would mean Basser has taken our side. The Empire, Reynosa, Basser, none of these military powers could be discounted. The corner of Helmut's mouth curled fiercely. They too bear grudges against the temple. Let's see how many more allies we can muster. Reynosa rejects the temple's demands. The Grand Duke declared in a weighty tone. Even if it meant all-out war, he would not back down. Helmut placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. He knew he shouldn't appear eager for battle, but in truth he wanted to fight them. They were not the only ones accustomed to enforcing their will through force. To condemn the innocent heir of Reynosa under the pretext of uncommitted sins, using the temple's laws, is an intolerable interference in our affairs and an insult to the Grand Ducal House of Reynosa. To comply with the temple's tyranny demanding the life of our heir would be to shatter Reynosa's honor and banner. Reynosa is prepared to wage war if necessary. Reynosa's proclamation was resolute, even aggressive, enough to unsettle the temple. It was practically a challenge to fight. When had the temple ever faced such blatant opposition? The Grand Duke of Reynosa summoned the nobles, proclaiming it across the land to the empire and to every other nation. As if to say Reynosa was blameless, upright, and the temple's baseless accusations were contemptible. Before the temple could even respond, the empire was the first to back Reynosa. The Grand Ducal House of Reynosa also carries the blood of the imperial family, so this is tantamount to a declaration to kill imperial royalty. The Grand Duke has declared Helmut as Reynosa's heir, and the Emperor of the Empire has acknowledged this, making it an unshakable fact. And the Empire, subtly weaving in its own grievances, issued a statement. Furthermore, the temple has yet to provide a proper explanation regarding the involvement of Lumen's followers in the attack on the Crown Prince. To evade accountability for their own suspicions while recklessly brandishing pretexts is unjust, and it calls into question their qualification to speak of justice. If the temple seeks to oppress Reynosa with force, in the name of the Emperor we will not tolerate it. Following Renosa's readiness for war, the empire challenged the temple's legitimacy and declared they would not stand idly by. Words set the continent ablaze. Basser issued an even more direct and shocking statement. In the past, the temple conspired with internal forces in Basser to establish a temple there, attempting to eliminate Sword Saint Darien. Though ensnared by the temple's schemes, Darien did not die, but in disillusionment he chose seclusion. Helmut is his disciple, bearing the sword of the Sword Saint as proof. To brand the heir of Renosa and the disciple chosen by the swordmaster as a calamity or sinner is to tarnish the Sword Saint's honor and an attempt by the temple to bury their own sins. Basser will not tolerate this and is ready to fight alongside Renosa. By exposing the temple's conspiracies and threatening to unearth buried evidence, Basser's statement was enough to shake the temple's legitimacy and moral ground. In comparison, the Kingdom of Veneta's cautious support stating, "The temple must first provide explanations to the empire," and Basser seemed almost feeble. As the great powers raised their banners against the temple, other nations that had suffered its tyranny hesitated, then began to join one by one. The temple's misdeeds were laid bare for all the world to see. It was a situation the temple had not foreseen. Chapter 420, Part 1. When a single group endowed with authority and prestige accuses another of equal or greater standing, people might merely nod and think there must be some issue between them. However, if a second group emerges to support the first, followed by a third, each brandishing different evidence to back the claim, the situation changes entirely. Even those who clung to neutrality would then shift their stance, casting suspicious glances at the targeted party. The human powers, steeped in greed, were slandering and insulting the sacred proxies of Lumen, who bore divine duties. Such was the Temple of Lumen's stance, bordering on doctrine. Yet when they presented evidence to bolster their claims, denying the truth outright became untenable. The temple had believed they could handle the empire and the Grand Duchy of Renosa, but they hadn't anticipated the Kingdom of Basser joining the fray, plunging them into disarray. Unlike the flamboyant and refined empire or the stately Renosa, Basser was known as a rugged, barbaric land of warriors. Far removed from calculated schemes, they declared their intent to join the conflict, citing the honor of the Sword Saint. That declaration drove the decisive wedge. Of course, from Basser's perspective, Renosa was beneath notice, and the empire was merely a nation of frail, pretentious nobles. The fact that these three nations, each subtly dismissive of the others, had joined forces was astonishing in itself. However, from the temple's viewpoint, they had allied against a common foe, each aiming their arrows at the same target. To make matters worse, the Kingdom of Veneta subtly raised its hand, suggesting issues with the temple. Following their lead, other nations joined the tide, publicly denouncing the temple's atrocities. Naturally, the weight of public opinion tipped heavily to one side. In such a climate, the fact that Helmut bore the seed of darkness seemed to fade into insignificance, buried under the uproar. The temple was the villain, grasping at straws to meddle in Renosa's internal affairs. The seed of darkness, who could say if it even existed or posed any real threat? For most, this was a chance to settle old scores with the temple. They cared little about who would become Renosa's heir. After all, Renosa was a minor power. Even if a slightly dangerous successor ascended to the Grand Duke's throne, it wouldn't shake the world. The temple, so accustomed to wielding unchecked power, had failed to recognize the resentment it had sown. Yet countless blades were now sharpened against it. Temples existed in every nation, and their priests, even when committing crimes, often escaped justice through the temple's privilege of immunity. Protests and accusations would pile up, but the temple would dismiss them with its authority, claiming to investigate internally and mete out discipline. Murder, rape, arson, theft, no matter the heinous crime, a priest faced only token punishment. Rarely were priests imprisoned or excommunicated. It wasn't that the temple lacked upright, devout individuals, there were many, but even they bent inward, shielding their own. They were all kin of Lumen, and for the greater cause they could overlook minor transgressions. Moreover, attempts to undermine Lumen's authority were rampant, and accusations against priests might be slanderous ploys. Even if a priest had truly sinned, they had dedicated their lives to the temple. As humans, they might stray, but atonement through prayer and penance was deemed sufficient. The temple fundamentally believed itself above humanity. Lumen, who had saved the world from the Demon King, had granted them authority, power, and glory to rule over mankind. Yet that foundation, slowly cracking, was now on the verge of collapse. Arrows were aimed at them from all sides as if in a siege. This couldn't continue. Something had to be done. That sense of crisis drove the temple to an extreme decision. No matter how fierce the waves crash, we cannot retreat before a holy war. Destroying those who wield the power of darkness is our mission and the very purpose of the temple's existence. Whatever the mortals of this world say, we bear a noble purpose and must uphold Lumen's will to protect this world. At a round-table conference where all high priests were summoned, High Priest Levinus spoke in a resolute tone. The other high priests nodded grimly, their faces set. Lumen has given us no answer, so this must be a trial to uphold our faith on our own. Well said. I agree. If the temple has erred, it is our duty to rectify those mistakes. But that cannot be an excuse to tolerate the power of darkness in this world. High Priest Agato rose from his seat. With eyes burning with steadfast conviction, he placed his hand on the table. Then our resolve is unanimous. Those gathered were the closest to Lumen, the great god's proxies. His voice carried the weight of their decision. The temple shall, as the army of God, uphold Lumen's authority. That decision soon reached Renosa. Chapter 420 Part 2. It seems the temple has no intention of making excuses anymore. Sion, who had been gathering intelligence in Helmut's stead, shrugged. I hear the main temple has restricted access to outsiders. Recall orders have been issued to high priests stationed abroad, and inside, armored holy knights are patrolling with menacing glares. Aaliyah nodded. They're preparing for war. I knew they wouldn't back down. Hadn't they relentlessly pursued Hike, the temple's public enemy, for so long? Though she partly acknowledged her own faults and chose not to seek revenge, if Hike had set her mind to it, the temple would have felt threatened. War, Helmut savored the word. A battle of such scale would undoubtedly be a novel experience. Anticipation stirred within him. If the opponent was the temple, a colossal, deeply resented adversary, the war held even greater significance. No, perhaps he had been waiting for the moment to turn his blade against them. They were the ones who, like absolute arbiters, had so easily decided his fate as a newborn, and they were the ones who had caused his second betrayal. Margaret and Michael had each faced their consequences, so too must the temple bear its reckoning. Helmut was now ready to shatter that absolute authority. The rumors are already widespread, they're amassing supplies. Likely within a day or two they'll march. Sion spoke cautiously, and Aaliyah pointed out, they can't reach Renosa without passing through the Empire. Crossing the Empire's territory without the Emperor's permission would be an act of invasion. The Empire, eagerly awaiting a chance to strip the temple of its immunity, would not tolerate it. The temple would have to face the Empire's wrath first. There's a magical way, isn't there? They'll use it. The temple was an exceptionally powerful organization, boasting both mages wielding sacred magic and swordsmen. Priests, in essence, were sacred mages, so it made sense they'd resolve this with magic. Aaliyah, a mage herself, realized it instantly. They're going to open a gate. Exactly. It'll consume an immense amount of holy power, but cornered as they are, it's not beyond the temple. It's a chance to flaunt their might, isn't it? We can send an army regardless of distance, something like that. Not just large-scale teleportation, but opening a gate that transcends distance entirely. Their army would step directly onto Renosa's soil. Before the Empire could intervene, they'd march on Latona and end it all. That was likely their plan. Any evidence? According to the Mage Association, among the supplies the temples gathered are items suitable for opening a gate. They were the ones who speculated it first. Naturally, the Mage Association was at odds with the temple. They'd been instrumental in monitoring the temple's movements in Renosa. Aaliyah frowned. It's hard to stop them from opening a gate. We don't even know where it'll appear. Latona's royal castle was fortified with magic to repel external invasions, so it wouldn't be nearby. But shielding all of Renosa with magic was impossible, even for an archmage. The temple would tear through flimsy barriers like paper and open their gate. We'll know as soon as the gate opens. In the end, the battlefield would be Renosa. They might receive little aid from other nations. Even if reinforcements were sent once the temple's army entered Renosa, it would take time. The Black Wing Knights and Latona's forces alone couldn't hold back the temple's elite. That was, of course, excluding Helmut's group. So I get to fight now, right? Alaga stretched out his legs, baring his claws. The gleaming white talons were impressively sharp. Helmut replied, if you plan to fight in your cat form. If a house-sized white leopard appeared, radiating demonic energy and attacking the temple, onlookers would struggle to discern friend from foe. Though a high priest in Basser had once controlled a demonic beast, it was something they'd prefer to keep buried. Controlling demonic beasts was seen as the work of dark mages. Moreover, revealing that Renosa possessed such a beast would spark wariness in other nations. Alaga was a trump card, to be kept hidden until the final moment. Hopefully, that moment would never come. I don't want to use him either. Helmut had a faint sense of conscience. Alaga's presence was reassuring, but he hadn't brought him from the forest of roots to wield him as a weapon. Being treated as a pet human or a child in need of Alaga's help was something Helmut wanted no more of. If he had to deploy Alaga, he didn't even want to imagine how much the beast would gloat and scold him. This form is more than enough to handle frail humans, Alaga declared confidently. Helmut pictured a cat fit for lounging on a noble's luxurious sofa, leaping about the battlefield and scratching holy knights' faces. It would certainly be a bizarre sight enough to distract those fighting. Shaking off the mental fog, Helmut stated firmly, "I'm enough on my own." "Yeah, you're right, you're enough on your own." Aaliyah nodded somewhat agreeably. "So you don't need me either, right?" Though he thought it better for Aaliyah to stay safe, Helmut felt a subtle sting of betrayal as he answered. Aaliyah, wearing a meaningful smile, turned to Alaga. "Then it's settled. Alaga, you and I have work to do." Chapter 421, Part 1. Whatever Aaliyah and Alaga were planning was lightly buried under the word secret. She refused to explain to Helmut, and that was the end of it. Perhaps swayed by Aaliyah's proposal, Alaga nodded readily without even hearing the details. Good. Helmut had to prepare for the battle against the temple without expecting help from Aaliyah or Alaga. It was close to the ideal combat scenario he had envisioned, yet somehow it felt lonely. Will it be all right? The only thing that comforted Helmut even slightly was Cyan's anxious expression. Unlike Helmut, Cyan lacked the skill to protect himself from the temple's forces in a situation where neither Aaliyah nor Alaga was present. But he was a mage hired by Helmut. As long as he was paid, he couldn't just shrug it off like Aaliyah. If only the Earth Spirit would just choose me already. His mother was still healthy, so it would take quite a while for that to happen. But if he had the Earth Spirit, what would there be to fear? For someone who was second in the magic department at Greta Academy, he couldn't help but feel like a rather mediocre mage. If things get really bad, I can just sell green kana. Cyan soothed his anxiety with that thought. Even from Veneta, they had caught wind of the temple's movements and sent Talon. Talon had come prepared with a plan, how to ensure reinforcements would arrive before Latona fell if the temple opened a gate and launched an assault on the city. He was skeptical about the assumption that Renosa's forces, including Helmut, could seize victory against the temple's army on their own. It was unclear how much force the temple would deploy, but their current movements were far from ordinary. Even so, you need to hold out for at least a day. There's a high chance the temple will use sacred artifacts or sacred magic to disrupt the magical flow in areas near Latona. If the temple's invasion was detected, the Mages Association would open a gate to transport Veneta's reinforcements to Renosa. The Empire would likely arrive faster, and Basser would be about as swift as Veneta. For now, only those three nations could dispatch large-scale elite troops quickly enough to be of help. Basser has a grudge against the temple, but Veneta won't offer aid without a price. Veneta wants wealth. Upon hearing the amount, Helmut shook his head decisively. Then we don't need Veneta's help. Were they planning to send troops and then extort him? Helmut, glad he'd asked in advance, felt a surge of displeasure. Renosa's wealth was his wealth. The king of Veneta, having ascended through civil war and likely squeezed by Green Kana, wouldn't be flush with resources. It seemed he intended to profit from this war, but the amount was excessive. You'll regret it. With the Empire and Basser, Veneta's presence is negligible. It's enough if they join the other nations in condemning the temple. I'll relay it as such. By the way, Black Hawk has some useful information about the temple. Show it to Alonso or Charlotte and let them handle the negotiations. Helmut decided to offload the parts he wasn't familiar with. A misstep could lead to being overcharged. Understood. As Talon withdrew, Helmut realized something. Talon's tone had subtly shifted to one of respect. He was treating Helmut as the Grand Prince of Renosa. It was a change that felt profoundly real. Memories of past connections when he faced the world as the enigmatic Helmut flashed through his mind. Helmut's new life had begun in Renosa. He had to protect it, his new nest. The Grand Duke of Renosa, for the first time, calmly accepted the possibility that Latona might fall. A ruler must anticipate the worst. I was prepared for this the moment I chose to accept you. The temple could not destroy Renosa outright. The Grand Duchy of Renosa was tied to the imperial bloodline, and the temple, as a religious organization, did not directly occupy and rule nations. What they could destroy was the Grand Duke, who had made the misguided choice to appoint an heir tainted by the seed of darkness, and that heir himself. The Grand Duchess had been favorable to the temple, so they might prop her up to govern Renosa. In that case, Michael would likely become the heir once more. Perhaps the Grand Duke had kept his distance from the Grand Duchess with such a scenario in mind. Though the Grand Duchess had her faults, she too was a member of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. She must have tried to accept the rift between herself and the Grand Duke caused by the Helmut incident. A sudden question struck Helmut. Could the Grand Duke truly have failed to consider the worst-case scenario, that the temple would bypass the Empire and march straight for Renosa? No, he had considered it, and he had still chosen. As the Grand Duke of Renosa, he had accepted even the possibility of losing everything. The Grand Duke's eerily calm expression, unshaken by the bolt from the blue, spoke volumes. In that moment of realization, Helmut gazed intently at the Grand Duke's rock-steady face. I see, I think I understand now. He neither apologized nor sought forgiveness, yet he had entrusted everything to him. Even if it meant dragging Renosa into a whirlwind of chaos. Could it merely be repayment for a debt or for the sake of Reynosa's honor? To claim that he had chosen Helmut solely because he was the rightful heir would be ignoring the overwhelming odds and immense risks. True intentions are revealed not in words but in actions. The Grand Duke had been sparing with words, at times acting as though testing Helmut, but in critical moments his actions laid bare his hidden intentions. He had said he chose Helmut because he was suitable as Reynosa's heir, but what sealed that choice was a human heart, guilt and conscience too subtle to be called denial outright, and a desire to do what was right. It was strikingly similar to what Helmut had glimpsed in Charlotte's upright gaze. They were truly father and daughter. Chapter 421, Part 2. Is there a reason my weight tipped the scales in your favor? Yet the most crucial point was that choosing Helmut would only matter if Reynosa survived. Choosing him despite defeat was unthinkable. That was neither Reynosa's way nor the way of a swordsman. Helmut knew his own strength, but the Grand Duke couldn't be so certain. A faint smile touched the Grand Duke's lips. You are a pure swordsman, yet you calculate instinctively. As befits Reynosa's bloodline, you know how to gauge your position and weigh the odds of victory. That's why 4 years ago you hid your identity. Helmut's eyebrow twitched at the Grand Duke's words, which seemed to dredge up his innermost thoughts from 4 years prior. Conviction gleamed in the Grand Duke's eyes. I believe if you thought you would lose, you wouldn't have returned. 4 years ago, Helmut had no confidence he could defeat the temple. He couldn't let Reynosa be swept into the flames of war because of him, so he chose to conceal his identity. Back then, he was consumed by an obsession to grow stronger. For someone like him to resolve to fight and reveal himself, there must be confidence and grounds for victory. It was an intuition about Helmut as a person. Seeing into people was also a quality of a ruler. The Grand Duke added quietly, the name Sword Saint is worthy of standing against the temple. A faint smile curved Helmut's lips. You place great expectations on me. If you win, you will take everything Reynosa has to offer, and if I lose everything, so you will fight with all your strength. You achieved the miracle of escaping the Forest of Roots, twice. Doesn't that mean you are closer to what they call Lumen's will, though they wouldn't want to admit it? The barrier that seals the Forest of Roots is imbued with Lumen's will after all. It's been a while since I last wielded a sword. The Grand Duke frowned, gazing out the window into the distance, as if the temple's army were already approaching. Sensing his resolve, Helmut bowed and left the room. Did the Grand Duke not consider Reynosa's destruction as Helmut's revenge? No matter where that belief came from, it didn't matter. Helmut's sword was now aimed at the temple. Michael's visit was unexpected. Since Helmut had planned to speak with him once, he accepted Michael's visit. The moment Michael stepped into Helmut's study, he bluntly threw out a question. What do you intend to do? He must have lain in bed, endlessly mulling over what he had pursued his whole life and lost because of Helmut without a shred of remorse. Yet his face was far too polished for someone who had been bedridden. Perhaps tired of feigning innocence, the venom in his expression was plain to see. Helmut responded with a question of his own. And you? If Reynosa falls, they'll place you on the throne. Even the temple couldn't elevate someone not of Reynosa's bloodline to the position of Grand Duke. While punishing Reynosa in Lumen's name, it wasn't for naught that Michael and those in cahoots with the temple had maintained ties. The temple had the power to restore him to the position he desired. And now they had a pretext. From their perspective, it was as if the Grand Duke, swayed by evil, had stripped Michael of his destined heirship, making it easy to claim legitimacy. Michael snorted and asked, knowing that if you lose I'll take the throne, will you still spare me? It seemed Michael hadn't forgotten what Helmut had done to him. You seem to have found some zest for life. At least you're motivated to move around. Though, if anything, he seemed more like a man clinging to vengeance. Even as he glared at Helmut with venomous eyes, Michael made his intentions clear. The temple was merely a tool to me. They shouldn't try to lord over me. I can't let them take Reynosa. He didn't want to sit on an empty throne. It only held meaning if he claimed it himself. For the first time, Helmut sensed something Reynosa-like in Michael's honesty. In any case, Michael was in a position where he had to prove his usefulness to Helmut. Helmut pointed out quietly, if you push yourself and fall, you'll be a hindrance, not a help. You don't need to worry about me. That bug of yours seems to have some effect. I'm feeling quite healthy. Michael grimaced as if displeased and glanced down at his chest. If the host dies, the parasite dies. It seemed the worm had the effect of strengthening its host. His body was naturally frail, so there were limits, but still. Ironically, in exchange for having his life controlled, Michael had gained slightly below average health. By his standards, what he gained outweighed what he lost. Lucky guy, hoping that luck would hold in this war, Helmut nodded. Then go to Charlotte. The siblings would put their heads together to protect Reynosa. Chapter 422, Part 1. Immediately after concluding his conversation with Michael, a delegation from the Deus Empire arrived. Helmut examined the 2 items the delegation had left behind. One was a golden insignia proving the title of Count, and the other was a thick sheet of paper embossed with numbers and the imperial seal. Count Deus Ha. The reward for the martial tournament. Unlike Asuka, Helmut found the crown prince's handling of affairs quite satisfactory. Given the current state of Renosa, he had expected delays, but the reward was delivered with precision. The title of Count, promised as the reward for winning the martial arts tournament, didn't matter much to him. After all, even if he went to the Empire, he would hardly be addressed as Count. Helmut was far more pleased with the wealth. Instead of sending money directly, they had neatly provided him with an account at the Imperial National Bank. As long as the Empire existed, that sum would remain valid. Cyan, who had appeared out of nowhere, peered at the items with curiosity. He gazed at the ornate insignia, its edges intricately engraved with vines and floral patterns, and made a peculiar expression. So you're a count now. Some of us don't even have a single title, and here you are, not just a grand prince but a count as well, Cyan grumbled. But it was hard for him to complain too much, considering he hadn't made any effort to earn a title himself. After all, being chosen by the spirit of the earth meant he was destined to be tethered to Green Kana for life. Come to think of it, Helmut, you didn't even collect your tournament winnings. Cyan was the type to account for even the smallest details, though admittedly he was also the poorest among his friends. There wasn't time for that. If I ever head to the Empire, I'll claim the prize money and let you know. That sounds like you're saying you don't want to treat us. How about giving me a raise instead? Cyan seized the opportunity. That seemed to have been his true aim all along. Helmut cut him off coldly. Don't talk nonsense, you're already overpaid for the work you do. Having worked as a mercenary, Helmut had a keen sense of what fair compensation looked like. Cyan was practically freeloading off Renosa's budget just because he was Helmut's friend. Just as Cyan opened his mouth to protest, Helmut's gaze shifted toward the window. It's quite busy today. Amid the sound of hooves, the faint rumble of carriage wheels could be heard. The sound was soft, indicating a high-quality carriage with minimal sway, a sign of a guest of considerable status. He sensed the presence of a mage, someone familiar. From the distance, Aaliyah approached. Helmut, the dean is here. It was a visit from Liam Weiss, the dean of Greta Academy. Helmut, Aaliyah, and Cyan, everyone from Greta Academy except Charlotte, who was with Michael, gathered in the reception room to meet the dean. You seem to have a lot on your mind lately, Cyan remarked, staring pointedly at him. The dean's face looked older than before. Mages typically had an advantage in maintaining their youth, so his aged appearance likely stemmed from a lack of energy to even manage his looks. There were some concerns, but I've made my decision. Aaliyah, having heard about his decision, crossed her arms and asked, Didn't you say Greta Academy will cooperate? Aaliyah had been wrangling with the dean, using her report on the sacred barrier as leverage. Though he had promised to help, the dean had been hesitant and Aaliyah had demanded action. The dean nodded. The academy isn't an army, nor is Greta solely a mage's academy. There are students with deep faith in Lumen. The academy has been in an uproar over this situation. I didn't want to burden them. Some might even abandon their studies for their beliefs. Those who believe in Lumen would be better off not at the academy, Cyan muttered. Just because the temple is wrong doesn't mean Lumen himself is, the dean countered. Lumen was the will and power that protected humanity from the Demon King. It wasn't something to be rejected outright. That was the foundation and justification the temple had upheld for so long, and it was the temple itself that had undermined that foundation with its own hands. The dean added with a worried expression, This is too big a fight for Greta Academy to get involved in. The risks are too great. The conflict between the temple and Renosa had escalated into a broader confrontation between the temple and the human nations opposing it. With the temple refusing to back down and preparing for war, it was difficult for Greta Academy to publicly support Helmut and vouch for the Seed of Darkness. Aaliyah was part of the reason. The temple was currently preoccupied with war preparations, but if they set their minds to it, it wouldn't be hard for them to uncover that Aaliyah, Helmut's fiancée, was the granddaughter of Archmage Hike, the temple's public enemy. It was also rumored that she had attended Greta Academy disguised as a man. Since the dean had concealed Aaliyah's identity, if it were exposed, Greta Academy would lose its impartiality. People would suspect a close connection between the dean and Hike, who had been on good terms during their time at Greta Academy. Hike had grievances about her charges, but overturning her status as the temple's public enemy was no easy task. If the crimes of being the temple's public enemy and the bearer of the Seed of Darkness were entangled, public perception would worsen. Hadn't Aaliyah already decided to deny her connection to Hike? In fact, Hike had chosen not to involve herself in this battle. A very reasonable conclusion, Aaliyah said, her gaze still icy. Chapter 422, Part 2, Greta Academy was a fairly reputable educational institution. In truth, Aaliyah didn't care what stance Greta took. She had only needed their support. but the dean had prioritized his conscience as an educator over his ambitions as a mage. For a mage who would typically abandon morals in the face of rare research, his will was surprisingly firm. That's why you'll never become an archmage. Crossing the line could make one a dark mage, but it was also the path to becoming an archmage. The limits of those who walked the righteous path were clear. Aaliyah asked sharply, "If you're staying neutral, why are you here?" The dean's eyes sharpened. It was the glint of insatiable greed. He wasn't siding with Helmut because he was a Greta Academy student or because the Academy had failed to protect him back then. Aaliyah's report on the sacred barrier wasn't something he could easily give up. His resolve was strong, but he wasn't one to surrender. "I'm not here as the dean of Greta Academy, but as an individual mage. A mage of my caliber would be a valuable asset, wouldn't you say?" Thus, the dean had decided to step forward alone, excluding Greta Academy. If he took the fall himself, the Academy would have an escape route. After all, he was also a member of the Mage Association. The Mage Association was openly siding with the Empire and Renosa against the Temple. "Will they accept that?" Cyan asked skeptically. "I've submitted my resignation. It's on hold and won't be processed until this matter is resolved, but it proves that my decision to help Renosa is unrelated to Greta Academy." Greta Academy was, in essence, an institution owned by a single family for generations. In the current dean's family, there was no one else suitable to take the role of dean. If no one in the family could assume the position, a noble from Baden would be temporarily appointed as dean. "If I die, the most suitable person to become dean would be—" "Yes, Ethan Kudrow, that's why he can't come, he has people to protect." Helmut nodded slowly. He had already spoken with Ethan Kudrow through magic after this situation arose. He had entrusted Susan and Sarah to Ethan's care. Ethan had to protect them. Aaliyah, however, doubted the dean's capabilities. Among mages who hadn't reached the level of archmage, he was among the best, but "It's been a long time since you've had any real combat experience, hasn't it?" Hadn't he been sitting in the dean's office, buried in paperwork for ages? The dean frowned and replied, "I won't be trembling and dragging you down, so don't worry. I don't need payment either. Aaliyah, just hand over the sacred barrier report as promised." Very well. For Helmut, gaining a skilled mage for free was a deal with no downsides. The dean looked at him and added, "And if the temple's army comes, I plan to mediate with the high priests." The dean had interacted with a few high priests in the past. During a festival, the temple had visited Greta Academy for an inspection. There had been a minor incident between Helmut and Aaliyah back then, but that was long ago. "Mediate?" Helmut asked. "The Mage Association will join in. We'll offer to verify the Seed of Darkness and demonstrate the process in front of the temple." Cyan pointed out, "The temple has never been one to negotiate with mages. They've consistently refused contact with the Mage Association and you, as if they were royalty refusing to speak with commoners. That's why I'm stepping in. If it works, we might avoid war." "War. We have no intention of avoiding it either." With the temple's strength still unclear, Helmut had sought help from the Empire and Basser to minimize casualties in case of conflict, but he never considered his own death or defeat. A certainty of victory, starkly contrasting any premonition of loss, dominated him. He didn't feel like he could lose. Just as Darien was undefeated in direct combat, who could defeat a sword saint? Still, Helmut spoke calmly. Avoiding war would be a good thing, as if that were his wish. A response cloaked in harmlessness and goodwill. To the dean, who wasn't a complete ally, it was advantageous to appear that way. The temple wouldn't stop or compromise. Not until they were shattered. Helmut was certain of that, but a futile attempt didn't matter. The temple would think they were trying to avoid war out of weakness, and if that led to their complacency, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. With war against the temple looming, allies and enemies were now clearly defined. All that remained was the war itself. They couldn't strike first, so they had to wait for the temple to come, straight into their trap. A fierce glint flickered in Helmut's eyes. Chapter 423, Part 1. The preparations for the expedition were finally complete. It had been a long time since the last campaign, and though it took time to make thorough arrangements, there was no hesitation in the decision. It was late at night, no, the early dawn. The cloudless sky was clear yet dark as death, with twinkling stars illuminating the darkness like beacons of hope. The holy knights, priests, and temple soldiers. All those under the banner of the Temple of Lumen gazed at that serene sky, gripped by a sense of sublime reverence. It was truly a sacred day. For today, they would quell the rebellion of humanity and purify all that was evil. When the will of Lumen spread across the world, Renosa would spill blood before the Holy Sword. The sun will cast its radiant light, and by the time this dawn breaks, we shall arrive at Latona in Renosa. Though there were no torches, the white light emanating from the Holy Knight's armor softly illuminated their surroundings. And upon the dais before them stood 6 high priests gathered in one place. This time not at a round table but before their army. They were the highest-ranking figures in the Temple of Lumen. To the followers of Lumen, these were revered figures, so noble that one would gladly kneel and kiss the hem of their robes to receive their blessings. These 6 high priests were believed to represent the will of Lumen and embody the temple's authority. The will of Lumen they had chosen was a holy war. A few days earlier, at the round table meeting held before the expedition, the high priests had to make a momentous decision. This enemy is not to be underestimated, so more than half of the high priests must join the campaign, Levina declared. All nodded in unison. Paolo spoke up. More than half means 3, will that suffice? We are not facing a single foe. It was a remark that recalled the disappearance of the Sword Saint, which had prompted Basser to aid Reynosa. Paolo, present here, was one of the main culprits who, along with the 2 high priests slain by Helmut, had sent the Sword Saint to the Forest of Roots. But back then they had merely colluded with forces within Basser, luring the Sword Saint into a trap and eliminating him. This was an entirely different matter, a full-scale invasion of far greater complexity. Though none present thought of it as an invasion. Then what? Another asked. All but 1 high priest should head to Reynosa, Paolo replied. That is the only way to end this war without unnecessary losses. Reynosa has the Black Wing Knights and the Mages Association supports them. If we delay, that vile empire and Basser will come rushing in, complicating matters. Another high priest nodded. He speaks true. We must muster our full strength and march to Reynosa. We must achieve our goal before reinforcements arrive. Their goal was simple, to slay Helmut, who wielded evil power and had even swayed the Grand Duke, and to remove the Grand Duke of Reynosa from his seat. All they needed was to place someone close to the temple, any collateral member of the Reynosa family, on the Grand Ducal throne. Agato asked gravely, so one remains to guard the temple and the rest go to Reynosa? That would be for the best, wouldn't it? Not all can go, Paolo said with a sly smile. A murmur rippled among the high priests. Even they were not eager to take on the role of vanguard in a holy war. Remaining to guard the temple was far more comfortable, free of any danger. Above all, it was a principle that at least 1 high priest must stay to protect the temple. 1 high priest was sufficient for that task. Additional numbers would make little difference to the defense. The temple itself functioned as a fortress, and with 1 or more high priests its defenses could be activated. Though not as potent as a sacred barrier, the temple's defenses were stronger than any city's barrier in existence. But then, how would they decide who would be the fortunate one to remain and guard the temple? The high priests exchanged glances, sizing each other up, yet the answer was already somewhat decided. In case of an emergency, one of the most senior high priests capable of commanding the temple had to stay. Among them, the most senior was Agato, followed by Levina. They were the most upright among the high priests, free of personal scandals. Regarded as exemplars within the temple due to their impeccable conduct, they wielded significant influence. The 2 high priests were steadfast allies, but this time they could not act together. Agato spoke first. High Priest Levina recently poured much effort into the sacred barrier. It is time for others to step forward. His gaze met Levina's. Her face was solemn, but her eyes were sharp. A divine whisper flowed to her, Paolo cannot be left behind. Levina immediately understood. Among them, Paolo, the 3rd most senior, was a greedy man. Though he stood within Lumen's embrace, he was not one to be fully trusted. Regrettably, they could not entrust unchecked authority to him. Either Levina or Agato had to stay. Agato believed Levina should remain. Levina, with a heavy heart, agreed. Paolo readily complied with Agato's words. Stroking his chin, he nodded. Your words are wise. It seems most fitting for High Priest Levina to stay. Chapter 423, Part 2. Remaining at the temple was the safest and most comfortable option. Yet Paolo, far from being displeased, seemed delighted. A thick glint of desire flickered in his eyes. I'll get to see Reynosa's treasure vault. Known for his greed, Paolo had a particular obsession with wealth. He was far removed from the frugality considered a virtue among priests. Born into a noble family from a prosperous trading city, Paolo had married young, but after his wife's death he fell into despair, became a priest, and eventually rose to the rank of high priest. High priests were chosen based on their capacity to wield holy power. Typically, those with such talent were identified early, verified by the temple, and dedicated their lives to it from a young age. But Paolo was a rare case, having unintentionally evaded such scrutiny. One cannot wield holy power without faith in Lumen. However, since faith does not determine the extent of one's talent for holy power, it has little bearing on the selection of high priests. Thus, though rare, someone like Paolo could become a high priest. Unlike other high priests who had cut ties with the secular world and devoted themselves to the temple from youth, Paolo maintained connections with his children and relatives outside. Backed by a high priest like Paolo, they amassed power and wealth, now living grandly in their homeland. I've already identified a collateral line of Reynosa. By blood, they're distant, but If Helmut were eliminated, the primary successors to the Grand Ducal throne would be Charlotte and Michael. Charlotte, who sided with Helmut, would naturally be excluded. Michael had maintained close ties with the temple and had met Paolo several times. On those occasions, Michael had showered Paolo with riches. Michael was a suitable candidate to replace the heir, but he was frail. If he were to die, it would complicate matters, so another candidate needed to be prepared. If Paolo could place his chosen candidate on Reynosa's throne, the benefits would be immense. Having calculated his moves, Paolo surveyed the room and asked, "Any objections?" As high priests, none suffered from ill health. None of the other three high priests stepped forward. "Then, with all due respect, I shall guard the temple. May the blessing of light be with you all." Levina drew a holy sign with a reverent expression. Thus, 5 high priests set out for this holy war, and now the day of the expedition had arrived. They would reach Reynosa through a gate, the path of light, to a place not far from Latona. Before the 6 high priests, a holy knight stepped forward. The white armor he wore gleamed, and at his waist hung the holy sword imbued with the mighty power of Lumen. His golden eyes radiated a fierce aura. Levant. Levina called his name softly, gazing at him. His true name was Levant, though he had been called servant at the martial arts tournament. He had been captured at the tournament, treated like a sinner, unthinkable for a holy knight, and forced to endure hardships in a cramped, dark cell. As his eyes met Levina's, they trembled with painful emotion. It was Levant who had disappointed her, who was like a mother to him. The moment he returned to the temple and faced her for the first time, the devastation he felt was beyond words. "But this time I will not fail." The defeat, misery, and humiliation he experienced in that cell had forged him stronger. Gazing at the bars of the prison he could have broken at any moment, he gritted his teeth. Levant was a holy knight upholding the will of Lumen, and his captivity was unjust. He would leave that prison not as a sinner. As if responding to his conviction, the holy sword granted him its power. As if to say he was now worthy to wield it. Facing a formidable foe was, for a swordsman, an unparalleled opportunity for growth. Levant had grown stronger than when he faced Helmut in the tournament final match, and he had even gained the power of the holy sword. This time he would not lose. This too must be Lumen's grand will, allowing him to recognize his shortcomings and grow. Levant knelt before her. "In the embrace of Lumen, and to you I shall bring victory this time." Levina's hand rested on his head. A gentle power of blessing seeped into him. "I pray for the safety of all and for you." Levina gave him a tender smile, a saintly smile. As he returned to his place, Paolo's impassioned cry resounded through the heavens. "This is a holy war, and it is our mission to defeat those manipulated by evil forces. Glory be to those who uphold the will of Lumen. O Lumen, here stands your army. Look upon us." A roar erupted from the army, shaking the entire temple. A dazzling light flared in the distance. A massive gate, through which the land of Reynosa could be seen, was opening. With a heavy tremor reverberating through the ground, the temple's army, leaving High Priest Levina behind, vanished beyond the gate. Only those with holy power could use this gate. Until their return, Levina would guard the temple. The holy war had finally begun. They believed without a shadow of doubt that they would emerge victorious. Chapter 424, Part 1. The night in the temple was as deep as the night in Reynosa. Each day had passed with nerves on edge, sharp as a blade. Perhaps Reynosa secretly wished for the situation to erupt. If compromise was impossible, the only path was to clash until one side was utterly shattered. Neither side entertained the thought of defeat in this battle where their fates hung in the balance. The victor would be just, and because they were just, they would prevail. In the pitch-black dawn, the gate opened by sacred magic shone blindingly. It was as if the sun had risen in the night, bathing everything in light. The moment the gate, connected to the temple's heartland by immense holy power, opened, the very air of Reynosa stirred. There here, Helmut, Aaliyah, and all those who had reached the pinnacle of their power immediately sensed it. It was closer to Latona than expected. The closer to Latona, the closer to the defensive barrier, which meant significant resistance to such large-scale teleportation magic. Suppressing that resistance would consume an enormous amount of holy power. But for the temple, even such a daunting task was merely a matter of expenditure, not impossibility. Their plan was clear. Conquer Latona as swiftly as possible upon arrival. Their arrogance was palpable, it's a revolting sensation. Alaga, sensing the faint holy power permeating the air, furrowed his brow, his fur bristled. For a demonic beast, it was an inherently unpleasant feeling. Facing those imbued with holy power was a first for him. Not that I'm the one dealing with them. His gaze flicked to Helmut. Helmut, leaping from his bed, calmly gripped his sword, prepared himself, and glanced at Alaga, who was perched by the window. Then he reached out toward Alaga's head. "I'll be back, so don't cause any trouble." The hand that lightly tapped him withdrew. Alaga, momentarily stunned by the gesture as if he were a child, watched as Helmut deftly opened the door and slipped out. Only then did Alaga erupt in indignation. Kraya, does this guy think I'm an actual cat? But no matter his inner fury, appearances mattered. The angry white cat was, frankly, quite adorable. The outside, suddenly illuminated, descended into chaos. Just as the temple had prepared, so too had Renosa made every preparation. The door burst open and Aaliyah appeared. It's begun. We have somewhere to go. She reached out and scooped Alaga into her arms. As she strode forward, Alaga narrowed his eyes at her. What's that? Where are we going? Why didn't you tell Helmut? Because Helmut wouldn't like it. But I think you'll enjoy it, Alaga. A chilling smile curled on Aaliyah's lips. Beautiful yet somehow eerie, that smile sparked a premonition in Alaga. Oh, is that so? She didn't answer. Holding Alaga, she headed straight for the teleportation circle within the castle. To prevent escape, the magical currents around Latona had already been sealed by sacred magic. In such an unstable atmosphere, large-scale teleportation was difficult, but for a mage of Aaliyah's caliber, moving a small group was feasible. It would only take a moment. Though leaving Helmut alone, even briefly, didn't sit well with her. This was her way of helping. Aaliyah's violet eyes gleamed with a strange light. At that moment, the Black Wing Knights in Renosa's army had finished assembling. Let's try talking to them first. The Dean of Greta Academy, along with a few mages from the Mage Association, stepped forward. The Mage Association had long been at odds with the temple, but that was entirely because the temple had dismissed mages as inferior. The Mage Association had contributed to countless aspects of human life, filling gaps sacred magic couldn't, by hunting dark mages and providing widespread conveniences, proving they weren't targets for the temple's blade. As a result, the temple grudgingly acknowledged their existence as a necessary evil. The Mage Association had worked to solidify their position without giving the temple cause to suppress them, and their approach was never openly hostile. This wasn't solely because they were weak. Fundamentally, the Mage Association recognized the temple as a faction of mages wielding sacred magic. No mage was unnecessary in this world. The temple had once defeated the Demon King, saving the world. Mages were a rational breed. Though the temple now shut its eyes and ears if the Mage Association stood before them, vouched for Helmut's Seed of Darkness, and proposed a proper verification process, they might be persuaded. That was the Mage Association's belief. A final attempt to avert a war that could reduce Renosa to ashes. War was always best avoided. Not just Renosa, but many nations stood on the brink of being consumed by the flames of a holy war. If the Mage Association could prevent it, their standing would rise further. The Dean of Greta Academy, who had dealings with high priests, believed that approaching openly wouldn't provoke an immediate attack. But that calculation was brutally shattered. Chapter 424 Part 2, we come from the Mage Association. We wish to speak with High Priest Paulo. Crimson blood sprayed across the ground. The pristine white blade shook off droplets of blood. Thud, beside the fallen body, a severed head rolled on the ground. The cut was chillingly clean. What in the Dean cried out, his face frozen. What are you doing? They had been approaching the temple's army slowly. When a holy knight rode out and stopped before them, it seemed unproblematic. But the moment a mage stepped forward to speak, the knight drew his sword without hesitation and beheaded him. The motion was so natural, the blade so swift, there was no time to react. Even a battle-hardened mage couldn't have countered it. Even so, they had protective barriers around them. All four who came were high-ranking mages, not so careless as to arrive unprotected. Yet the opponent had shattered the barrier effortlessly. A terrifying power emanated from the sword in his hand. Golden eyes gleamed sharply from beneath the helmet. A mage shouted as if screaming. That's the holy knight from the martial arts tournament finals. Only then did they recognize him. The dean's face contorted as he looked at the slain mage's body. To do this to someone seeking dialogue, what barbarity, Levant declared coldly. There is no need for talk. Obstructing the sacred army makes you enemies of the temple. That was the temple's will, the high priest's will. He merely followed. This war would not end until they claimed victory and took the head of the one bearing the seed of darkness. Levant's eyes glinted ominously. Eliminate them all. From the approaching army, the priest's sacred magic poured forth. Levant raised his sword again. His gaze briefly, sharply scanned his targets. Had the dean not been there, they all would have perished. Their survival was solely because the dean was a mage near the level of an archmage. They escaped. The body couldn't be retrieved, but Levant's indifferent gaze fell upon the mutilated corpse. Considering they were part of Renosa's strength, it was a pity. It would have been better to wipe them all out here. Before the sacred magic and Levant's sword could reach, the dean completed a teleportation spell by a hair's breadth. The mages vanished instantly, and Levant's sword sliced through the empty air where the dean had stood. Sacred magic struck the vacant ground, purifying the air and dispersing magical energy. Levant's brow furrowed slightly. Dialogue, a naive notion. The temple's main force had drawn close behind him. Levant raised his sword hand. For the light of humanity, glory to the temple and Lumen. As he charged forward, the temple's army trampled the mage's body into oblivion, leaving no trace. Good heavens! Back at Renosa's royal castle, the dean pressed his face into his hands. The other two mages sighed, their faces pale. They had been envoys of sorts. Beheading an envoy was the act of a barbaric nation. They weren't knights but unarmed mages. They hadn't expected the temple to act so ruthlessly. Ceasus, we had no time to retrieve the body. As one mage groaned, the dean shook his head. They survived only because the dean had swiftly completed the spell. He wasn't to blame. What of the dialogue? Cyan rushed out to meet them. Noticing one was missing, he immediately understood what had happened. It failed. They attacked the moment they saw us, the dean said, his gaze shifting. Beyond, the Black-Winged Knights of Renosa stood in formation, with the Grand Duke and Helmut clad in armor at the forefront, the Grand Duke of Renosa and his heir. The image of father and son was unmistakable. You're lucky to have returned alive. I felt them using sacred magic, Cyan said. Indeed. The dean, face stern, stepped forward. He stood before the Grand Duke and Helmut. A resolute voice flowed from him. As of this moment, the Mage Association will join Renosa's army to stand against the temple. A fire blazed in the dean's eyes. He had watched a colleague be slaughtered before him. They had only sought to prevent war. For ages, the temple had treated mages as profane, dismissing them. This time, too, they treated them as worthless, not even worth speaking to. Today, they'll pay for the life they took. For too long, they had bowed their heads, but at some point doubt arose. Was the temple still so mighty? Were mages still so insignificant to them? No, that was no longer true. As the temple's legitimacy wavered, the time had come to overturn the hierarchy and order they had imposed. Today, the temple would witness the power of the mages they had made their enemies. The Grand Duke nodded gravely. Very well, the dean immediately informed the Mage Association of the loss of a high-ranking mage. This gave the Mage Association a clear motive to join the fight. Word had already spread to the Deus Empire and Bassar. All were converging on Latona, but the first to arrive would undoubtedly be the temple. Chapter 425 Part 1. As dawn approached, the temple's army came within sight of Latona. Clad entirely in white armor, their disciplined ranks advancing in formation struck terror into the hearts of Latona's citizens, who had sensed the gravity of the situation. Since Latona had come under the rule of the Grand Duchy of Renosa, never before had an enemy army been permitted to approach so closely. Was this the judgment of the gods? If so, did it mean that the Grand Duke of Renosa and his heir were truly tainted by an evil force? Though doubt and confusion simmered, the people of Latona remained silent. No one had yet stirred unrest from within. This was because measures had already been taken, such as expelling those closely aligned with the temple from Latona. The people of Latona had lived under the governance of the Grand Duchy of Renosa from birth until death. To them, the Grand Duke was a son-like existence. That absolute authority held greater sway over the people of Latona than the temple's influence. The Grand Duke of Renosa and the Black-Winged Knights would surely protect Latona. Gripped by anxiety, the people hid within their homes, holding their breath. Thud, 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 the sound of horses' hooves thundered in unison. At last, the Black-Winged Knights were marching out to face the enemy. There was no need to venture far. They would fight with Latona at their backs. At the forefront stood the Grand Duke of Renosa and Helmut. They wore armor and cloaks emblazoned with the crest of Renosa. The only difference was that the Grand Duke wore a helmet, but otherwise the father and son were strikingly alike, as if cast from the same mold. Helmut glanced at the Grand Duke and spoke indifferently. Why not stay inside? There's no need for you to worry about me. I've been swinging my sword these past few days to prepare. Who said anything about worrying? Helmut kindly corrected his misconception. I meant you might be a burden. In the past, Helmut had saved the Grand Duke's life. Even then, the Grand Duke had been in a position to be protected, not particularly helpful. Though the Grand Duke was a fairly skilled swordsman, the Black-Winged Knights had many knights of comparable ability. Yet, the Grand Duke was an irreplaceable figure, unlike any knight. However, Renosa was a nation that revered the sword. As a commander, it was also the Grand Duke's duty to face the enemy in battle. For the Grand Duke of Renosa to wait safely for news while Latona was in peril was unthinkable. Helmut agreed that the Grand Duke had reason to lead the charge himself, but coldly speaking, the Grand Duke would be better off remaining within the castle. The Grand Duke's eyebrow twitched. He was unaccustomed to such insolent conversation. Who would dare treat the ruler of Renosa as a burden? Yet the Grand Duke reluctantly conceded. I'll stay at the rear, but what about her? Helmut immediately knew who the Grand Duke meant. Aaliyah, she seems to have her own plans. She's gone off somewhere. What those plans were, even Helmut didn't know. It stung a little that she hadn't told him, but he was relieved that she wouldn't be joining the battle. That way, he could fight without looking back. It's not something dangerous, is it? If it was Aaliyah, she could handle herself. It would have been better if she stayed to protect Latona's royal castle, the Grand Duke said, clicking his tongue. He seemed uneasy about leaving the Grand Duchess and their children behind. The forces guarding the castle were minimal. If the temple's followers within the city made a move, they would target the Grand Duke's family. Charlotte is there. She'll be enough. After all, they were facing the temple with Latona at their backs. Charlotte had been left behind to keep watch over Michael, who might subtly scheme, or any potential enemies within. Even though the Grand Duchess prioritized Renosa and the Grand Duke over the temple, she wasn't entirely trustworthy in Helmut's eyes, especially since he had experienced her betrayal before. I'll go too. The fate of Renosa is at stake. I can't just wait safely for the outcome. Charlotte had been adamant about joining the battle, but she was persuaded to stay behind under the pretext of needing someone to protect the castle. Even as a top graduate of Greta Academy, a swordsman as inexperienced as Charlotte couldn't be sent into such a war. Moreover, she was the Duchess of Renosa. If she were injured or captured by the enemy, it would be a disaster. Charlotte has never cut down anyone, and their opponent wasn't a demonic beast but the temple. Could Charlotte ruthlessly cut down holy knights and priests even if they were enemies? Even the Black Wing Knights, trained to serve Renosa and the Grand Duke and to cut down any foe without hesitation, might waver slightly in such a situation. Yes, that's true. She's still my little kid in my eyes, but Charlotte is a fine swordsman. Everyone just needs to fulfill their role. I'll take the vanguard. Chapter 425, Part 2, Kugugung. At that moment, a heavy rumble echoed as the castle gates opened. Helmut's gaze turned forward. He sensed an uncomfortably powerful holy energy emanating from ahead. It was so intense, like a blazing sun, that his skin prickled. The seed of darkness was sealed by magic, but Helmut's entire being rejected holy energy. Raised in the Forest of Roots, a land steeped in demonic energy, Helmut was a demonic beast cloaked in human skin. And now they were coming to subdue him. Finally, we meet face to face. He had always anticipated that one day he would clash directly with the temple. The temple was a formidable enemy. He had spent years hiding, honing his swordsmanship, and preparing for this moment. Helmut had grown strong, and ironically it was the temple that had forged him. Because the temple had sent him to the Forest of Roots, Helmut stood here now. He had passed through Lumen's sacred barrier twice, overcoming trials bestowed by Lumen. If Lumen has a will, it lies with me, not them. He had overcome near-impossible trials twice. This was the third. It wasn't necessarily harder than the previous two, and it would be the trial to end them all. Only the outcome remained. Stay back. Helmut spoke to the Grand Duke, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Though his horse galloped swiftly, his body atop it remained steady, as if untouched by the jolts. As if he were lightly perched on the saddle. Facing a worthy opponent for once, tension coursed through his body. His heart raced and every sense sharpened vividly. Not fear, but the exhilarating tension of an impending major battle. With so many grievances fueling him, cutting them down would be satisfying. A cold smile flickered across Helmut's lips. Come back, safely, the Grand Duke said, almost as a plea, slowing his horse with a low groan. The Black Wing Knights leading Latona's defensive forces poured through the castle gates. Ahead lay the temple's holy knights. Soon, holy magic would rain down upon them. Holy magic was less destructive than regular magic. With mages guarding the rear from the castle walls, defensive magic would protect them. But there were high priests and priests among the enemy. Their ability to block magic made it difficult to gauge their full strength. Though it was unclear how many priests were present, the mages wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. The vanguard Black Wing Knights needed to break through the holy knights and reach the priests, who were vulnerable in close combat. Capturing a high priest would end the war. The Grand Duke's voice rang out powerfully. They are not the temple's army, but merely invaders driven by arrogance and pride attacking Latona. Do not be swayed by their hollow pretexts. Cut them down without mercy. Yes, a resounding response erupted from the Black Wing Knights. The temple's forces, shrouded in mystery, were an unknown quantity. But the Black Wing Knights, vying with the Empire and Basser for the title of the finest, were a force to be reckoned with. Though Renosa was a small nation, it was a military powerhouse. The Black Wing Knights, the elite of the elite, were a force even the temple could not underestimate. Facing an opponent as formidable as the Holy Knights, the Black Wing Knights were swept up in the exhilaration of true swordsmen. They felt not fear but fervor in the face of a powerful foe. From behind Helmut, who rode at the forefront, a unified cry followed. Glory to Renosa. None of them spoke of divine blessings, for they faced the army of the gods. The temple's forces were now within striking distance. Collision was imminent. Where are we? The small cat's face scrunched up. Alaga blinked discontentedly. He was displeased with the place they had arrived at. It's full of a revolting aura. Of course, we're not far from the temple. A smile played on Aaliyah's lips as she held him. It was a smile devoid of warmth. The temple, you don't mean? Exactly. That's the one. Aaliyah, cradling the cat, glided over the ground as if skimming it. She was heading toward the temple. With her concealment magic active, no one should be able to detect their approach. Holy energy interfered with the manifestation of magic, but Aaliyah could maintain her spells even near the sacred barrier. No matter how thick the holy energy was in the air near the temple, casting a concealment spell was no issue for her. It's easier here than in Latona. The temple has never been this vulnerable. A sharp glint flashed in Aaliyah's eyes. With reinforcements from the Empire and Bassar scheduled to arrive, the temple would want to strike Latona quickly and return. Thus, with most of its forces deployed, the temple's defenses would naturally be weakened. Alaga immediately grasped the meaning of her words. Excitement flickered in his eyes, a rare chance to act, but Alaga hesitated briefly. Are you sure? Helmut told me not to cause trouble. It's fine, you've got me. Helmut wouldn't dare scold her. Aaliyah's smile deepened. Besides, this has nothing to do with Renosa, it's just an unknown demonic beast attacking the temple while it's vulnerable. Perfect timing, don't you think? What an opportunistic and clever demonic beast. Alaga nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with life. He was the mightiest demonic beast on Earth. Opportunities to rampage like this were rare. There it is, let's go. The temple came into view ahead. It was time for them to make their move. Chapter 426, Part 1. Hihihing, clank, kang, kagagang, black and white. Two opposing forces standing at opposite ends clashed head-on. Horses collided with horses, holy knights entangled with black wing knights. Above their heads, countless spells clashed and nullified each other. Chaos swept across the battlefield. You vile creatures, how dare you defy Lumen? Invaders who misuse the name of God, shouts filled with fervor and rage intertwined. To those locked in combat, the other was merely an enemy. No matter that their foes donned pure white robes, the Black Wing Knights never forgot their duty to protect Renosa. Before the large-scale battle erupted, the first to clash with the enemy was Helmut, leading the charge. His sword cleaved through both the sacred magic hurtling toward him and the holy knight standing in his path. Seojing. Not even the sound of bone being sliced could be heard. The holy knight, his neck severed, crumpled to the ground. Kugung hihihing, the horse, now without its master, reared its front hooves. The horse, governed by holy power, lost its composure the moment its rider fell. This caused the holy knight's formation to waver. What in the... It happened in an instant. The holy knights who witnessed it flinched involuntarily. A terrifying display of skill. But their opponent was none other than Helmut, the enemy the Temple of Lumen sought to eradicate, the reason they had come to Renosa. Pale skin, black hair, and emotionless black eyes exuded an oppressive aura so thick it felt suffocating. Behold the incarnation of the Demon King. The holy knights were those who had devoted their lives to Lumen. Fear had no place in their mission to purge evil. Regaining their resolve, the holy knights charged forward. Helmut bared his teeth in a grin as he faced them. He had avenged the fallen mage. The path ahead would not be lonely. Countless deaths would accompany him here. This was one of the rare moments when he could unleash his hidden brutality without restraint. Even without the seed of darkness, Helmut believed he could never have been a good, virtuous human. To take such joy in fighting and cutting down my enemies. Sparing matches or tournaments, where victory and defeat were decided in moderation, were merely trivial. Moreover, this was Helmut's first time fighting as part of an army, though he had no one reliable to guard his back. No, perhaps there was one. The Grand Duke was in the rear, but Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, followed closely behind. With a face like steel, Alonso cut down enemies as well. There was no need for commands or strategy. Helmut carved through whatever stood in his way, and the Black Wing Knights followed in his wake. And Helmut's momentum at the forefront was truly overwhelming. Hayag, you vile! Before they could finish their cries, holy knights fell. One, then two. It was as simple as swatting a swarm of rats. Helmut's sword was death itself. In the human world, his blade had been wielded under the constraint of not taking lives, but now it cast off those shackles without hesitation. Thus, it displayed its full might without reserve. A grayish hue. A vis of an ominous color, neither pure darkness nor light. Even with eyes wide open, no one could block his blade as it flew toward them. Quagic, clashing swords snapped like twigs and flesh was pierced like paper. Bodies rolled onto the ground, trampled under hooves. A terrifying display of prowess. How many among them could even hope to stand against him for a moment? Amid the chaotic melee, he sensed the powerful aura of sacred magic directed at him. Tack, Helmut kicked off his horse and leaped into the air. Ironically, the sacred magic, designed to burn away demonic energy, had little effect on the horse he rode. It merely staggered under the gale-like force of the holy power. Leaping upward, Helmut plunged toward a nearby holy knight. The knight, knocked off his horse by the impact, struggled to block Helmut's sword. Cusack, Quagic, the armor pressed down with the sword, shattered as the blade dug into the knight's chest before stopping. It was thick, heavy armor. He resisted. The knight couldn't fully block the sword's power, but by raising his blade, he managed to halt it. Helmut locked eyes with his opponent. The holy knight, teeth gritted, had a seasoned glint in his eyes. His armor was more ornate than the others, suggesting he held a high rank among the holy knights. That meant he was a skilled fighter. That armor won't protect your whole body. As Helmut finished his fleeting observation and prepared to swing his sword again, he sensed it. A surge of holy power emanated from his opponent, shifting from defense to offense. Until now, Helmut hadn't given them a chance to counterattack, but if they seized even a single opportunity. Holy power surged toward him from both front and back. Restrict his movements and strike with sacred magic, the standard tactic for facing a bearer of the seed of darkness. The temple had hunted such beings countless times. But the one they sought to hunt was, in turn, hunting them. Chapter 426, Part 2, Helmut raised his sword. A fierce energy surged from deep within him. The vis, soaring upward, flared like flames beyond his blade. Even if attacks came from both sides, they weren't perfectly synchronized. A mere sliver of a gap was enough. Helmut drove his sword downward. Kugagak, this time it wasn't blocked. The holy knight, gathering sacred power, let out a grotesque scream as he was cleaved in two, armor and all. Helmut spun, slashing his sword. His movements were as swift as a beam of light. His blade formed a barrier with vis. Unlike a mage's barrier, this was a shield that shredded everything rushing toward him. Quagwang, the vis, infused with demonic energy, clashed fiercely with the sacred magic. But the collision was fleeting. It burst like fireworks and vanished. Helmut's vis was unyielding. The sacred magic he deflected dissipated into the air. To affect the tightly sealed seed of darkness, sacred magic had to penetrate the body. In other words, if it couldn't even touch him, it was useless. Helmut frowned. Blocking it does consume a lot of vis. As a bearer of the seed of darkness, it was unavoidable. Dodging was the best option. He had plunged so deep into enemy lines that he was too far from the mage's protection. The Black Wing Knights maintained their charge formation and followed him closely, but there was a risk of being surrounded. Yet it's effective. Like a towering spike, his bold advance drew all eyes to him. The temple's formation began to falter. As a result, the Black Wing Knights, with their relatively intact formation, handled their enemies with ease. Hadn't it been said their forces were lacking, but a formation could compensate for numbers. This wasn't a matter of weighing forces on a scale. Let's go. Mounting a horse charging toward him, Helmut kicked the saddle without hesitation. Hee-hee-hing, the horse, as if fueled by his fervor, picked up speed. He couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. Sacred magic took time to manifest, and it targeted spaces, not individuals. By moving swiftly, it would only strike uselessly where he had been. Where are they? Like a ravenous beast, Helmut sought his prey. The presence of his allies behind him faded from his mind. It didn't matter if he fought alone against the enemy. A great commander was one who won. A sword saint was one who could fight an army alone and emerge victorious. Helmut was confident he could do it. No premonition or instinct signaled any threat to him yet. The god of death had turned its back on him. Standing before him, it savored the scene he created with rapture. The white flocks were fine prey. Helmut moved toward victory. The unpleasant aura of holy power hung thickly all around, yet he followed only his senses. Amid the haze, he felt a distinct, massive presence. As he relentlessly cut down enemies, Helmut counted them. 1, 2, a total of 5. 5 high priests are here, gathered in one place. How convenient, saving him the trouble of searching. Or perhaps not, as they would protect each other, making them harder to face. But there would be a way. 5. He'd heard there were 6 high priests in total, so the temple had truly mobilized an unprecedented force. This will be worth facing. Yet something nagged at him. Wasn't there another, one more with sacred power rivaling a high priest, a holy knight with golden eyes? That one had to be here. Where is he? At that moment, a suppressed presence flared up from his side, an intense burst of sacred power like light exploding. Helmut reacted instantly, turning his gaze. His sword was already there, perfectly positioned to meet the incoming strike. Kang, 2 swords clashed. The jarring impact made his head go blank. For the first time, Helmut's sword wavered. His vis was being consumed ruthlessly, melting into his blade. The sacred power enveloping his opponent's sword was so fierce that blocking its force was no small feat. Helmut glared coldly at his assailant and spat, a sneak attack. Fitting for your kind. The golden eyes meeting his held a hardened resolve. Having shed his former arrogance, the knight's sword was even more formidable. Helmut had already defeated him once. There could be no room for complacency. I am one who upholds Lumen's will. I merely do my utmost to vanquish the enemy. And Lumen answered his steadfast resolve. The holy sword in his hand radiated energy. You, bearer of wicked and impure power, must be vanquished without fail. The heat of the holy power rising from his sword felt as if it could sear flesh. He wielded the most powerful of Lumen's sacred artifacts. A force greater than a high priest was imbued in his blade. This one could keep Helmut pinned down. In the encirclement closing around him, exposed to concentrated sacred magic, it would be over. Yet in this moment of crisis, a smile played on Helmut's lips, a composure that seemed to look down on the danger from above. Levant, the holy knight whose real name was revealed, didn't dwell on that enigmatic smile. The high priest's sacred magic was taking form directed at him. If their magic struck, no bearer of the seed of darkness could survive. Levant shouted with fervor, "I'll sever your head and offer it on the altar." He drew upon the holy sword's power and swung. He expected the vis laced with demonic energy to crumble before his sacred sword, now unleashed with its true might. Chapter 427 Part 1. The temple was shrouded in an unusually dense silence today. With nearly the entire Holy Knight Corps, 5 high priests and most of the priests and temple soldiers gone, the temple felt almost leisurely. It won't be an easy task to accomplish their goal. Worry clouded the face of High Priest Levina, who remained alone to guard the temple. Ever since the sacred barrier in the Forest of Roots began to waver, a storm of upheaval had swept through. As if that incident had been the catalyst, changes beyond the temple's control were unfolding. Not once had Levina slept with a peaceful mind. Though they had decided to confront the issue head-on, sitting idly in the temple awaiting the outcome was far from comfortable. All Levina could do was pray for those who had departed. Who would dare infiltrate this sacred temple brimming with Lumen's holy aura? This was the holy ground of Lumen, never once defiled by an enemy. Why does Lumen not answer? As she placed flowers before the altar, Levina, almost blasphemously, harbored resentful thoughts toward Lumen. Lumen's power resided in the sacred barrier, but his will was present wherever holy energy existed. On rare occasions, whenever a grave issue concerning the forces of darkness arose, Lumen would send an oracle to the high priests, guiding the temple's path. But gradually, the frequency of oracles dwindled, and it had been many years since the last one. Perhaps Lumen means for us to find our own way without relying on him. Levina believed as much. Thus, she lived following Lumen's will through her own judgment and resolve. The power of a high priest had been bestowed upon her because she possessed the discernment to uphold Lumen's will rightly. I've done my utmost, always. Never once have I acted out of selfish desire. Yet she could not fathom where things had gone wrong this time. How had the situation deteriorated to this extent? The temple's honor lay trampled in the dirt, mired in a swamp of disgrace. As if the temple were the villain in some play, every nation turned its back and pointed fingers at them. The temple's misdeeds, laid bare one by one, even Levina could not defend them. She could only hold her tongue, unable to make excuses. Levina admitted she had been negligent. She should have paid closer attention to others, reined them in. Believing they would return to the right path despite occasional straying had been excessive confidence. But why should that lead to condemnation of the entire temple? Surely, there were more who remained true than those who had fallen. Had not the latter, under Lumen's name, vanquished evil and protected the world? Levina felt a fierce sense of injustice. Even if some who shared her faith fell to corruption, she had lived a life as unblemished as the pure white temple, steadfast in her principles and beliefs. For Levina, who had led such a noble life, it was only natural to find this distorted situation unjust. As a human, she could make mistakes or overlook things, but the current crisis was far too harsh and severe. The temple being scorned by the entire world felt like it was tearing down the life she had built. Life within the temple had been one of honor and praise. The current situation, like a fall from the heavens to the earth, evoked an immense sense of deprivation. She suffered from insomnia. Even when she managed to sleep, nightmares plagued her. In those nightmares, a figure glared at her from the darkness with cold, dry eyes as if accusing her. From those dreams, Levina recalled one person. Helmut. It all began with him. Following Lumen was not always easy or comforting. It required enduring harsh and difficult decisions. Deep faith and a sense of duty had made Levina resolute and strong. Even when sending an infant to Forest of Roots, she had never once hesitated. She had only pitied the child for being born with a cursed fate. It was the same with Helmut. It was unavoidable, a sacrifice for the world. When she considered the countless lives that would perish by his hand, no exceptions could be allowed. She had always scrutinized herself, striving to do what was right. As a follower of Lumen, as a high priest who had devoted her life to the temple, Levina pondered where things had gone wrong, but she could find no answer to the question. Within her faith and conscience, Levina was righteous. To deny that would be to deny Lumen. No, that cannot be. Levina shook her head vigorously. Steadying her storm-tossed heart, her lips tightened with resolve. The temple will return victorious, and all that is amiss will be set right. Much had gone wrong, but there would be a chance to make amends. What had been warped over time could be corrected with time and sincerity. She would see this as an opportunity to cut away the rot and act decisively. Kneeling before the altar, praying to overcome this trial, she was just about to rise when Krrrumble. Chapter 427, Part 2. A tremendous vibration shook the floor, accompanied by a deafening noise. Levina, in the act of standing, staggered for a moment. Regaining her balance, she shouted, "What's happening outside? An earthquake?" But in that moment she sensed something. Far off, a massive wave of demonic energy struck the temple's barrier, a mountain-like mass of demonic energy. Its malevolent presence sent chills through her body. From a distance, a priest's urgent cry echoed, "Lady Levina, it's an attack by a demonic beast." At such a time, what kind of demonic beast? The timing was too perfect. At this very moment, when the temple's forces were all but gone, Levina swiftly grasped the staff planted beside the altar. It was a sacred artifact of Lumen. Without her, a high priest, they could not face this demonic beast. A new trial had begun. It had happened just minutes earlier. "This place will do." In a suitable spot near the temple, thick with trees, Aaliyah set Alaga down. The moment her words fell, Alaga's form, now on the ground, began to change. The artifact's effect faded, and the white cat exploded into growth. His true form, which had struck terror into the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots, was nothing short of fearsome. Grrrr, a leopard the size of a house, with demonic energy surging ominously from its body. Anyone faint-hearted would collapse at the sight of him, baring his gleaming white teeth and growling. Reclaiming his true form after so long, Alaga let out a mighty roar. Crashing, the air trembled, and the surroundings shook with the roar laden with demonic energy. Birds in the trees fled in a frantic flutter. "Do give a warning before doing that." Aaliyah, hastily shielding herself within a barrier, plugged her ears and frowned. The sudden gust nearly blew her away, but Alaga seemed not to hear. What a refreshing feeling. A demonic beast should live as a demonic beast. Hiding and deceiving himself was not his nature. What did it matter if humans feared and opposed him? He was a demonic beast. Alaga, as if stretching, raked the ground with his clawed forepaw, leaving a deep furrow as though dug by a shovel. Without even testing his strength, he was a being capable of causing calamity with the slightest movement. The holy power surrounding him, far from purging his demonic energy, was overwhelmed and scattered. The temple itself was a massive sacred artifact, but it paled in comparison to Lumen's most powerful sacred barrier. To Alaga, the temple's barrier felt like a thin sheet of paper. No one here could stop him, not unless Lumen himself descended. Go wild to your heart's content. After all, only small fry remain here. You can storm the center and wreak havoc if you like. Aaliyah stepped back in one swift motion. She would now conceal herself and observe. Alaga's assault needed to appear as an inexplicable disaster. "When I tell you to retreat, just retreat." Once word of this reached them, the main force would return. They would leave before that happened, but before then he would make a spectacle of smashing this temple as thoroughly as possible. As a result, the temple would come to a stark realization. They were no longer an absolute authority, and their power and influence were not unassailable. Clinging to a fading cause, they would feel their strength slowly wane. And that was just. They could protect the world from demons, but not dominate humanity. It would take time for a new order to be established. Helmut was not the only one with a reason to seek vengeance against the temple. Aaliyah, who had lost her parents, harbored more than enough resentment. No matter how cold-hearted a maid she was, she could not forget those helpless, tragic childhood days. Thus, this degree of revenge was something they would have to endure. "All right, here I go." Crouching briefly, Alaga launched himself forward with a powerful leap. Kung kung kung. Each time he sprang and landed, the ground quaked and the surroundings trembled. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Aaliyah watched the scene with a detached gaze. Quackwing, with a single body slam, Alaga shattered both the temple's barrier and its wall, charging inside. The once silent temple erupted as if set ablaze. Soon, shouts and screams filled the air. Even if all the high priests were present, they could not stop Alaga, but regrettably, only one or two remained in the temple now. "There's probably nothing for me to help with." Still, the temple was the temple. There might be other tricks up their sleeve. Just in case, Aaliyah altered her appearance and stealthily approached the temple. Climbing over the crumbled wall, she slipped inside. Alaga's roars and the chaos he caused grew louder, assaulting her eardrums. It was truly deafening. Crying, roaring without restraint, Alaga tore through the temple in a straight line. In the Forest of Roots, the center had been his domain, and now he naturally burrowed toward the temple's heart. The temple was a work of art, a historic relic. Though not ostentatiously grand, it was elegant, with every wall and floor adorned with intricate patterns and carvings crafted by artisans. But what did a demonic beast care for such things? The temple, built with wealth that could bankrupt a nation, didn't even register in his eyes. All he felt was the irritating holy energy saturating the surroundings. Quagging, quang. Quajing Chang, Alaga gleefully smashed everything his paws touched, laying waste to the temple. Vast wealth was being obliterated in an instant. Those foolish enough to charge at him were swatted away with a flick of his tail. Whether they lived or died, none returned. Humans weren't boomerangs after all. Chapter 428, Part 1, Demonic Beast. Die, you cursed creature. How dare an evil being invade the temple? Yeah, I'm a demonic beast. What are you gonna do about it? I'm sick of dealing with weaklings. Alaga muttered irritably, whipping his tail. Thwack, a figure charging with considerable holy power was sent flying with a single strike. He held back a bit, knowing that a swipe of his forepaw might flatten them like a pancake, bursting on impact. The demonic energy radiating from Alaga's body was so dense it seemed to stain the pristine white temple floor. It wasn't as if he'd wrapped himself in a solid barrier, yet the shimmering demonic energy, like a heat haze, carried an overwhelming presence just by existing. It was potent enough to drive back and repel its natural enemy, holy power. In fact, despite several direct hits from holy magic aimed at his massive form, the spells couldn't penetrate the demonic energy surrounding him and fizzled out in midair. To Alaga, it felt like nothing more than a strong breeze brushing against his body, maybe because all the strong ones went after Helmut. This temple, famed for defeating the Demon King, was underwhelming. It seemed all the elite forces had gone after Helmut, leaving only the weak behind. These foes, buzzing like mosquitoes or flies, wielded holy power but posed no physical threat, just an annoying nuisance. Alaga had come here hoping for a worthy opponent to face him, but this was just too pathetic. Is that the temple's core, where they offer prayers or whatever to Lumen? As he swaggered forward, Alaga spotted a towering building piercing the sky and narrowed his eyes. The temple was supposedly the headquarters, and its scale was impressive. Even for the swift-footed Alaga, reaching the center took some time. To an ordinary person, the sight would have been awe-inspiring, enough to make them a devout follower of Lumen on the spot. At the heart of the temple stood a white structure made of translucent crystal-like material. Its surface was intricately carved with symbols, sacred artifacts, and animal motifs representing Lumen and its followers. Light cascaded from the heavens, touching the highest point of the towering building. A powerful holy energy emanating from that point spread through the structure. It was the altar of Lumen, a place both mystical and beautiful. But Alaga, devoid of sentiment, felt something else entirely. If that's Lumen's nest, would storming in there make Lumen descend or something? Alaga ground his teeth with a grrr. To Alaga, Lumen was a vile entity. Alaga had never felt confined in the forest of roots throughout his life, but seeing humans desperately struggling to escape the forest sparked a sense of grievance. It was as if he'd been imprisoned in that stifling forest like a criminal. A kind demonic beast like himself who cared for humans, locked away for nearly a millennium just because they were all branded as evil. If his house gets trashed, he'll be pissed. Maybe he'll show up in person. Should I take him on? His body twitched instinctively, suggesting that Lumen was likely stronger than him. A demonic beast's instincts were sharp, instantly recognizing a superior foe. HMPH. Maybe fighting's not the best idea. If Alaga could defeat Lumen, he would have shattered the holy barrier long ago. If Lumen showed up, he'd have to flee. In a way, Alaga understood why Lumen had trapped the demonic beasts in the forest of roots. Unlike Lumen's strength, most humans were pitifully weak. Even if a few were strong, the rest were as frail as insects, liable to collapse and die at the slightest touch. Alaga had thought Helmut was weak, but except for his very early childhood, Helmut had never truly been so. When Alaga left the forest of roots and followed Helmut's advice to conceal his identity, it wasn't out of fear or aversion of human hostility. It was to avoid startling fragile humans. The sight of Alaga radiating demonic energy might be enough to send some into cardiac arrest. Looking at this temple with these flimsy humans acting as protectors, if the beasts from the forest of roots broke out, they'd all be wiped out in no time. With creatures like Naho obsessed with human flesh running rampant, humanity would face extinction in a flash. Alaga nodded, surveying his surroundings. The area had gone silent, with no one daring to challenge him anymore, but he sensed a group gathering ahead. The temple's defenders had seemingly decided to make their stand with the sacred site at their backs. The light descending from above converged on that building, the source of holy power. Just being near it would amplify the holy energy of Lumen's followers. That place was the holiest of sanctuaries. For a demonic beast, the sight of a place brimming with holy energy was unsettling. Alaga paused to consider, then took a step forward. His slow gait suddenly exploded into a frenzied sprint. Chapter 428, Part 2, Thud 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 Thud. The sight of a massive leopard baring its teeth and radiating demonic energy was not just imposing but terrifying. Those watching from within the building felt their spines chill. Alaga slammed his body into the structure. Quang, a tremendous crash echoed. The ground quaked violently and the air's tremor whipped up a gust that swept through the surroundings. Oh. That hurts. Moments later, Alaga flopped onto his side, rubbing his body against the ground. The building was enveloped in a barrier. Inside, priests were focusing their minds to maintain it. When Alaga charged, they had screamed Lumen's name. eyes shut tight, pouring holy power into the barrier without faltering. The central barrier, fueled by the remaining priest's full holy power, withstood Alaga's body slam. Though a few priests coughed up blood and collapsed from the strain, my fur, it was the first injury Alaga had sustained since entering the human world. Even crashing into a cliff, his demonic energy would have protected him. But colliding with a wall of holy power was different. Like touching a weakened version of the sacred barrier, his demonic energy had been pierced. His flank, where he'd struck, felt as if it had been seared by fire. The fur in that area was gone, the skin red and blistered as if burned. That stings, Alaga lashed out, swiping at the barrier with his forepaw. Crack, smoke rose from his claw tips, an acrid smell spread like burning bone. His pristine white claws blackened and charred. Alaga recoiled in shock, retracting his paw. My body's getting wrecked. Alaga whined dramatically. It wasn't a severe injury, but burns always hurt more than regular wounds. He who had barely been scratched even when fighting Baherk, the ruler of the West, was now in pain. Holy power was indeed the natural enemy of demonic energy. No wonder most demonic beasts wouldn't stand a chance here. It seemed the number of humans squirming inside the building was dwindling. A few more attacks like this might break the barrier, but it would come at the cost of further injury to himself. Alaga's demonic energy naturally replenished itself. But here, with the air thick with holy power, his demonic energy was dissipating. To recover, he'd need to get far away from this temple. My wounds aren't healing. Well, they'll heal eventually, but my fur, it'll take ages to grow back. Even an emperor couldn't escape baldness, and for Alaga, fur was a similar concern. He hesitated. He felt like causing more chaos, but the pain was unpleasant. Pain was something he disliked. Alaga glared at the building. Then a woman appeared at the window. Seeing her, Alaga narrowed his eyes. She looks like Susan. The woman reacted. Susan, how does a demonic beast know a human's name? She understood me. Alaga tilted his head. His telepathic voice was faint, almost a mutter to himself, yet she had picked it up. A human with sharp senses, that meant. The leader, the boss, no, if she's a priest, a high priest. The temple was said to be governed by 6 high priests. Alaga stared at the woman who resembled Susan, not Susan herself, but a high priest. Human women had a way of dulling his hostility. But she raised her staff, her eyes blazing with anger. With priests collapsing from pouring power into the barrier, she knew they couldn't hold out long and had stepped forward herself. Levina. Yes, I am Levina, a servant of Lumen and one of the 6 chosen bearers of his greatest blessing. You, a demonic beast with intelligence, where did you come from? If any group knew the most about demonic beasts, it was the temple, not mages. Over countless years, they had vanquished numerous demonic beasts, amassing knowledge. But the beast before her, with its terrifying demonic energy, was unlike anything they'd ever encountered. Possessing the intellect to understand speech and converse, it must have lived for an unimaginably long time. Where had it been hiding from the forest of roots? Alaga answered thoughtlessly, then caught himself. Levina's face twisted in shock. You escaped the forest of roots. Alaga knew he shouldn't mention escaping with Helmut. He replied nonchalantly. Yeah, your barrier's pretty shoddy, huh? Isn't it your job to maintain the sacred barrier? You should check it out. It's full of holes, not just me, other beasts probably got out too. Igrel had escaped as well, so it wasn't a lie. Levina trembled in shock. That's impossible. She was naive enough to believe a demonic beast. She was likely one of those who sent Helmut to the Forest of Roots. Alaga added casually. Oh, by the way, my name's Alaga. Call me Lord Alaga. Levina half complied. Very well, Alaga, why are you here? What's your purpose? Suspicion clouded her eyes. Who sent you? With so many forces absent, a demonic beast of this caliber storming the temple was hard to see as unrelated to Renosa or Helmut. The massive beast bared its teeth in a grin. Its sharp fangs gleamed white, a chillingly terrifying sight. Chapter 429, Part 1. I came here of my own will. Lumen trapped me in the Forest of Roots, did he? Yet it's more underwhelming than I expected. Did you think staying inside would make Lumen protect you? A menacing gaze poured forth demonic energy. A tongue slithered slowly, licking around the lips. A low, rumbling growl leaked from the throat of the massive leopard. To a human, standing before this leopard was like being a mere rabbit, a sound that could only inspire fear. Humans, too, are but one kind of beast, unable to ignore the overwhelming strength of their foe. Yet Levina stood her ground, her pale face unwavering, her staff pointed steadfastly at Alaga. Demonic beast, what is it you seek? Revenge, what do you plan to do with that little stick? Alaga snorted derisively. Then with bold declaration he proclaimed, I will bring this place to ruin. I'll tread upon the shattered stones and erase every trace of Lumen from here. He hesitated for a moment, but this kind of threat would surely draw back those who had gone to Renosa. Baring his fangs, Alaga let out another mighty roar. Siareha, the roar laced with demonic energy, struck the barrier once more. The surrounding air trembled with the shockwave. In that brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Levina's mind. The temple's army had marched to Renosa for their holy war. They could not be recalled so recklessly. Eradicating the one who bore the seed of darkness was their sacred duty. How could Lumen's army abandon their goal and retreat? Yet this was an unforeseen crisis. A demonic beast had breached the barrier and invaded. This beast was far too powerful, having stormed this place with ease. Here stood Lumen's altar. The heart of the temple could not be allowed to fall. Levina quickly concluded her calculations. With a still calm expression, she spoke. Vile demonic beast, I don't know how you learned of it, but the temple's army is not here. When they return, they will vanquish you. Yes, they're not here, that's what matters. Try stopping me if you can. But Alaga, who had seemed ready to charge forward, suddenly paused. Levina's staff began to glow. The staff, infused with the high priest's holy power, radiated holy light into the air. An attack spell, he could dodge it. Alaga watched her movements closely, but then, as the light faded, she lowered her staff and struck the ground with its tip. For the first time, a fierce emotion flickered in her eyes. It was anger. Anger at her own powerlessness to uphold Lumen's will. Whenever the one with the seed of darkness appeared, the temple had always devoted its full strength to eradicate them. But this time they would fail. They would recall their army. It was tantamount to defeat, a humiliation. Though the holy war may be delayed, Lumen's will remains unbroken. The time will come again. Muttering, she gripped her staff tightly and glared at Alaga. Moments ago, she had informed the high priests who had marched out. The temple had been half destroyed by a demonic beast, a dire crisis, and they must return swiftly. As a result, Alaga and Alia's plan had worked perfectly. Alaga, the enemies have begun to retreat. They'll come rushing back soon. Alia's voice echoed from somewhere, and Alaga glanced around, but Alia, cloaked in invisibility magic, was nowhere to be seen. What are you talking about? All I need to do is destroy that building and it's over. We need to leave now, no delays. They'd return soon enough. To reach Reynosa, they'd need to open a gate, but returning to the temple was far easier. Lumen's followers required only a fraction of holy power to return to their sanctuary. For Alaga and Alia to erase their traces and escape, it was best to act now. They had come via Latona's teleportation circle, but returning would require multiple spatial teleportation spells. Yet as Alia saw the temple's heart looming behind Alaga, her fingers twitched. If I use an attack spell one last time. Alaga's demonic energy was the antithesis of holy magic, so his attacks wouldn't land as powerfully as the amount of energy he unleashed. Holy power could neutralize vast amounts of demonic energy with minimal effort, but magic was different. If Alia used the most powerful attack spell she knew, she could pierce the barrier Alaga had struck repeatedly and shatter that place. She was a mage nearing the realm of an archmage after all. Why shouldn't I? If anyone harbored resentment, it was not Alaga but her. Alia was startled to discover the intense desire for vengeance that had been slumbering within her. Suppressing the urge to act on that desire was no small feat, but doing so would unmistakably leave her mark here. A mage controlling a demonic beast to attack the temple, that would give them ample reason to brand her a public enemy. It would justify the temple's actions, who had killed her parents for her ties to Hike. The temple's enemy, Hike's granddaughter, a mage who commanded a demonic beast to invade their sanctuary. She had walked a long, winding path to stay on the righteous course. She couldn't ruin it now. Chapter 429, Part 2. Suppressing her emotions with sheer will, Alia spoke, "Head back to where we came from." "Hurry, fine." Alaga glanced back reluctantly before retreating. Thud, 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 he dashed away like the wind, escaping the place. A fortunate thing, perhaps. Killing a human who resembled Susan would feel unsettling. Besides, contact with holy power was painful. Excruciatingly so, it brought a searing pain like burning flesh. Having experienced it, he had no desire to face the temple's forces head-on. He could win, but it would likely cost him all his fur. Alaga had no interest in fighting to the point of injury. His fierce battle with Naho had been solely because of Helmut. The reason he'd let that nuisance live despite the irritation was surprisingly simple. He was no reckless brawler. Alaga quickly revised his assessment of the temple. Is it because I'm a demonic beast? They're not as weak as I thought. When he first breached the temple, it seemed manageable. Small bursts of holy power couldn't penetrate his demonic energy, but a concentrated mass of holy power pierced his demonic energy and wounded his core. The wound was small but painful and slow to heal. It was indeed a threatening force to Helmut, who bore the seed of darkness. What's happening in Latona? Most of the high priests and the temple's forces had gone there. Could Helmut and Reynosa's humans handle them? He wasn't sure. That question would be answered upon returning to Reynosa. For now, they had achieved their goal and escaped the temple. The blazing power of the sacred sword set his entire body ablaze with heat. It felt as if divine power flowed through his veins, coursing through him. Wielding divine power as radiant as the sun, Levant's sword swung toward his enemy. His foe Helmut seemed born and raised in darkness, wielding sinister power and cunning. Helmut, Renos's heir, neither he nor the temple could tolerate an impure force stepping into the light. By Lumen's will, he would burn him to ashes. But in that moment, Helmut's form vanished before his eyes. Levant had only recently gained the ability to wield such immense divine power. Wielding such vast power inevitably dulled his reactions slightly. No need to plunge into lava. Helmut seized the opportunity and launched himself forward. Holy magic flew at him from all directions, but not all spells carried equal force. He darted toward the weakest spell, slicing through it with his sword. Maximum efficiency with minimal vis. That was the principle. If he foolishly tried to meet their attacks head-on, even Darien, unhindered by holy power, would suffer greatly. Crash! The magic shattered against his blade, scattering. Helmut cut down the holy knight beside him and seized his horse. He no longer knew where his own horse was, but any horse would do as long as it carried him where he needed to go. Helmut knew the order. As long as the high priest supported the holy knights from behind, and those knights had the skill to withstand his strikes, he was at an absolute disadvantage. The high priest would rain holy magic on Helmut, heal the knights' bodies and strength, empower them, and aid them in various ways. It was because they wielded the same attribute of power. Mages could defend against holy magic and counterattack the temple, but they couldn't assist Helmut in the same way. The role of a vessel to wield holy power. That guy's perfect for it. Unlike the other holy knights, he couldn't be killed in one blow. Better to deal with him later. He could take down the high priests one by one first. He'd already defeated him once. He'd proven his swordsmanship was superior. Why face him head-on when he was relying on some cheap trick with the sacred sword's power? No one could wield such divine power without limits. If Helmut evaded, his strength would eventually wane. Levant chased after him belatedly. "Where do you think you're running?" Fury blazed across his face. He pursued Helmut fiercely, but obstacles kept the distance from closing. Helmut ignored his presence entirely and spurred his horse forward. When an enemy charged, he cut down the holy knight and stole their horse. He plunged through the gaps in their ranks. Before they could regroup, he tore through at maximum speed. Moments ago, he'd located the high priests. They held command in this battle. Weaving through the barrage of holy magic, slashing and blocking with his sword, Helmut charged relentlessly. He was already an army unto himself. No one guarded his back. There was no retreating now. He would plunge deep, confront the wall of high priests, and shatter that wall to pieces. Chapter 430, Part 1, The enemy is coming this way. Good, that makes things easier. If he's surrounded by the Black Wing Knights, dragging him out would have cost us dearly. Eliminate him and Renos's morale will crumble. The high priests viewed the situation optimistically. To charge in alone, so isolated, what arrogance. No matter how skilled he was, his opponent was the Temple of Lumen. To those who wielded the power of darkness, they were the ultimate predators. His fearsome prowess was undeniable, but never before had the temple deployed such forces to take down a single foe. Before 5 high priests, he would melt alive, leaving not even bones behind. Yet, unlike their confidence, the circumstances of the underlings facing Helmut were far less favorable. They couldn't simply let him break through the heart of the temple's army. They had to pin him down to give sacred magic a chance to strike true. At the very least, they needed to exhaust his strength before he reached the high priests, but those who stood in Helmut's path didn't even have time to scream before they perished. As long as one drew breath, they could be revived, but the dead could not. Helmut's blade was merciless, never missing its mark. His sword was like the scythe of a reaper, absolute death. Those who blocked his path died without exception. Krayog, die! Helmut's momentum charging straight toward the high priests was overwhelming. Crack, crunch, boom, seized by fear and awe, those who rushed at him like moths to a flame had their throats pierced and were flung back, armor and all. He-eyeing, amid the chaos of maddened horses, charging holy knights and soldiers, the battlefield was a crucible of pandemonium. Helmut furrowed his brow. At last, the high ground was in sight, but even he was winded. No matter how he dodged and struck, holy power was a force that gnawed at him from his very core. It was the first time his vis had depleted so rapidly. No, perhaps not the first. It had been like this when he passed through the sacred barrier. An unpleasant sensation surged through his entire body. Helmut steadied his breathing and glared ahead. The high priests stood together, their formation unbroken, observing the scene as if detached. As if they were certain he could never reach them. Indeed, the priest in the rear had scarcely fallen. Only the holy knights and soldiers were dying. Does the name of a holy war numb their minds? With a single stroke, Helmut severed an enemy's throat and pierced a heart through a gap in armor. His sole aim was to conserve strength, but was it a problem that he killed too cleanly without mutilating limbs? Even seeing this, the enemies didn't retreat. Instead, they charged as if intoxicated by a drug. A force so unshaken by fear was rare indeed. That much he had to acknowledge. Where did that guy go? Helmut noticed that Levant, who had doggedly pursued him, had vanished at some point. He considered the possibility that Levant might target the Grand Duke, but that guy wasn't that bold. While Helmut charged toward the high priests, Levant wouldn't dare plunge into Latona's forces. Unlike Helmut, his power wasn't absolute. It's starting again. Helmut's gaze sharpened once more. In the brief moment he slowed to catch his breath, sacred magic rained down on him. Kairong. The holy power he slashed apart scattered into the air like scraped metal. The holy energy, spreading like mist, stung his eyes and nose like acrid smoke. It burned. His senses dulled for a moment. 2, no 3. In that instant, amid his dulled senses, Helmut sensed 3 holy knights surrounding and lunging at him. The brief moment he had slowed had given them time to form their ranks. But he had more than enough strength to deal with them. Helmut's sword swept horizontally. It shattered the first holy knight's blade and slit the second's throat. A fountain of blood sprayed, staining the air red. But the third holy knight remained, and twisting at an angle, a parabola of sacred magic descended toward him. This is getting tiresome. Helmut leapt from his horse and dove beneath the third holy knight, still mounted. Crack. His sword smashed through armor and plunged into the knight's gut, causing the blade swinging down at Helmut to lose its strength. The holy knight's body slumped limply, collapsing onto Helmut. At that moment, sacred magic surged toward them. The dying knight gripped Helmut's sword tightly with both hands. There wasn't enough time to pull it free and swing again. Helmut summoned the vis from his entire body. A sharp, burning pain assaulted him as if acid had been poured over him. As the sacred magic struck, Helmut yanked his sword free and hurled the knight's body aside. Tang, he swiftly mounted a horse and galloped forward. The horse, now with a new master, neighed loudly as it charged across the battlefield. Helmut instinctively touched his shoulder. When the sacred magic had hit, it had pierced his armor, leaving a faint wound on his shoulder. The holy power had burned the faint demonic energy in his body, scarring his skin as well. In all the long hours of battle, this was the first wound Helmut had sustained. It stung as if burned. Chapter 430, Part 2. As he became aware of the wound, a realization flashed through his mind. That's it, this could be useful. Helmut had nearly achieved his goal of breaking through an army alone. Ahead he saw a translucent barrier, a sacred barrier created by the priests. While the temple's forces were pushed forward, clashing with Latona's troops, the priests were gathered in the rear. At their very center stood the high priests. 5 high priests were watching Helmut, his greatest and oldest enemies. At last he stood before them. Though the barrier stood in his way, their gazes were vivid, haughty and arrogant, yet tinged with slight astonishment at seeing Helmut reach this point. Since the Demon King's war 1,000 years ago, Helmut was the greatest threat the temple had ever faced. The corners of Helmut's mouth curled upward, a savage smile. You who tried to kill me, you failed. Now it's your turn to die. Memories flooded back, countless suffocating moments. Times he had to kill or be killed to survive, moments when even survival left him broken. Times he lived feeling a glimmer of hope amid pain and endurance. He had fallen to the abyss, endured its torments, and climbed back to stand before those who had given him that life. What words could describe this feeling? Their duty and Helmut's life had clashed fiercely, but Helmut had survived to the end, and now their duty would shatter. The moment Helmut faltered, sacred magic would strike him directly. For the high priests who had always chased elusive targets, this prey delivering itself must be a welcome turn. Do you really think so? Helmut charged forward and thrust his sword toward the barrier. Infused with vis, it pierced a single point. Quabbing, a heavy roar shook the entire barrier. Several priests spat blood and collapsed. Zzzt. As his vis was purified by the barrier, it shimmered a brilliant blue-white. The priests trembled at his relentless assault. How dare he, such ferocity, charging like a beast? We must purify him. Amid the outcry, a figure slowly stepped out from beyond the barrier. Levant. Helmut furrowed his brow at the sight of the man he vaguely recalled as that unlucky guy who keeps getting in the way. He got here fast. Instead of pursuing Helmut from behind, Levant must have circled around on horseback to arrive first. Helmut's destination was obvious, after all. With blazing eyes, Levant declared to Helmut, "You won't touch this barrier until you get through me." Watching Helmut cut down his comrades, Levant had trembled with rage. Their deaths, offered unflinchingly for the holy war, were sacred, but the grief and anger of their loss were unavoidable. It was because he had once failed to stop this evil being before him, because he had been lacking. "I won't let my guard down, I'll kill him here and now." Even if it meant sacrificing himself, Helmut would die here. Levant steeled his burning resolve. His sacred sword blazed with pure white light as if channeling his will. "I thought you'd fled, but here you are, hiding behind the high priests to fight." Helmut spat mockingly, eyeing Levant's condition. Enhanced by the high priest's sacred magic, Levant exuded an immense aura. His muscles were activated, his focus sharpened, and holy power filled him to the brim. The temple had realized that swarming Helmut with lesser foes posed no threat. The high priests weren't idle. They had honed Levant into peak condition to face Helmut alone. He was the knight chosen by the sacred sword, the champion to slay the evil one with the seed of darkness. That was their perfect vision. Though Levant had lost once before, it was due to insufficient preparation. Unlike Helmut, who fought burdened by demonic energy, Levant now had every condition and support to unleash his full potential. Seeing Levant, his perfect antithesis, Helmut felt a surge of displeasure. An unlucky guy, or perhaps a lucky one, then he'd make today the unluckiest day of Levant's life. With death, come at me. Helmut flicked his fingers provocatively. The weaker one gets the first move. Levant charged like an enraged bull swinging his sword. Buong, with a resounding noise, sacred power surged from the holy sword, cleaving the air as a massive blade. Yes, the air. Even if you wield great power, if you lack the skill to control it, Helmut added curtly, you're merely swayed by that power. And what allowed one to master such power was an absolute realm of skill. Chapter 431. Part 1, Crunch. The moment the sword flew in and pierced his shoulder, a groan escaped Levant's lips. Before he could even fully exhale the groan, a second sword came hurtling toward him. His enhanced recovery immediately began to mend the wound, but it couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks. A gray sword soared toward him like a hawk. Its target, his head, a fatal strike if it landed. Levant raised his sword to defend. Holy power spread like a shield around his blade, protecting him, but the gray sword twisted its trajectory. Crack, the sound of armor peeling away from his side echoed. A searing, burning pain flared up. Levant endured the agony and adjusted his sword. The enemy was fast, but he had never thought their speed was beyond his ability to counter. Yet somehow neither his attacks nor his defenses were going as planned. The holy sword, swung in a fit of rage, sliced through empty air. Whoosh, it was a sword imbued with such power that even a graze could melt bones with holy energy. But Helmut didn't allow even a graze. He was as swift as a bird, toying with his enemy effortlessly. If a bird's fragile wings are injured, it cannot soar, but if it avoids injury, it remains free. It was an immersion so intense it felt as if his blood had frozen, numbing his senses. Helmut's gaze, locked on his target, was chillingly cold. Helmut's sword was like a needle. Not inherently lethal, but it relentlessly chipped away at Levant's body. The wounds accumulated faster than his body could heal. Levant was crumbling rapidly. This is impossible, Levant's eyes widened in shock. He held the holy sword, its full power unleashed in his grip. He had received the blessings of the high priests. He stood at the heart of the sacred army. It made no sense that he was being overwhelmed so one-sidedly. Yet this incomprehensible reality was unfolding before his very eyes. Helmut methodically pressed his attack. His strategy was simple: dodge Levant's attacks and strike at any opening. In the finals of the martial tournament, Levant's sword had been unyielding, a power he had slowly honed and mastered completely. Every swordsman has a limit to the power they can wield. Within the scope of their swordsmanship, their skill is maximized. The range in which a swordsman fully controls their power through their swordsmanship is called their realm. Even if immense power is suddenly granted, one does not become strong in proportion to that power. It hadn't been long since Levant had fully mastered the power of the sacred sword. Moreover, no matter how much holy magic the high priests poured into him, he couldn't fully harness it. He gained power far beyond his capacity. And now it was time to pay the price. Helmut regarded his enemy with cold eyes. Weiying, the holy sword, swung not merely as a blade but as one with holy power, was formidable. Its might was so great that even a Laga wouldn't dare ignore it, but an attack that doesn't land is meaningless. The obsession with crushing me with holy power, the raw strength to wield it. He's being controlled by his own power, unable to move as he intends. Imprecise and inaccurate, a reckless sword, reacting and evading it was effortless. Helmut was one who had reached the pinnacle. Levant's movements were as clear as day to him. Piercing through him would be no easy task, but with such crude attacks it became almost trivial. His body naturally opened up, his movements exaggerated. Helmut saw countless openings in Levant's swordsmanship that he had never seen before. Openings, yet ones that required Helmut, bearer of demonic energy, to risk injury to exploit. But having come this far, there was no turning back. This holy knight was the final barrier. He could no longer be ignored or bypassed as before. And he's somewhat useful too. Levant, seemingly obsessed with protecting the high priests, stood with his back to their barrier. All the holy magic directed at Helmut was blocked by Levant's body. Holy power absorbs holy power. Helmut had realized this earlier while using a holy knight as a shield. As long as he fought with Levant as his shield, he was safe from holy magic. Murmurs rose from within the barrier. Should they go out to help? Should they fight? The holy knights hesitated, fearing they'd only get in the way if they rushed in recklessly. With their forces focused solely on Helmut, the army of Reynosa was no less formidable. Their opponents were the elite of Reynosa, the Black Wing Knights. The bodies of holy knights felled by Helmut must have piled into a mountain. Inspired by his valor, their morale surged, and they advanced toward this place in his wake. Despite the absolute disparity in numbers, it was the temple that found itself at a disadvantage. And the one who had created this situation was none other than Helmut. It's about time for the end. Helmut prepared a fatal strike. This was a hunt he had invested considerable effort into. The wounded prey stood before him. Levant's white armor was stained crimson with the blood he had spilled. His body was covered in wounds, large and small. His body, racked with heat from repeated damage and recovery, was enveloped in fever. His senses dulled gradually, and impatience and maddening rage clouded his mind. A prey within his grasp. Chapter 431, Part 2. The light emanating from Levant's sacred sword began to fade. The blessings poured upon him by the high priest still enveloped him, but Levant abandoned the sacred sword's overwhelming power. He chose to fight with the strength that maximized his own swordsmanship, but it was too late. Helmut's sword, slipping past the sacred sword, plunged directly into the shattered armor. Crunch! By cruel coincidence, it struck the exact spot where Levant had once cut down Sion. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in his abdomen, exposing his innards. The blood, infused with holy power, stung where it splashed, but Helmut didn't stop. He pressed his sword forward. Crack! With a chilling sound, flesh and bone were severed together. Half of Levant's forearm was cut clean off. The sacred sword, which had been hurtling toward Helmut, flew into the air, released from his grip. Arg! Helmut struck the hilt of the sacred sword with his blade, sending it flying. Bang! Crash! Though it was made of metal and couldn't be wielded by him, he could still exert physical force upon it. The sacred sword shot forward like an arrow. A blade imbued with holy power, capable of passing freely through the barrier. Bearing the same power, it wasn't an attack, and the holy barrier couldn't stop it. Get out of the way, the sword's coming. But before the warning could fully reach them, the blindingly white sword descended upon them. It was as if a massive spear had been launched, a weapon they had never imagined would turn against them. Crack, crack, crack! The priests, focused on maintaining the barrier, couldn't evade the sudden assault. The sacred sword only stopped after piercing through several priests, impaling their bodies. What is this? Oh, Lumen! The scene made it seem as though Helmut was controlling even the sacred sword, as if demonic energy had subjugated holiness. It was a sight so terrifying it sent shivers down their spines. Levant collapsed, unable to rise. Lumen's first sword had been defeated, and the sacred sword had harmed the priests. The priests hurriedly pulled each other up, pouring holy magic into those still clinging to life. High Priest. What should we do now? Show us the way, the priests cried out in desperation, their voices like screams. Cracks appeared in the expressions of the high priests. Chaos and shock gripped them. Never before had they felt so cornered. They had all resolved to eradicate the one bearing the seed of darkness, to complete the holy war even at the cost of their lives. Yet none had ever considered defeat, for the temple had never once lost in such a sacred battle. Those who followed Lumen's will were righteous, and the light surrounding them shone brilliantly. The name of Lumen was a light that dispelled all darkness, but the darkness dwelling within that man Helmut was an abyss that devoured all light. Faced for the first time with a darkness that overwhelmed their light, they were at a loss for what to do. Even the eldest high priest was no exception. This place was shrouded in a moonless night with no dawn in sight. At that moment, a telepathic message arrived from Levana. The temple had been half destroyed by a demonic beast and was in grave peril. They must return at once. The sanctuary of Lumen invaded. It was even more unbelievable than the battle unfolding before them, but High Priest Levana would never lie. The gravity in her voice snapped them back to reality. One of the high priests spoke first. We must return. That was when it happened. Boom! A deafening noise accompanied a shockwave that rippled outward. The fragments of the shattered barrier scattered like mist, dissolving into tiny particles in the air. From within the fog of holy power, that man emerged. His black armor, caked with dried blood, still held its shape, and his gaze was impenetrably deep. The priests hurriedly checked the barrier stone. The barrier had been forcibly broken, and the stone was now riddled with cracks. This can't be, one priest let out a sigh-like lament. It was a vital sacred artifact of the temple. Used in times of war to erect barriers to protect the priests, its power wasn't inherently strong. It amplified holy power, but it required a steady supply of holy energy to function. While the priests were reeling in shock and unable to tend to it, the weakened barrier had been breached in a single blow. Helmut exhaled slowly. His sword hand ached. His mind remained sharp, but his body felt fatigue for the first time in a long while. Helmut was exhausted. Immediately after Levant's fall, the holy knights had rushed at him. Though he hadn't allowed any attacks to land, merely facing their potent holy power was steadily wearing him down. His body, touched by holy power, stung as if burned, and his vis was rapidly depleting. Like Alaga, he couldn't replenish his strength here. Only when this battle ended could he finally rest, and the end of the battle was drawing near. Among the flock of white-robed priests, Helmut easily spotted the 5 high priests, their ornate garments standing out. Their presence blazed like 5 massive torches. A question struck him unexpectedly. Do they believe even this situation is Lumen's will, or perhaps a trial? But for Helmut, it was an unknowable answer. There was no room for hesitation. As strength surged into his sword hand, his foot struck the ground. To claim victory, Chapter 432, Part 1. There was but a single enemy, yet that lone foe now threatened them all. They had come to know Helmut's strength. The chilling might of a man who alone had breached the temple's army, shattered Lumen's first sword and stood before them. The moment Helmut quickened his pace, the priests raised their hands in unison. Terror surged like a beast bearing its fangs hot on their heels. Squeezing out every ounce of strength, they unleashed a torrent of sacred magic. White magic rained down upon him like a storm. Kayang Kwashuk, the world was dyed in white, Helmut's vision filled with blinding light. Relying solely on instinct, he had to dodge the relentless deluge of sacred magic. To him, imbued with dark energy, it was akin to a rain of death, yet there were still over 100 priests, and evading every attack was near impossible. "I'll cut through." How many times could he do it? There was no time to gauge his remaining vis. His ash-gray sword sliced through the air. With his blade, he shattered the core of the intangible sacred magic, rendering the enemy's assaults futile. Helmut still did not know that the temple's forces were retreating to their homeland. The high priests and priests remained intact, and this was the heart of their army. Behind him, holy knights pursued. With so many of the temple's forces still present, he had no knowledge of how the battle back in Reynosa was unfolding. Even if the Black Wing Knights fought valiantly, the overwhelming disparity in strength likely meant they were being pushed back. Having broken the barrier, the priests, sensing their crisis, would likely call back the forward troops, but that would only worsen his situation. "Then I'm in danger." Helmut calmly assessed his predicament. It was dire. Yet he knew exactly how to turn it to his advantage, capturing a high priest. That had been his intent from the start. Amid the storm of sacred magic, he survived, remarkably unscathed. A few steps ahead, he saw the priests. Like docile lambs, incapable of resisting even if a murderer swung a blade at them. Without sacred magic, they could only wail, powerless to cause physical harm. But then, an immense wave of sacred power surged. From above, a colossal net-like sacred spell cast by the high priests descended upon him. There was no space to evade the staggered assault. Even cutting through it with his sword would cost an immense amount of vis. Helmut reached out. Grabbing a fleeing priest by the scruff of his neck, he hoisted him as a shield. The man was of considerable build. His pale body served admirably as a shield. Helmut tossed the priest, who had fainted upon being seized, to the ground. Kuagwang Og, the body hurled toward the high priests, knocked down several priests before coming to a stop. A decent weapon. Helmut immediately kicked off the ground, launching himself forward. The priests, who had been pouring sacred magic down to the earth, scattered like a swarm of bees as he closed in. With their backs turned, they no longer had the strength to attack him. But the high priests unleashed sacred magic upon him. More refined and powerful than the priests, their spells came in rapid, precise succession. Helmut employed the same tactic, using priests as shields multiple times. He minimized his losses, but the exposed parts of his body burned fiercely. A searing pain like boiling water poured over him. His brow furrowed instinctively. Damn high priests, like an inexhaustible spring. Despite expending tremendous sacred power, they showed no signs of weakening. The sacred magic raining down on him retained its devastating potency, a force capable of burning dozens of Helmuts alive. Had he not devised the method of using priests as shields, he would have fallen long ago. A young priest, tripping over his own legs, fell to the ground. His pale, trembling face, writhing as he stared at Helmut, was youthful, perhaps only 13 or 14. Crawling backward on his rear, shaking violently, he likely saw Helmut as a demon king. Pity was a luxury, and no mercy could be expected from Helmut for a priest. Yet he felt no desire to slaughter an opponent who had lost all will to fight. Thwack! Helmut kicked him, knocking him unconscious, and moved on. Ensuring he couldn't be targeted from behind was enough. He felt, without needing to prove it to anyone, that the darkness within him did not control him. The sacred power in the air left countless marks, large and small, across his body. The sacred energy that had grazed him countless times suppressed the hot, destructive urge akin to bloodlust. It had always been so. Even before the seed of darkness was sealed, perhaps that was why the temple was a necessary evil. Not that I want to admit it. Chapter 432, Part 2. While the priests ahead poured sacred magic to buy time, the high priests made their decision. A message arrived from Levina, and immediately one high priest along with nearby priests cast a teleportation spell. 3 high priests with the priests behind them swiftly retreated. Even as they launched sacred magic to keep Helmut at bay, they steadily widened the distance. A retreat order had already been issued to the forward troops engaged with Latona's forces. They would join the approaching army and return to the sanctuary. That was their plan. To do so, they needed to buy time. Someone had to stand against the evil before them. A sacrifice was required. Who could do it? Even Lumen's first sword had been broken. How could a priest, weaker in combat, hope to succeed? While relentlessly pouring sacred magic at Helmut, High Priest Agato declared, "I will stay and hold him off. Keep him at bay and retreat." His solemn face burned with resolute eyes, the gaze of one prepared for death. All bore the resolve to face a holy war, but no one could be free from fear when death loomed near. It was human instinct. Thus, the will of one resolute in the face of death shone all the brighter. The high priests groaned. To do such a thing, High Priest Agato. Among the high priests, Agato was the most influential, having held his position the longest. No one could readily accept his sacrifice. "Hurry, we must protect the temple," Agato raised his voice sharply. After a moment's hesitation, all followed his decision. "We shall meet again in Lumen's embrace." For those who remained, only death awaited. The evil one was strong, and even with all their forces combined, victory was uncertain. They could not abandon the temple to gamble on an uncertain victory. If Priest Levina had sent them a message, the situation must be truly dire. Having decided to retreat, all had to abide by that choice. Agato now stood alone. Leaning on his staff, he stood tall. Helmut, tilting his head at the solitary figure, slowed his pace warily, as if suspecting a trap. The priest ahead attacked Helmut with full force, buying time. With sacred magic unleashed so overwhelmingly, he could not possibly be unscathed, though their lives flickered out like candles. Feeling the weight of despair, Agato gripped his staff tightly. Twisting the head of the staff, the lower handle detached. It was a sword. Before being a high priest, Agato was a holy knight. While his swordsmanship was unremarkable compared to his sacred power, which surpassed all others, he had become a priest and risen to high priest. Yet he never forgot his roots as a holy knight, diligently honing his swordsmanship. Though his skills paled compared to Levant's, he was a holy knight who wielded sacred power better than anyone. Thus, his decision to stay was fitting. It was not a reckless choice. He was the most combat-capable priest among them. "I can buy some time." Helmut, reaching his vicinity, was slightly taken aback. Focused on countering the relentless sacred magic, he hadn't noticed the others retreating. Why was one man left alone? Where had the others gone? Did they teleport? I can't sense them. Could they have used a trick to cloud his senses? Helmut grew suspicious. If they had chosen to retreat, something must have changed. No matter what, hadn't they invaded Reynosa with the intent to kill him at any cost? Without letting his guard down, Helmut asked casually, "Decided to run?" Helmut. Startled at hearing his name for the first time, Helmut flinched. The high priests never acknowledged him as human. They saw him only as an evil being consumed by the seed of darkness. Yet this high priest looked him in the eye and called his name. It felt unfamiliar. Helmut frowned. "I know you. Of course you're desperate to kill me." Helmut brought his hand to his sword board. Could he cut him down mid-sentence? He's a high priest, so why does he hold a sword? Was that sword a holy blade or a sacred artifact? Faced with an unexpected situation, Helmut needed to think. Agato's intent to stall was clear, but his words rang true. "I saw you as a child. I remember every soul sent to the Forest of Roots. It was I who sent you a newborn to that forest." Helmut's body twitched. An unreadable glint flashed in his eyes. His stance lowered. Agato's words continued as if in confession. "It was regrettable but unavoidable. Then and 4 years ago. Yet here I stand alive. You failed." At that moment, Agato's next words were something Helmut never could have anticipated.